Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more with Smart Power All-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM, backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reseta. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
It's gonna be a busy day here at the MPL Arena. Brace yourselves for another non-stop thrilling moments as today's matches will definitely prove one's worth. Now today, two Titans also will work this very stage for another historic face-off. Saksihan ng mga maiinit na bakbakan. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
And we are back for another action-packed day of MLBB. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is, of course, Leo, Mr. Grizzly Bear, here in the English Desk. And Leo, so far, we have an intense day number one. Do you care to recap what happened yesterday?
Why, it would be my pleasure to be at your service and tell you guys that yesterday we had a jam-packed back-to-back best of 3 bouts. It was Aurora versus Fnatic Onic Philippines. We're in almost. Aurora snapped that win streak in half, ended it right then and there, but Fnatic Onic walks away with it today. And we also ended with a one hell of a banger. RSGPH versus Falcons APBren always gets me 2-1.
2-1. Again, one of the highlights.
Fnatic Falcon.
But one of the highlights, of course, was indeed Fnatic Onyx performance, yet to be defeated by any of the teams. We also have Smart Omega leading right behind them, Falcons, APBren, Aurora, MLBB. And for the bottom teams, we have Team Liquid PH, RSG Philippines, Blacklist, TNC, Pro Team at the very bottom. Now, I've been asking Naisu, did you expect to see this at any point for MPLPH S14?
I'll tell you now, it looks very Season 9, if you know what I'm saying. But also, the lower half, as mentioned, Team Liquid PH and RSG Philippines, I think this is just a result of how tight the scoring system is. Again, a single point for a win, and a 2-1 doesn't get you anything except for game win-loss ratios, which is a tiebreaker, the prime tiebreaker, which will come into play maybe in the later half.
If it reaches a tie. But so far, we have a lot of ties here. 3-3-3 for Smart Omega, Falcons, APBren, and Aurora. And going back at what happened yesterday, who could forget one of the main highlights of Aurora versus Fnatic Onic, aside from Fnatic Onic beating Aurora, was Renegade with his Diggy. But unfortunately, it didn't work. The Eggman didn't work. It cracked. The egg cracked, Leo.
And not just, it seems like the meta is evolving, and now we have to acknowledge the fact that there are deadly duos like the Lolita Hanabi out there. I think that's one of the things I remember that would really change the face of the competition.
Who would have thought that the Bulletproof Marco would now be the anti-CC Marco for yesterday? But looking at the matches right now, we have Fnatic Onic, the only undefeated team, going up against Smart Omega. Then after that, right away, Blacklist International looking to get their very first series win up against RSG Philippines, and of course, our star match.
The Clash of Titans. They fought all over the world, up north in Southeast Asia, around the Middle East, and now back on home soil. Falcons, APBren, and Team Liquid Philippines.
For me, this should go to game number 3 because they've competed around the world, gave us best of 7 series. Now we're in the Philippines. They should give back to the fans. Give us a game number 3 for our match number 3.
Likely. Could happen. I do believe that both teams are ready with the one above all facing off against the young GOAT, should be one hell of a match.
And one hell of a match, and you can also feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts, buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in one app.
Download the Smart app now, the only app for Smart Signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi.
And of course, again, we have an action-packed day. 3 series. We will be witnessing 3 series because indeed it is a Saturday. And of course, the much-awaited rematch. Rematch of the rematch. How many rematches have these two Titans had?
All over the world, all over the group stage, all over the playoffs, and for all sorts of prizes. Again, this is something that we can expect from World Championship squads, and that's coming up later tonight.
But of course, we will be witnessing our very first matchup first, or Fnatic Onic versus Smart Omega. That's why let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to break down what's going to happen.
Thank you so much. We are in the Infinix Game Tambayan. I got a bear of my own. I'm Rockhard, and this is Nice2. And looks like we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff. Hopefully we'll see, eggs cracked and maybe some heads popped with hammers. Who knows?
Yep.
Later on, that's probably going to happen.
Definitely, our good casters over there already kind of painting the picture of what this jam-packed Saturday is going to be. And definitely that's what is ahead of us. I think every single match, if you look at this, Rockhart, there's something to look out for here, and they're so exciting, especially with our star match later on, the Titans of MLBB going head-to-head. But, of course, the first match that we have here, too, I want to personally know, is that win streak still going to be maintained?
And it's the chakra. My chakra heart.
The chakra.
Oh, my God. We'll see that later on. And all of that, of course, going to be brought to you by Infinix GT20 Pro. He's the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. So, right now, obviously, 2, old teammates.
Old teammates.
Throwing
it back.
And Kelra. It's a big throwback so many seasons ago, literally years ago. And it's going to be interesting to see these two guys battle it out, man. It is going to be interesting here in the Land of Dawn.
There's, at this point, now that we're in Season 14 here, this tends to be a common story, I feel like, almost, where, you have, past teammates going head-to-head in different organizations now because, this is what we were talking about. To Ch4knu versus Kelra, and that's what's at stake here for both of them.
Yeah, this is my chakra heart. I don't know if you guys have been fans of Ch4knu and Kelra for a while, but one of you are going to get broken. One of you going to get heartbroken because one of them coming out today with a win over the other. Together, they played 65 matches, 206 games, and they won the MSC 2021 championship. Second place as well in MPL Philippines Season 9, and third place in MSC 2022.
It's a whole lot of history. At that point, I don't know how who your number one duo is out there in the Land of Dawn, but, with achievements like this between those two players alone it's crazy to think how much history that actually is in the span of their careers and what they've been able to get to. And, it leaves you wondering, again, my question earlier on, as you can see that the highlight for this matchup is, can Fnatic Onic Philippines remain undefeated? And based off, I was casting the game yesterday. I was really impressed with the way that they played. I'm sure a lot of people were also impressed by some of the picks that we saw yesterday.
For sure.
Hanabi, Lolita coming to play. I'm not sure exactly what that will warrant now, today. If those are also going to be warranting some bans possibly to come out, or if they just leave it on the table and they're like, hey, if it's there, pick it up.
The funny thing is, it won yesterday.
Exactly.
In the hands of Falcons APBren. Super Marco made it look so easy. But you know what, guys? We need you guys to show your support. MPL fans, who do you think is going to win this match? Fnatic Onic PH or Smart Omega? We got a poll going on for you guys so we can know what you think. And of course, these are going to be real, guys. These are going to be real prediction points that we will keep track of all season long. So we're going to have a scoreboard. We call this the bias points.
The bias points.
Your bias.
Our bias.
Your bias. Everyone's bias.
All right, who's your bias?
It's going to be easy. It's going to be easy. My boy Edward's going to take this for sure. My boy Edward's going to take this whole season.
Whole season?
Just kidding. But, it's something like that. We want you guys to do that. And we want you guys to vote in the poll. And what about you? Obviously, Gord's your bias. Everyone knows
Yeah.
that, but who else?
By the way, just got his recent skin out there.
Hey,
I think it's called like Cyber Hacker. So I don't know. I'm still biased for the legendary skin, but at least for this matchup, I'm gonna have to say like. Because of the fact that you still have this streak going for Fnatic Onic, I love Fnatic as an org.
Yeah.
I love this Onic lineup, but still, my middle name, I always say this, is Omega, and I'm still going to go in bias for Omega here. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, and today, if you guys didn't know, his middle name is...
Now you know.
There you go. So, obviously, because of that, I feel like we have to dive into what makes these two players work so well in the past and what makes them work well now. Because right now, obviously, both of them are doing great. In first game side selection, we got Fnatic Onic picking up blue side. You know what you're looking for?
You remember that stat yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, so there was like two being played around. There was the stat of blue side pick, but then there was also the first turtle secured happened to be the winner.
Let's see. We'll have to find out. Here are the teams, though. We're walking up into the stage. Let's see what we got.
Let's get this match started. Kilalanin natin ang mga marshals at your service, JJ, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. First up, will the streak continue? It's been a super journey for the Super Fam so far. Let's welcome Kelra, Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, and Brusko! It's Onic time for Fnatic Onic Philippines! And their opponents. And their Venoms stop the streak. Ito ang bagong barangay. Ch4knu, Bukir, Ryota, Andoryu, and Big J. Let's welcome on stage Smart Omega. And their coaches for Fnatic Onic Philippines, Coach Why Not? And Smart Omega's Coach Lembot.
It's time for the face-off. Jome, Kelra, step forward. Kelra, ano ang palag mo kay Jome?
Mas magaling akong tumutok ng sniper sa'yo.
Jome, ano ang palag mo kay Kelra?
Alam ako kay Kyle na experience ko na maging captain si Ch4knu tsaka di ko siya iniiwan.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's another intense moment with these two. Now it's time to enter the Lanadon panel. Pasok.
Okay.
Kelra says, you know what? I'm a better sniper. And Jome says, all right, I got Ch4knu here by my side. And then leave him. He's my captain. Beat that. That's something.
Jome's huge, by the way. Like, in comparison to Kelra, like, he's towering over Kelra. We'll see if he can do that in the lane, of course. Here's the lineup once again for Fnatic Onic. We've seen them time and time again. No changes here from especially the fact that what we saw, how they're maintaining that win streak. I have to say it's everybody on this lineup making things work. I think part of it, too, is just they all play their strengths. We had a phrase coined for them before, the super family.
Yeah.
And I think they've unlocked that, especially this season, Season 14. they've been playing out of their minds. They really trust each other, and they move around the map like a super family.
That's same. And I wonder if they can do that against a team like Smart Omega, who in normal games, you can't really tell what they're trying to do. And I guess that's the fun part about Smart Omega. And what catches a lot of teams off guard by this one is you never know where they're coming from. And that's very apparent with Ch4knu, especially with the picks he has right now. Still has probably one of the most diverse hero pools so far in the roam role.
Definitely.
For the whole of the league. And I think that they're trying to leverage that into making Smart Omega a team that you just can't beat in the draft.
Yeah, and you remember, like, if you guys recall what we saw last week. Was it? Yeah, it was last week when we saw that amazing play on that defense from Smart Omega. That was a combination of Ch4knu and Jome. And so I think, going back to this whole point of, Ch4knu and KyleTzy being teammates before, I think already that shows the strength of Ch4knu as a captain, that he brings that effect to any of the gold laners that he works with, or the team in general. And as we see just how this has divided over the course of, we're only 3 weeks in, but you can really see the stats fall into place here for both the teams.
Yeah, especially for Fnatic Onic, they have maximum amount. Like, they have the highest amount of Lord and Turtle control here. And obviously, Omega, they're not going to give away anything. Yeah. They're not going to give away kill participation and first blood rate. Obviously, some of the most fiercest competitors we have so far in the league. And it also shows on their stats. And now for the Infinix keys to victory, though, this is interesting. You've known Ch4knu well. Don't be on the receiving end of his initiations. I think that's very smart, to be honest.
Yeah, don't let Ch4knu do what he's known for doing, basically. At that point, for Omega, of course, you've known KyleTzy challenge the gold standards efficiency. That's going to be crucial, too, because we've been highlighting the gold lane a lot for a lot of the teams here, but especially for a player like KyleTzy. And then, of course, for both, it's Onic time or is it Omega time? Prove that now. It is your time because they both run on timers.
That's right, especially for Smart Omega. They've been known to do that, interestingly, all since for how many seasons now. And they've got pretty cool watches. I don't know why I added that on. I just wanted to bring that out there. But you know what? You also kind of forget sometimes that Coach Why Not, Tony Cedrin, actually was the coach of Smart Omega for the longest time.
He was.
So it's interesting to see everyone there on the stage together and competing against each other. And that's why there's just all smiles on their faces on that face-off and on that walk-in. They just know each other so well.
I think part of this, too, Rockhart, is, like, for a long time, Omega as a team, as, an organization and everything else, like, they're fans as well, the Barangay, like we like to call them, out there. And, for our international viewers, when we say the Barangay, like, it's the community, basically. I don't know if that's the exact translation, but that's what it is behind this team. And, they wanted this kind of season for them. And they've been off to probably a better start than we've seen them for a while here.
Yeah, and let's see if that's going to translate to anything. Because right now, both of them looking so good. Both of them definitely going to look like they are out for still the top seed. Obviously, Fnatic Onic PH, they're undefeated. But Smart Omega, they were also the undefeated team coming into week 2. Let's see, if anything, if that's going to change here as we go into the draft. So right now, Fnatic Onic looking like the blue side picks. What blue side picks are you looking for here, Naisu? I feel like the blue side picks right now.
Yeah.
I obviously don't want to show that Lolita Hanabi yet, maybe in the last 2 picks. But right now, in this one, are you going to look to ban out the Mamba? Are you going to look for any KyleTzy plays if you're Fnatic?
I think so. Part of this, I know we were talking about the gold lane and everything else, but really the highlight here is going to be the challenge between the roamers. Anytime you're facing against Ch4knu, that's going to be the thing. So it's up to Brusko to go ahead and step up. And I think he has. Like, so far, really, Brusko has done a rather good job. He's an integral part of why Fnatic has found themselves in this position of being undefeated. I'm just wondering, like I said, if they can maintain that. Because sometimes we've seen teams build up on these, the synergy that they have. This even happened with FCAP, for example. Like everybody knows they have insane synergy with each other, but sometimes teams start to find these little weak points in the lineups or that synergy. And part of that is, has Smart Omega done that? How, are they capable of doing that against a team like Fnatic Onic? And I think this is the team. They are the team before that was known as the Lassen, the Poison. The team that just will surprise you in a lot of these cases and turn things around here. So that could be the big part of possibly ending the streak, I would say, of Fnatic Onic. And I'm going to have to go ahead and look behind me. I'm wondering if, okay, we do have a glimpse. Because I know, we don't have the graphic up there, but
we're hearing him.
We're hearing it, so I'm just going to shout it out to our viewers out there, let you guys know. You can imagine with me. Well, now they're gone behind me, too.
All right, they're gone behind you. I hear the Edith, though. I wonder if that's going to go through.
Okay.
There's the Roger. That's a powerful first pick there for either KyleTzy or King Kong, who has actually favored quite a bit of Assassins. So I'm actually a bit convinced that might actually be a KyleTzy pick.
Let me ask you this, Rockhart, while these picks come through, because there's the Tigreal.
Big Tigreal.
How do you feel about the Phoveus now? Like,
oh,
are you happy that he's in this meta that we're seeing?
Actually, the Phoveus, I think, complements so many of the compositions that have so much vitality. I don't know if you think
durability
about it.
Or like
durability,
the tankiness.
If you have a really tanky front line like Halos, and you have a Phoveus on the side, man, it's a fun time. It feels like, and add the Faramis to that.
Yep.
Right, and maybe assassins like the Ling who can kind of scale up late game, and maybe just maybe add that Roger in there as well.
Yeah, I'm glad Phoveus has kind of fit into that role for being to that point. But Edith is that too. Edith is crazy valuable right now, and you can actually really work around this too. The fact that you have that durability lineup to work with. So already covering their bases, they're going to pick up Moskov. I'm personally hoping that we get to a point where it's not always Moskov, Harith, and Roger popping up. Like I'm always, I get the meta. I know the strong picks.
I agree.
But I would love to see some flavor pop up in the gold lane again.
I think that's one of the reasons why people were so hyped about the Hanabi yesterday.
Exactly.
Right? I feel like people have, finally a different gold laner that's not a Harith or a Roger or Moskov, man. So, yeah, everyone's so hyped about that. I don't know if the other gold laners can catch up. Obviously, the mobility is some issue, which is, again, not a problem for Roger, not a problem for Moskov. Pro players love that mobility. Yeah. And that's something we're going to have to look at later on. Obviously, the Arlot could get banned out. And I think we might see another XP ban here for Omega, just because I feel like they know this Ruby can still kind of just go gold lane.
Yeah, working around it too. XP is still the option. I mean, even with that, knowing that you already have a Tigreal to work against, you have a Ruby, you have plenty of CC, you have a lot of that vitality or durability that we talked about. And so, working around this, it's like, what do we complement this with? Mid lane especially, I mean, we've seen a lot of Faramis lately. We've seen, of course, the Vexanas pop up. Jushin has been mostly banned out, but even so, I think with this lineup, at least for Fnatic Onic, they could even, like we've seen them specifically play the Lilia, they ban it out.
Yeah, mid lane mages are probably going to make another disappearance here later on. As obviously, if you are watching against, if you're playing against Omega, you gotta look out. You gotta look out for. Oh, there! Look at those people.
Look who's in the crowd.
Look who it is. We're being raised by champions here today in the MPL arena. You got Smart Omega Empress, our recent
congratulations
World champs. Let's go. All right.
Hopefully, we get a chance to talk with them a little bit. Even
yeah,
here on
that
the
would be
English
great.
Panel. That would be great because. Yeah, we already got to see what they did, of course, on their trip to Riyadh, or what is that? I was going to say last year. It's like last month.
Just last month, man. They just came back fresh.
So many tournaments happening, of course. So many competitions, and, of course, great to see them out here.
There you go.
Supporting Smart Omega, of course. And it's a full house here, too. It's packed.
It's actually surprising, because usually the first games, people take some time. They're kind of late to this time. They get in a little bit later, like in the middle of the game sometimes. You see people streaming in. But now everyone's so early. I'm super surprised. At the same time, I'm very happy. Again, you know who's happy? I know who's happy.
I'm looking at you too,
that
because he's on
pick.
desk right now, and he is probably smiling.
It's popping off.
At that Bane pick. So Bane
right.
locked in. Great choice here too, to already kind of get them a good damage profile, even for that jungler. And to work around the fact that, lastly, it's like, what do they want to throw What do they need here? They need that mid lane pick still, and then of course they need their own jungler, unless the Roger is going to be flexed.
That's the thing. I'm
not sure.
I mean, Ruby can even be flexed on jungle. I've seen it happen, but you know. Obviously, there's so much flexibility on the last 2 picks here for Fnatic Onic. I wonder if that's like, if they really meant for it to happen. But right now, for the mid, oh, look at that guy. I haven't seen
CC
in a while. Yeah.
CC's there. You got Aurora now. Good choices, because I'm actually surprised, because Fnatic was the ones that banned out the heroes I was thinking they would go for, the Vexana and the Lilia.
Yeah.
They go the Aurora instead, and that could also just kind of help them in slowing down, obviously, you know, no pun intended, by freezing the lineup here of Smart Omega and trying to, again, we're talking about the timers for both these teams. And for Fnatic Onic, they know that traditionally they want to be able to end games faster, you know, at this point, especially against a team like Smart Omega. But with this last pick, what is this going to be for Smart Omega, knowing that, you know, they're down to, is it going to be the mid lane option?
There it
fair
is.
Miss. Okay.
Yeah.
This is crazy, man. Like, you were talking about vitality, durability, whatever we want to call it. Smart Omega has it.
Yeah, they got it for sure, especially with the Faramis. You're right. Actually, I was surprised they banned out the Hylos. Hylos would have gone great with this Faramis. Midnight was going on and on about it in the talent room earlier. Like, this guy's insane with the Elegant Gem. But now we have a full lineup. And honestly, I don't think Fnatic Onic lost out a lot. Even though they did pick up a few heroes that we don't always see, they do have a lot of heroes that work well with the players that have them. It looks like, yeah, we're loading into this with a pretty stacked lineup for both, I would say. What do you think?
Who do you like more?
Honestly, I really like Omega's lineup. It has a great mix of vitality. I love it. I'm just going to keep using that. They have a lot of vitality, they have a lot of attack, and they've got a lot of grit. But at the same time, again, I don't think anyone went out on top here. Let's go over the casters.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Oh, game number 1. Smart Omega versus the undefeated Kings. So far, coming into week number 3, Fnatic Onic Philippines. And I've seen you, Leo. You're already celebrating. Care to explain why?
If y'all know, you know. I have a romance with Bane! Ukir gets her on first blood. What happened? Oh, he did pull the Purify, but there was just way too much damage. Just pure damage output from Fnatic Onic to start.
A lot of CC coming in from Super Prince and Brusko, and that's the poke you don't want, but Brusko expended his flicker there. Andorio anticipated this, but very aggressive plays coming in from Fnatic! Oh, King Kong with 1 Lycan pounce to bring 1 member again, Andorio.
And he gets another. Really not much in terms of mobility, not yet here early on for Smart Omega. And now Fnatic Onic Philippines up by about 2,000. One more time in mid! What's going on?
Talk about first blood kills. For me, all those 4 kills are first blood kills because of how fast they were executed.
In the span of about 20 seconds, Smart Omega conceded not just the first blood on Ukir, they gave up 3 more across the map and then back on Ukir.
Imagine we were just catching our breath right after a kill. They already got another one. Imagine how Omega feels with the pressure Fnatic is putting onto them. Again, you would expect that they could actually play this aggressive. They have the Ruby Gold lane, so they don't have to take care or care about Keller in his own lane. And apart from that, the pokes coming in from the mid trio is just too much for them to handle, despite Andorio having this Bane. And looking back, Andorio, this is the second time actually Andorio used this. The first one was when he was up against Blacklist as they get the turtle there. I thought it was just a deny pick against MP the King, but this time they're showing that they really know how to use this Bane.
Bane is a very specific kind of hero that you got to be prepared to use. And here I got to tell you now, not a good spot to be in if you're a damage-centric, relatively immobile hero, just like Bane. Deadly catch thrown out. Not going to be enough to secure the orange buff here. King Kong gets the steal.
So, as a Bane user, when would you say that Andorio can actually reach his power spike? It's going to be on the mid game or the late game, or is it supposed to be early game?
No. At this point, he's going to have to wait till about the 8-9 minute mark when he's got like 2 solid items. That's it. And that's only if Smart Omega can protect themselves. Because Bane's power spike only really starts if you have a solid front line and you either overtake the opponents in damage or you just push out of your mind. Like that's one of the main reasons why Bane is strong in certain lineups is because when a Bane has its eyes on objectives, I'm talking turrets, turtles, lords, it's very hard to counter.
Automatic, he catches any objective that glazes his eyes. And again, looking back, Fnatic Onic has been winning their games very fast, 13 minutes, 14 minutes in. And for Omega, they prefer the late game. So if you're saying that the 9-minute spark coming in from Andoryu will ensue during the 9-minute mark, maybe it's okay for Omega.
Just maybe, and that is if, again, caveats, they protect themselves. Looking at Ryota and Jome as well, the side laners for Smart Omega, this is going to be tough. Look at this, Jome! He knows there's 2, 3, maybe 4 all around them. Now he knows for sure. They're looking for the sandwich play. Big J, how are you going to get out of this? I'm offended! Going through with the dash of destruction, and he gets taken out. Serving one up to Brusko. Kirk here, going 2v1 across the map. Coast to coast, Fnatic Onic in control.
You would expect Fnatic Onic to make a cross-map play onto the bottom lane, but Kirk standing his own. He's really going up against 2 members, unbothered, still cutting the lanes of the XP lane. So 4.1k gold lead for Fnatic. They were able to get the first turtle, setting their eyes now for the second one. Not a great start for Omega.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, and you're really I'm sugarcoating things at this point.
I mean, you got to be real with the barangay, man. At this point, it's looking dire. It is desperate.
Okay, I just saw Andoryu.
5 minutes in?
I just saw Andoryu pick up Sky Piercer. For you, is that good at this point, knowing that you're 0-1-0?
No, I wouldn't say. But again, I think what he's looking for is a spike at 8 and then go from there. Maybe he wants to power farm heroes, but at this point, only Omega knows what Omega's thinking. Because Fnatic Onic, 5k ahead, approaching 6, 1 more turtle to go. I think it's best for Fnatic Onic to just, for Smart Omega to accept the fact that Fnatic Onic will just walk away with everything.
Like
so they just protect themselves.
Yeah, like what they say in the Filipino desk, tiis pogi, or wait for your turn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa! Call handsome patience. They catch one. Brusko with the answer. Implosion. He gets popped by Ryota. I'm offended. Onto this Phobius. Wow. There's another realm. Protect him. The deadly catch the answer back. Not enough chunkiness on Ryota. He ain't thick. Not that thick. One more on Kirk. Who gets the kill? Ch4knu gonna fall here. King Kong goes a-hunting. And he's eating good.
Finally, Omega has an answer. A lot of credit coming in from Ukir with a clutch Nether Realm to buy time as much as possible.
King Kong gets another. How about some crabs for dinner? Oh no, Joe! Big J gets frozen down. He couldn't let it go. I don't know what he was thinking, man. Again, he's a marksman. He does have the DHS, but in the face of an Aurora, this wasn't going to fly.
I don't know what Omega, Fnatic Onyx thinking. I also don't know what you're thinking. Why'd you let it go?
You don't have to know! Ukir pops the Purify. Walks away. All right, so signs of life from Omega. They're still showing Fnatic Onic you can't walk away with everything. That we will fight back when we're up against the corner.
Ch4knu.
Oh, here we go. Spear destruction in. Jome catches the angle. Kelra in trouble. Frigid Breath spent up already. There's a Sacred Hammer looking for an implosion. Can they find it? Down goes Brusko. Kirk pops the Vengeance. Can he walk away? Infernal Pursuit looking for a dash. I dare you to press it. Netherrealm wrapping up. And there is an I'm offended. There's the jump. Looking for the pop. Ryota goes down. King Kong eats him up. One more target. Jome down to a fifth of his health. Super Prince standing guard. Asserts dominance. Checks the bush. Let's go.
8.1k gold lead for Fnatic after a 1-for-1 exchange. And after all that action, it's just the third turtle. Props to Brusko though. When Ch4knu casted that conceal, he's not afraid to cast the implosion just to delay the momentum of Omega. Bought enough time for King Kong coming in from the bottom lane as he take down the bottom lane turret to go in with the Lycan Pounce. Kill onto Ryota. So right now, everything's falling into place for Fnatic. This is why they're undefeated. They're unfazed. Even if you're going up against Smart Omega, you know that this team has a lot in their bag. Again, they've used Hanzo, a lot of different kinds of heroes. But even up against a Bane that you'd expect they had to have a hard time dealing with, up until this point, it's not bothering Fnatic Onic.
Not at all. Fnatic Onic Philippines. Oh. Going for the steal here.
Whoa.
Catches Chome! Collateral damage. They just wanted the orange. You had to give the gold.
Wow. I mean, at this point, if you're Omega, it's like you have, what do you call that? You can't go outside your house. Quarantine. The barangay is quarantined right now.
They're trapped in, man. They're trapped in. This is Attack on Titan Season 1 where all 3 walls are still up. This is dire. 10,000, 11,000 now popping these holy shields up top. Fnatic Onic, they're applying the oomp.
The oomp.
Unmatched aggression.
Unmatched. What?
No, it's
Okay. Unmatched aggression for Fnatic. Right now, 30 seconds before the Lord spawns here. And this is what the panel was saying a while ago, that when it comes to the 9-minute mark of any game, it's always Fnatic Onic's game. Apart from the map control that they've established, statistics-wise, their gold lead is unmatched, is unparalleled. And looking at the gold lead right now, as we approach the 9-minute mark, 10.8k. A while ago, it was 11k.
I think they're just slowing down. They're respecting the possibility that maybe, just maybe, Ukir gets a couple items. Andoryu would like to check what he's got so far. Ryota building himself some warrior boots. Because again, right now, King Kong, Kirk, and even Keller, I would assume Keller is getting there.
All the case.
Deals a lot of damage. Super Friends 3, 0, and 4, forget about it. Omega can't even come in. Now this Lord right here is going to have to be free. Smart Omega can only hope to even try to contest. Now, looking at the defense, looking at the base, wave clear, I'd give Smart Omega out of 5, maybe a 3.
3.
Because they have the Fire Mist, they
Deadly
have
catch.
the Bane, and that's about it.
Maybe the Ch4knu, maybe the Edith with the Primal Wrath or Earth Shatter. But
that means you'd have to spend your kit.
yes,
You
just
wanna use that to punish.
just to clear out the minions, Omega has to give up a lot. And looking at the items,
Sky Piercer War Axe, DHS Corrosion. This is bad, man. 10 minutes in,
Yeah.
Jome doesn't even have his Trinity
even
yet.
a kill.
Yeah, he's medium J.
So it's at this point, I think it's small J.
Hey, all right.
The caps lock is broken. No capital J, no big J for Omega as Lord approaches here in the middle
Brusko
lane.
coming in with an implosion. The answer back, the deadly catch. Another M already spent up. Brusko with the conceal away.
King Kong.
Mortality pop. Ukir's down. Double kill for King Kong. Ukir respawns. The defense of a lifetime. Smart Omega holding through. Bottom lane inhibitor is down. I'm offended by Kelra. Big J taken down. His former teammate. Now sworn enemy. Down goes Ryota as well. 3 for 1, the current trades. It's a bare base for the barangay.
But Fnatic Onic will still display discipline here. They know that the comeback potential of Omega is still there. They're gonna wait to regroup. They're gonna wait for Brusko. But wait, I think they're just waiting for the minions instead.
It's possible, man.
Possible to end.
It's possible.
2 seconds before Jome gets in.
Ryota coming through. Fnatic Onic ever so disciplined. Hey, they have unmatched aggression, able to apply so much pressure. That's what the ump was all about.
The ump.
In case you're wondering, and the thousands at home as well.
Matched.
Aggression and pressure.
Aggression and I like
Silent
that.
A.
Silent.
It's French.
Silent A.
11 and a half minutes in. I think Fnatic Onic Philippines have to win after this Lord. If after this Lord, Smart Omega still standing, great chance that maybe Omega kicks in a Omega timers.
Yeah. Again, 18-minute mark. You know it's Omega's game. Who could forget what happened during Aurora versus Smart Omega? The amazing 2,000 IQ play from the high-loss Ch4knu, wherein he diverted the attentions of the minions just to give Big J some time to clear and eventually do a one-way push, a comeback win up against Aurora. So Fnatic Onic, they know that the capabilities of Omega are there. They're just gonna wait first for the second Lord. Honestly, they have no reason to risk a push right now without the Lord with the lead that they established.
20 seconds, waiting that long, or looking for a flicker hard play off of Brusko.
Or even Kelra.
Rather not. Or Kelra, sure. But battle spell cooldown will dictate that they wait for the Lord, as they should. But this should open up a window for maybe Omega to build their Trinities, build their first 3 core items.
Yeah.
And with that, this is an enhanced Lord spawning in the upper quarter. and Smart Omega is cleaning house. Like, this is a lot of golden XP, like, in perspective, right?
Yeah, and at this point, as the game progresses, the Ukir's ultimate, the Netherrealm, gets more important. It becomes more important, more crucial. And since Fnatic Onic doesn't have the Valentina, Omega can eventually out-sustain the burst potential of Fnatic Onic, even if they're the ones who first set up with the clash.
And I can imagine that, the sweet, sweet amount of gold that Smart Omega will score, hoping that maybe it's on Jom, on Andoryu. Hell, even if it's on Ukir, that would mean a lot for the barangay.
Super.
So that should snap this gold lead, possibly in half, maybe a third. Lord spawns in mid. Let's see the defense.
But in 13 minutes and 30 seconds, Fnatic still leads, holds a 14.6k gold lead. Lord marching in the middle lane. It's going to take a lot of defense coming in from the barangay to extend this game, but Brusko with the conceal.
Looking for the flank. Ch4knu goes in, gets hit with the I'm offended, taken down just as quickly, and that's it. The base has been overloaded with damage as the Super Fam takes game 1.
Super family looking to have a family bonding time later. That's why they made quick work over the barangay. Phenomenal, flawless, and unparalleled. What do you call that? Aggression?
Unmatched aggression and pressure.
Yeah. Let the panel explain what means for Fnatic. That's why panel, take it away.
Yeah, definitely some big oomph and a big oops.
What was that?
And that was a big amount of gold. No big J's today, but maybe medium-sized J. You're right. Leo's right there, but
That's insane, man. I had to double check if that was right. Was
the numbers.
Almost a 15,000 gold difference. I mean, I know my bias was Omega. But
yeah.
Even I have to ask, what happened? What was that?
Anyway.
Maybe this was part of it right here.
Yeah.
MVP, King Kong.
Maybe this guy happened, right? King Kong right now with the MVP 10-0-2 on that Roger. My goodness me. If anyone tore it up, it was definitely this guy who did manage an almost 1,000 GPM in that game. Literally insane numbers here. And again, Nice was right. We had to really double check our numbers.
Yeah.
We had to double check that the overlay wasn't, like the API wasn't bugging out on us. Because we just literally turned our heads and wow, 4K gold lead in the first minute.
Yeah, they just came out. And I guess Leo, unmatched aggression was the best way to put it because there was no, and the sound effect there, the oomph. Because as we look at the highlights here in this game, from start to finish, there was no moment in this game where Smart Omega was like, they even showed an inch of confidence, you know? I mean, like, there was just nothing here for them. And even in this moment where they started to try to fight, I mean, at this point, it's nearly an 8,000 gold difference, and they still were not in fighting form to go toe-to-toe against Fnatic Onic in this. And, you know, it's tough to see in a game number one because of how gapped this game was for Smart Omega. Like, there was no opportunity for them to even get back into this game, I feel like.
I think that was the question, right? When was Omega going to be able to put up an actual fight? Because each and every turn of this game, you were wondering, where's the set going to come from? They don't really have that much of a set. They don't have that moment. They don't have the opportunity or even the heroes to surprise Fnatic Onic, and it shows, right? The stats, man, 16-4. They were at 4K gold lead at 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was
insane.
It was insane. It was, you know, if we talked about like snowball potential for games, this was it. Like this turned into a huge snowball rolling down a hill. And at this point, when you're looking at the lineup that Smart Omega brought to the table here, you know, when you're breaking it down at least from face value, it was an okay lineup. I don't want to like discredit the Bane or anything, but in this essence, going against what King Kong just did, the Bane most likely is not going to be able to keep up, as we saw in this game. And so, you know, trying to flex in that maybe was a toss-up that they went with.
Yeah.
But still, with the lineup that they have, you know, even in the gold lane, I mean, Kalra, all he had to do half the time was find his own setups with the I'm Offended, and then they followed through with it. But even Kalra was kind of a threat on a gold lane Ruby.
I mean, KyleTzy is already like a big setter that you have to keep your eyes out from, but at the same time also bringing that almost the same amount of damage almost that King Kong was bringing to these fights. And if you think about it, you know what? King Kong is the main carry of this game. And one of the few moments where he was the actual core of that team. And not KyleTzy specifically.
Yeah, it definitely so. And I mean, you can see it from the stats here too. And like I said as well, you know, it's just unfortunate because you know what Ch4knu is capable of.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of the most decorated and experienced players in the league. But again, even as a roam, there's only so much you can do against a deficit like that, you know, because once you throw your body towards any kind of lineup like this, you're just going to get blasted off the land of Dawn pretty much, you know, and that's kind of what we saw here too. And I would say, you know, even to the sense, like if you just break down the lineup that Fnatic Onic brought to the table, whether KyleTzy did what he did in the lane or not, King Kong was unstoppable. And this is why I actually still personally prefer Roger in the jungle. I know some teams like to put him in the gold lane, but I do prefer him in the jungle over the gold lane option just because he can do things like this, you know what I mean? And even looking at the damage dealt there, like look what Super Prince was able to do. And I'm still going back to the draft, I'm surprised that it was banning, you know, it was them banning out the Lilia, it was them banning out the Vexana. You're confident enough to pick up the Aurora, you have a great passive, and you can slow this lineup down from Smart Omega even further than it already is essentially as, you know, a lineup as a whole. It's not going to build up as fast as the lineup that we saw from Fnatic Onic.
I actually love that. I feel like you're right. The teams are supposed to be, we feel like, should be using these heroes are actually banning it out, which might have been the case here, right? Maybe they were trying to throw curveballs at each other, and it just so happens that Fnatic Onic, you know what, they got the better of this. Well, that's, you know, mildly put, they got the better of Omega here. But you know what, overall, it didn't feel like Omega played it bad per se, but definitely Fnatic Onic had more chances to throw those big haymakers.
And that's why we can go back to what we were saying even before that matchup, where it's like they both run on timers.
Yep.
You already know, if you have been a fan of Fnatic Onic, they want to end games quickly. They did that. This was like the perfect example of being able to do that. So I think this is going to have to be a major adjustment for Smart Omega in game 2 after, you know, a massive loss like that in game number 1. And I think, again, they are a team capable of doing that. They just got to change things out.
Yeah, let's see if that can happen, because if not, you know what, we might be in for an early day. But other than that, you know what, let's hear about people on the stage. We got Mara Aquino with Omega Empress right now. Let's check that out.
We have special guests for today. Ladies, introduce yourselves.
Hi everyone, we are Smart Omega Empress. I'm Shinoa, the gold laner.
I'm Keishi, the jungler.
I'm Amor, the mid laner.
I'm Lexa, the mid laner.
I'm not Ayanami, the explainer.
I'm Mirai, the roamer of the team.
I'm so proud of you, ladies. I mean, nakasama ko kayo right before, nag-fly kayo sa Riyadh, and now, makakasama ko kayo ulit. How did it feel to be the champion sa MWI at nakikita nyo yung team nyo nandun sa Monolith?
First of all, grateful po kami kasi nakapasok po kami sa EWC doon po sa Riyadh. And syempre, masaya po kami kasi kami po yung first Filipino team na nag-champion po doon sa EWC. And kaya po so yun po, masaya po kami lahat kasi matagal na po namin itong pinapangarap and yun po, nakamit po namin yun. Tsaka sa Worlds, nag-champion po kami.
Tsaka, do you remember when we last guested here? Yan, sa nabi ko na uhaw kami bumawi and well, look what we got sa uhaw na yun.
Nakakatuwa. Sa SEA Games, nag-silver kayo. Ngayon, gold na. Getting better and better. We are so proud of you. You know, sabi nga nila, it's not an easy thing to be a woman in esports. So how do you stay positive despite certain comments?
Sa mga negative comments po, parang hindi naman po namin siya binabasa or parang nire-remind sa isa't isa. Kasi parang ginawa na lang po namin motivation yung sarili namin and yung team ko po, tsaka yung family namin. Kasi malayo po kami sa family namin. Kaya parang hindi po namin nano yung bashers, yung mga negative comment. Kaya parang nag-stay positive po kami, tsaka open po kami sa isa't isa.
Me personally din, hindi talaga siya madali, lalo na babae ka nga, you have more limited options, I think, more than the male. But it somehow, yun yung fuel ko na dahil onti lang, I want to create something new in this world din. I want to create our own legacy, our own path na, okay, bago to sa mga babae, walang ganito dati. So we kinda like, okay, parang pwede tong gawin.
Alam mo, natutuwa ako because dati, nung nakaka-interview ko sila, very little yung sinasabi at kitang-kita, tumaas yung kumpiyansa nyo. You know, in the MPL, wala namang restrictions na hindi pwedeng sumali ang babae. So, do you see yourselves being in the MPL someday?
Hopefully, yes. Someday, we'll never know how soon though. But I don't think sobrang lapit pa. But I don't know, maybe a year, 2 years from now, depende din talaga kung paano kami hahabol sa skills na meron ng mga lalaki. So, syempre, we'll see.
You know, I can't say it enough. We are so proud of you and we can't wait for the next international tournament where you can possibly represent Philippines once again. So ngayon, babalik na tayo sa panel. Ladies, tulungan niyo ako na sabihin pasok. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Panel, pasok!
All right. Thank you so much. That is Smart Omega Empress. And I'm very happy to see that, you know what, the ladies are having fun. They're enjoying their victory. They have their names on the monolith. And I think they're the only Filipino team that has it, right?
They are, yeah. So I like how that interview was a mix of English and Filipino as well, you know, because it's great to see. And hopefully, like I said, we get to go ahead and talk with one of them later on. But
hopefully.
We do have this, once again, blue side, this time around, going for Smart Omega.
Yeah, that's right. So this time around, Omega on the blue side. Maybe they can leverage that in a more powerful pick. Maybe, you know, maybe a high loss there. Ch4knu, give us something. Anyway, for now, though, let's throw it over to MPL Arena. Give us your freshest look. We're looking for the next Index Salon beauties. And
Index Salon.
Is there even any question? Right? I mean, come on. We got some pretty fresh faces in the arena today. And yeah, unsurprisingly, some of them definitely gonna get picked up. It's a little dark though. Maybe we can.
Maybe that's just our monitor.
Maybe our monitor, probably, hopefully, right?
Yeah, hopefully. But so wait, if we pick one of them, of course, like, do they win something from
Index Salon? They get something. Yeah, I think they get something. We'll confirm later. I don't know what it is.
Did you get to visit Index Salon?
Yeah, Index, man. They did a number on my hair.
Did they do that?
Yeah, for real.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Index. And yeah, for now though, let's go back into the game. I know you guys are itching and waiting to see what Smart Omegas can come up here. Empress is here. Maybe they can share some of that mojo that they got in the championships. Who knows?
It's got to be a lot, man. You know, I won't be shy to say it, but that game number 1 was not any of the Barangay's favorite game that they're going to see, because it was as one-sided as it could be. And I would say, too, for all the fans out there of Fnatic Onic, man, like, this is the best they've looked from all the seasons since we saw this first iteration. I know there's also, you know, at least a little bit of new additions to this lineup as well that we've seen before. And like I said, I think Brusko is fitting in fantastically into this lineup. And I think part of it, too, is just the confidence that they have in each other now, that they built it up, you know, from season to season to where they just showcased what that synergy is in Game 1.
Yeah, I think you guys would agree as well that, you know what, Fnatic Onic, this is as good as they have been in years. I think I can say that, right? In years.
Yeah.
So let's go into the draft here for game number 2. And I'm not going to be surprised, again, to see just some really sturdy picks. Yeah, wait, vital picks, sturdy picks. We're gonna keep using
What do we say? Vitality picks?
We got a lot of vitality in these picks, you know?
Omega Empress is here. Speaking of vitality, no,
no, that's a different story altogether. But yes, for now though, we're looking for picks that maybe Ch4knu can shine on. Because right now, in terms of settings, the Edith didn't look like it was as effective as he thought it would be.
Yeah, That's kind of weird, right? That it ended up not working out the way they wanted it to be. I almost would have, at the same time, I feel like Edith, generally as a hero, is always good. But for Ch4knu, I feel like same sentiments. Like, even if you have this hero that statistically does really well, even if you get a good setup, what are you going to do when you're that far behind, you know?
Yeah.
So, and you mentioned this, Rockhart. You're like, first few minutes of the game, you already had like thousands of gold to work against, you know what I mean? So they definitely need to go back to checking those early game boxes and making sure they have the foundation locked in. Them being on blue side might be step one to that. And you can notice too, they are taking out some of those key heroes that did cause them a lot of that scaling issue from the previous game one. Even taking out the Roger is great because it just covers that base of not letting one, being flexible and kind of being that curveball in the picks here, but also two, like taking out that pick from King Kong alone. But I would say King Kong, man, we said this on Desk yesterday too, like King Kong, ever since he came into the MPL, what was that, season 11, was it season 11?
Yeah, around that time,
Around that time, season 10, season 11.
Rookied up.
When he was rookie, like he was
In TNC.
hanging. Yeah, with TNC. He was hanging his own with some of the best junglers in the league, and now look at him, you know? And so with that last ban, that's the Edith. We'll see what Smart Omega plans to do first pickup here.
That was a TNC that was losing, right? When King Kong came in, that was a TNC that was still losing, but King Kong was shining on his own.
Which is so interesting because remember that was a time too when we were saying like they need to stick to their textbook and like maybe go to a new page. But then King Kong came in towards the end of that season, and then all of us on the desk were like, dude, where did this guy come from?
Yeah, man.
And look at him now, you know, so it's great to see. And that's why I say, you know, for Smart Omega.
There it is.
There it is.
See, that's exactly what we're talking about. High loss out there. Don't ban it out. Give Ch4knu what he wants, man. And
Flashbacks of the play last week.
Yeah.
200 IQ,
That
minion
was,
pull
that was
to
a god
turret.
play. That was a god play.
Yeah, it
if
was.
you guys didn't watch last week, please rewatch last week. You earned it. You
earned it.
Yeah, you earned yourself the right to watch a godly play,
There's probably a
godly
couple
can.
clips out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Out on TikTok for sure, out there. But yeah, we're flashing back into this one, right? I feel like number one, it was really difficult for Smart Omega to actually climb back from that last one, just because even if you tech up. By the way, if you guys are wondering, how do you actually come back from like big deficits like that?
Like from a 15K
From like,
deficit?
No, maybe around 5K. From the first 5 minutes.
All right.
Start off. Here's a tip for you guys. Start off with your damage items early.
Yeah.
Because the general rule for most MOBAs, if you're behind, you tech up on offensive items, so you get more kill potential.
Yeah.
If you're ahead, you tech up on defensive items, so that you keep the lead,
So
so
you
you
withstand it,
don't die. So that's the general rule. It applies to Mobile Legends as well. I know you guys follow your build paths, your item paths, but there's also that you can customize it, so you can get damage items first, so you can have more potential for kills earlier on. But then again, just as a tangent, you can just follow your build path, that's fine, but you know, some pro players do this.
Do what you guys do, you know, at that point. And with this, there's the Zask pickup.
Love that.
Hayabusa. Much better, at least this time around, I would say, for Smart Omega, because as Rockhart was talking about, you know, damage, even if they fall behind, well, these are two, and I would even say just the Zask alone is a great hero to provide enough damage even without items. Like, that's what's kind of annoying about Zask, to be honest.
Exactly.
Like, the fact that he's already doing so much damage early on, even without his first item locked in, just because of the way that his kit works and Dominator's Ascent and everything else, that's good enough. So maybe this is just this hero alone, paired up, I would say, with a Hylos, is good to cover that base. I would wonder if Fnatic Onic also might think about picking up a Valentina. They lock in the Nolan here, so they've already got the Harith going in the gold lane. Phoveus here, their XP lane option. I would like to see the Valentina picked up if it's not banned out. And the reason why I say that is because I think teams that do have the Valentina get to take the glorious pathway from the Hylos.
That's right.
And it kind of like, you know, now at least you have your own glorious pathway to work into, you know.
The glorious expressway, yeah.
Yeah, it pretty much turns into from a 1 lane to a 2 lane now.
That's
you know,
right.
we have 2 lanes on the land Dawn you can work with.
Huge roads. And at the same time, you can also kind of pick up Dominator's Ascent if you want to, like,
that's true.
If you're lacking in damage in certain scenarios,
Yeah.
you always want to take that up. And now, we're seeing some mid lane bans. That Blue Nox ban, that looked That's interesting.
That's interesting, yeah.
All right, but yeah, I understand like why, but at the same time, really, don't you think that are you thinking about a gold lane Lunox here? Maybe is that what they're thinking about? I feel like yeah.
I guess so. You know, and it could just be a safety. You know, in a way, it's like, all right, let's just have at least this safety ban.
Yeah.
Lunox in general is also just kind of a niche pick, I would say.
For
in the hands of Smart Omega. Not a lot of teams are going to go ahead and pick that up, but also they take out the Grok here. Interesting.
Yeah.
These last couple bans from Fnatic Onic.
You kind of wonder, like, is that how deep Why Not knows these players? Like, oh, this guy's going to pick up a Lunox here. Be careful, guys. Let's man it out. I feel like, obviously, we're still looking out for these gold laners. We're looking out for marksmen in particular. Kelra mentioned the Beatrix. I don't know if it's going to make an appearance here.
Yeah.
He mentioned the snipe earlier. I don't know if you guys were listening to the face-off.
You did.
Maybe.
You mentioned it.
You know?
Wow, that's a challenge.
Sounds like fun.
And it's funny, too, because at this point, you know, you don't have the Moskov popped
Yeah.
up yet. And traditionally, the gold lane matchup that we do see is that the Moskov versus the Harith. There's Minotaur, though.
All right. I was thinking maybe, you know what, mid lane Harith, you know, weird stuff can happen.
That's what I'm saying. Like, with both these teams,
yeah,
that's the perfect way to put it. Weird things can happen.
Things can happen.
There's flexibility that can happen here. And at this point in the season, after we saw, you know, one of the great RG lineups pop up, I would just leave it to the point of, you know, you can be surprised still what these teams draft up. And there it is. Claude, a hero that has been kind of has disappeared a little bit, you know, at least for the season here.
But at least it is a known Jome specialty. It's a comfort hero for Jome here.
Well, it's what worked well with Ch4knu last week.
Exactly, the combo with the high loss. They're trying to maybe recreate a little bit of that flavor.
Recreate the magic.
Can you recreate the magic? Can you put the genie back in the bottle? That's a question.
Whoa.
And there it is. XP Hylos.
XP Hylos. And as our good friend Eterno would say, it's Kufra's Ch4knu.
It's Kufra's Ch4knu. That's just how good he is.
That's just how good he is.
Kufra plays the player.
Well, again, you know, with this Kufra popping up here, great choice to deal with a lot of this. And there's the answer. I was thinking this would pop up last game. They were the ones that banned it out. Fnatic Onic will go ahead and take the Lilia for this game.
All right, I love this. I love this so far. And again, no specific outliers. I just know that, you know what, Smart Omega has a beefy lineup.
They do.
Including Dominator's Descent, including a very slippery Hayabusa. They got some pretty good, they got a good chance in this one.
Hard to catch both of them, Hayabusa and the Claude, actually. You know, when you think about it. And like I said, Zask.
For sure. And obviously, you know, Kelra might have a hard time navigating because of the bouncing ball. So we'll see if that's going to be, maybe that's the reason why Lembot, you know what, throw that guy in, throw the Ch4knu in there, right? So let's see if that's going to happen here. As we do load up into game number 2, everyone's hoping for game number 3, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen as we load up into the Land of Dawn. Let's go, Leo and Ingan.
Pasok.
When all else fails, let's just go back to our roots. Ch4knu bringing back once again his signature Kufra for game number 2, hoping to extend the series to game number 3. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ian. Beside me is, of course, Leo. Leo, what do you think so far of the lineup?
I like the throwback. I like how deep as well Fnatic Onic PH's responses are, because they're not afraid to pick some old but goodies for Brusko, that Minotaur, and of course embrace some of the new flavors in Kirk's Phoveus. Now the gold lane matchup, this is something that was alluded to by our analysts, Naisu and Rockhart. They said that maybe, just maybe, there could have been a Lunox afoot, right? That there could have been a Lunox waiting for both ends. And here, instead, it became a Harith just to start off.
Yeah.
And, of course, Jones Claude. Something tells me maybe this time around, Smart Omega wants to play a little more aggressive. Check it out.
Okay.
See, this early on, they're looking for catches.
They're assuming that there's someone hiding there. But what I like about Omega's lineup is, for me, one of my favorite heroes is Kufra. And when I'm playing the Kufra, as much as possible, you won't expect frontline or me soaking up the damage.
Yep.
That's where Ryota comes in with the Hylos. So Ch4knu can really freely just hide around the brushes, make sure to have the perfect angle to set up Kelra, and we all know that Kufra is a really good counter up against Kelra. And aside from the hero counters, these two have a long history.
That's right. The Harith and even the Nolan, I reckon, would find it hard to get out of a good catch by Ch4knu on that Kufra with the bouncing ball. That's not even his ult, right? His ult keeps you in place. It displaces you and keeps you in place. And now with the turtle coming up, I like how Ch4knu just aggressively takes these bushes. Like, if you randomly walk in and he hits it with a bouncing ball, that's
Game
it.
over.
That's it.
Yeah, and the burst potential coming in from Andori, especially when he picks up that Sky Piercer, if ever he decides to. But look at this. The folks coming in from the XP in the mid laner, Ryota is unbothered. This is why Hylos is always banned out, especially if you're up against Omega.
He's so good. And look at this. He's ready and topped up. Like, he can go again after clicking regen.
Yeah, still has the Revitalize.
Turtle shuffle up already. Great presence by Fnatic Onic Philippines, up by about 500 gold. King Kong and Super Prince about to follow through. There's the Infernal Pursuit set up. Ukir taking a lot of damage. Vengeance used up by Kirk already. Glorious Pathway dropped in.
Whoa!
Turtle scored. And there's a Minoan Fury. First blood drawn by Andoryu. Down goes Kirk. Another might follow. Brusko still up, but just barely. And he's not going to fall as Ryota trades out. One for one.
A 1-for-1 trade. Both XP laners will fall down, but Andoryu was able to get that first turtle.
He did.
You know, guys, just saying the Sonics dominate. Game 1 win versus Omega was the highest end game gold lead so far this season with 15,195. Another record broken by the Sonics.
That's how tough it was to play that lineup with the Bane in the jungle. And their intentions were pure, but they were playing against the one team with a win streak in Season 14. Fnatic Onic Philippines ain't playing around.
And Ch4knu here.
Whoa!
Going in for the set.
Catches some
Brusko.
beef in midair. Brusko's in trouble. Down he goes. And Andoryu takes him down. Now it's the Blaze Duet versus Summon Force. Oh, Kelra might take him down. Big J shrunken down to size.
Unbothered. A while ago, Kelra said, or Jome said that his advantage over, wait, King Kong?
We'll talk about the advantage later. Andoryu takes one shadow, takes another Glorious Pathway set down. Kirk with the Infernal Pursuit. Ryota dealing a lot of DPS here. DOT, where'd the buff go? Where'd the buff go? Who took it?
I think it's with King Kong.
King Kong took it?
Yeah, King Kong took it. So this means Hayabusa, no blue buff. And going back to my point, the advantage, according to Jome, was that he never left his captain. He's still with Ch4knu. But is that the right decision though? Ch4knu once again.
Oh no, Brusko. He's able to walk away. No! Another takedown for Andoryu. Say what you will about what's happening with the other parts of Omega's game plan, but Andoryu's farming up. This is a snowball, if you could call it anything.
3-0-0. I want to actually check what items Andoryu resulted to instead, but second turtle up for grabs. Barangay Omega surveying the scene. No one's here. I think it's going to be an uncontested turtle for the Barangay.
Could be 100% in. Confirmed. What Fnatic Onic PH will do, though, is instead clean up Andoryu's jungle. Look at this King Kong cleaning up the small camp. Now Jome in trouble. BMI out into that short bush, and he's going to get taken down. King Kong gets another.
Banging his chest right now. Really making a name for himself, King Kong. One of the best junglers so far. A lot of people have ranked KyleTzy, KarlTzy, and even Irad as the top 3. But this time, I believe King Kong belongs in the top 3.
Yeah, you could argue the point. Now Andoryu going 1v1 against Kirk.
Whoa.
And takes that final shadow. Fancy moves.
Ch4knu charging in.
Catches one, make it two. Brusko the answer with the Minoan Fury. Ch4knu's looking to get shrunk here. Glorious Pathway, the retreat. Kelra pushes down in mid, drops the Summon Force for good measure. And another isolation of the purple. But wait, did Andoryu take it this time? No, he didn't. King Kong still commits Grand Theft Purple. He's got 3 stars now.
3 stars. Well, the choppers aren't there yet. The tanks aren't there yet.
Nope, but the SWAT's there.
But the SWAT's there.
If you know, you know.
And it looks like the SWAT so far for Fnatic Onic is Kelra, Super Friends. So far, oh, it's supposed to be on Omega's side. Because King Kong's the one who's wanted.
That's right. We'll try it again. We'll try. We'll
Okay,
hit
I'll
it
try
again.
I'll
We'll hit it again.
Ch4knu again, charging in with the Tyrant's Revenge.
Does not catch Kirk. Maybe about 2 inches short. Talking about the screen size here. And Kirk is gonna maintain his proximity because KyleTzy's in range. Brusko as well. Super Friends. This is a fight waiting to happen. Omega doesn't want any.
Honestly, at this point, it's really the roamers. This is the name of the game is the roamers because they both counter each other out. Again, if Ch4knu casts his Tyrant's Revenge, one first skill coming in from the Minotaur from Brusko is all he needs to delay that Tyrant's Revenge combination. And on the other hand, we all know that Minotaur, even if he's attacked, he's not that tanky because he resorts to Dominance Ice and Flask of the Oasis first 2 items. So naturally, you can easily burst him out. That's why Ch4knu's been jumping on Brusko all throughout.
Yep, and then serving up the kill to Andoryu. Another possible response from Brusko would be just straight up, hit me with the ult, hit me with the combo, Ch4knu. Amino and Fury, and now last turtle up for grabs. Ryota backing off just a bit, pulling Kirk out, and for once, Fnatic Onic Philippines taking a turtle here. I do believe that's their second this time around, no?
No, first.
Interesting.
Yeah, second.
Well, we'll call it second, sure.
Second. Omega got the first one, but the last 2 got Fnatic Onic got the turtle.
That's right.
So right now, you'd expect Omega to be aggressive, especially in the 8-minute, 9-minute mark, especially with the Hylos. But this time, the pokes coming in from Fnatic Onic is really too much because even Ryota, the last 2 glorious pathways that he used, wasn't charging forward. This was charging backwards.
Nope. They were defensive in nature. And that is difficult, given that Smart Omega now wants to flip the switch. They want momentum on their side, despite what happened in Game 1. If you remember the barangay, we don't really talk about it. Fnatic Onic Philippines up by about 4,000. Not a single turret, Ingan. Not a single turret pushed by the barangay.
Doesn't translate to objective takedowns for Omega, even if they had a very strong start. Again, 3-0-0 for Andoryu with his Hayabusa. But the problem remains, he can't continue to do those outplays if he doesn't get his purple buff.
Nope.
Because King Kong keeps committing Grand Theft Auto.
Nope. It's Grand Theft Purple.
Purple.
Yes. No cars in MLBB unless you're Johnson.
Unless you're Johnson, yeah.
That's right.
But by the way, do you know how to use Johnson? I've been having a hard time driving.
That's Season 9 last time we saw Johnson wreak havoc in MPL.
Maybe we could see Johnson Lunux combination.
At this point, you know what? The metagame is pretty wide open. Why not? Andoryu just barely gets away. Imagine if King Kong threw a rift in there.
Imagine Dragons for Fnatic Onic here. Still, they're really controlling the lead, forcing Omega to group up most of the time. But this is where the problem persists for Omega. Ideally, you want Jome to do those split pushes. This is a Claude. In terms of mobility, he has more mobility compared to KyleTzy, but Ch4knu here charging once again.
Ch4knu finds one, but it's Kirk with Brusko by his side. There's not much you can expect. Again, Phoveus is pretty chunky for a fighter, still rocking the Brave Smite, and then you have a motivation roar. Dude, he can do anything.
He can do it. That's why he's the Kirkitek. He can create anything from scratch. And now Omega needs to create something here. America play maybe from Ch4knu. He has the flicker. He's not going to commit it though.
Bush to bush.
Just gaining upper ground here. And this is where Lilia comes into play. The brush checking coming in from Super Friends hinders Ch4knu from getting to those angles where he can set up.
It's so free. It's so free. Fnatic Onic Philippines, what's fueling their aggression, and I'd like to say their efficient trading, is just their map control.
Yeah.
Anything and everywhere that Omega wants to get to is free for Fnatic Onic Philippines. King Kong is keeping tabs on Jome. I wonder, what's the play here?
Oh, I think the moment he sees an opportunity, he's not going to let it pass.
I think Jome is hiding too, look.
Jome is hiding indeed. You know, there are a lot of instances wherein the gold laners keep hiding to the opposing lane of the Lord. A lot of times. We've seen it with KyleTzy, we've seen it with a couple of other gold laners. This might be a crucial play for Omega here, but Fnatic Onic knows that Jome is missing. That's why they're forcing the Lord here right now.
Yep, I think the trade, the call is give the Lord, will take the lane. Glorious Pathway set in by Ryota. They're just buying time. That's one very low. The middle Fury popping Brusko before that final pulse. And now the answer back. Jome pushes off camera. Ryota gets taken down by King Kong.
Andoryu?
And now Andoryu, can he survive? Shadow kill. Has to double kill. Taking down Kirk. One more. Couldn't get it. Andoryu goes down by the hands of the gold standard.
He brought down two with him, but Ch4knu!
Ch4knu finds his former teammate. Beloved friends. Catches one and the punish by King Kong. Thou shalt not touch Dwayne.
Ch4knu remembering the habits, remembering the antics of his former teammate. He also saw where Kelra was hiding.
He smelled the cologne.
He smelled the cologne.
Smelled the cologne, folks. And that may have just been Smart Omega's best play yet in 12 minutes. 6-6. An amazing push, a trade by Jome down bottom, and that should have been enough time for him to catch up. Let's see. You're talking about 8,000 gold to 8,400. Yes. Yes, Big J is back online. He's got the Trinity, Ingan. He's got the Trinity. Who'd have thunk?
But the problem is 400 gold lead for Kelra.
That's manageable.
Manageable.
At mid-game, that's manageable.
Yeah, especially since he's still able to pull off those split push without suffering letting go of the Lord. But this time, Fnatic Onic wants to commit Ch4knu, charging though. Oh, he's not going to continue.
For the angle, Glorious Pathway set in, and now the answer back. Andoryu holding onto his ult. Could this be Brusko flickering back? All this while, Jome was just working on that lane.
Yeah.
Smart though by Fnatic Onic. I'd like to commend them for just going in for the Lord King. Oh! Forces a shadow kill. Can Andoryu survive? The answer is no. Kelra gets the kill.
The Super Family making sure Andoryu won't be able to burst down King Kong with a Wiggy shadow kill.
Not again.
No.
Not again.
Oh, they have to worry about this first Lord marching in the top lane. So far, this is what's hard with using the Kufra. During those crucial moments when you're expected to jump, if you miscast your jump, oh, it's game over. That's why Ryota was forced to use the Glorious Pathway. That was the only initiation Omega had, and Fnatic Onic doesn't care about the pathway.
All right. Now Smart Omega once more on the defense. Ch4knu looking for one. Stretching the arms, stretching the legs. Enhanced Lord crashing through top. You know what? Ideally, maybe Fnatic Onic walks away with an inhibitor. Maybe two. That's what it looks like right now with 6K ahead.
Maybe, if ever Brusko sets up. But again, the clear wave potential of Omega still there. They have the Claude, so Jome really needs to be careful here. The Lord marching in on the top lane. Inhibitor's gonna fall down. The base of Omega finally open.
All right. Lord here standing with about 3/4 of his health left. Now at half. Smart Omega dealing with, I guess, less than ideal wave clear. Luckily, they have really good team fighting, so they walk away with two intact.
But for me, the main problem for Omega is even if they make it to 18-minute, 20-minute mark, they still have to worry about Super Friends. The Lilia, one of the star heroes for me yesterday. We've seen
Oh, talk about tomorrow later. We gotta live in the now. They're dealing with another wave. Fnatic Onic might actually get the push. Ryota down to 2/4 of his health. He does have the revitalized forces is out of him. Wow, that's a win for Fnatic Onic.
Win for Fnatic Onic, and you can actually see that King Kong's damage so far is just too much. But
Ch4knu misses the jump, gets punished hard. Dropping the Glorious Pathway, protecting his roamer. Ryota, full-on defensive maneuvers. And now Fnatic Onic going for the jugular. Taking down another inhibitor. Only mid-lane stands.
Oh no, not a good sign for Omega. But King Kong Wiggy shadow kill onto King Kong!
Andoryu fails to find the assassination. Keeps one more shadow way off. Treat it as a gift from Destiny. Belated happy birthday, Andrew.
And Brusko with the save as well. Motivational roar and sharing the damage of the Wiggy shadow kill. Again, Super Family staying intact. Woo! And in 10 seconds, I think it's Fnatic Onic's game, especially if they secure this Lord.
More likely. Going to my AI, I'd give a 15% win rate left to Omega. And there's the Glorious Pathway by Ryota, stunning Kirk.
Oh
Shot
no.
from the front line, bouncing ball already spent. Gotta get his immortality popped here. Kirk coming in with the Infernal Pursuit. Andoryu just can only watch. Fnatic Onic PH pushes back Smart Omega.
Kirk popped his vengeance though. It's maybe an opportunity for Omega. Again, Andoryu still has his ultimate.
Oh, looking for the rope-a-dope. Gets a shadow kill in. Kirk still alive. Sharing the damage, sharing the damage. King Kong scores the Lord. Oh, and now is this a fight? Andoryu gets taken down. They found the shadow. And that's a free pickoff for the Super Fam.
No trade for Omega. Now they have to deal with a level 2 Lord. Gonna march in the top lane here. Omega, they have to rely on to Ch4knu or Ryota to have a beautiful setup. But so far, KyleTzy, unbothered, not even popping his Purify, even Super Friends.
They gotta rely on both of them, man. And it hurts. It hurts to see that even Andorio's not here yet. Luckily, he will be in come the Lord time. Zaman4 spent in here, looking for a potential punish inside the base. All the battle spells online for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Now they might go for the GG push, looking for the angle.
Brusko!
Here comes Brusko! The flick of Minnow and Fury! Another one! Zaman4's dropped in. Lord, just in time. Blazing to win by Big J. Looking to fix what happened in game 1. Looking to go to game 3. Down goes Jome. Super Rinse finds it. They jump into the back line. The Lord, the minions walking in. Down goes Kirk. Looking for the base. Looking for the base. And they find the sweep. Fnatic Onic Philippines continue the streak.
After 5 series, Fnatic Onic demolished everyone in their way. Wonderful performance from the former teammate of Captain Ch4knu. KyleTzy, unfazed, unbothered, unbeaten. Alongside his super family, Fnatic Onic picks up a win.
This actually goes way deeper than just the players. Even Coach Tony was once a member of the barangay, and here his superior communications, constantly checking in on his players, making sure that they are on top of their game, paid back in dividends. Look at this. Oh, KyleTzy missed Ch4knu. For sure. Ryota, hey, Ryota. All right, it's a hug. It's a hug.
It's a hug. I was supposed to give him 2 stars, 3 stars.
No. Assault? No.
It's love. Brotherly love, of course, from former teammates. At the end of the day, we all share the same passion and love for MLBB. But of course, like in every other competition, only one victor will prevail. And this time, after numerous series.
5 to count.
5-0. Man, they even beat Undertaker because Undertaker's been beaten twice. Fnatic Onic still undefeated, but props again for Omega. If we can recall week number 1, week number 2, no one expected them to be this strong. Still on top, part of the top of the standings. Leading the barangay is, of course, the newly promoted Captain Ch4knu. And I think we should hear what the Super Family has to say. That's why Mara Aquino, alongside the victors, Fnatic Onic Philippines. Man, oh, it's also fitting that Mara's wearing yellow.
Coincidence?
I think not.
She just looks great in yellow, can I just say?
Yeah, super again.
Very vibrant.
Super Mara with the Super Family. I think you should take this away.
Congratulations! Now, let's give them a big round of applause. Naglalaban-laban kasi sila kanina kung sino ang ating may interview. Kaya ngayon, tumabi sa akin, Brusko. Ikaw naman. Okay, ikaw yung magic bunot. Undefeated, going so strong, win streak ngayong season 14. Gusto ko malaman, inside scoop naman tayo, ano nga ba yung sinasabi ni Coach? Ano yung nangyayari before the game starts? Yung mga prep niya sa inyo, mga pep talk, para naman ma-motivate kayo because it seems like it's working, not just with the draft, not just with the chemistry. Give us an inside scoop kasi sobrang positive nyo.
Sinasabi lang po ni Coach Tony na gawin lang namin po yung laro namin. Huwag kaming matakot gumawa ng play, tas maglaro kami as a team, tas kahit naluluwi kami sa early, lalaban kami hanggang dulo.
Kitang-kita naman, talagang hindi kayo natatakot sa play. Ano naman? Si KyleTzy. Ayun, nandiyan ka pala. KyleTzy, dun sa face-off natin, naka-face-off mo si Jome. Yung palag niya sa'yo, sabi niya, na-experience niyang maging captain si Ch4knu, pero hindi niya iniwan. Hindi ako nakakuha ng reply, syempre, kasi palag lang yun. Ngayon, ano masasabi mo sa sinabi ni Jome?
Iniwan ko naman si Ch4knu pero iniwanan ko siya ng MSC title.
That's a good one. Okay, ito naman para kay King Kong. King Kong, di ba pinag-uusapan natin paulit-ulit yung mga, sino nga ba yung mga top junglers ngayon? So, technically, nung tinatanong ko yung mga junglers, wala ka sa top 3. May one time nasa top 4 ka, pero kayo ang number 1 ngayon sa liga. So hindi ba dapat ikaw ang number 1 jungler ngayon sa MPL Philippines Season 14?
Kaya po siguro ganun yung mga naging ranking kasi ano po. Kasi lima po kaming parang lima po kaming gumagalaw palagi tapos laging teamwork lang yung focus namin kaya ganun po siguro.
Saan mo ipi-place yung sa sarili mo? Sa top 3, for example. Saan ka doon?
Top 3, top 3.
Top 3! Ngayon, you're about to face. Susunod na laban nyo, di ba? Ang APBren? Ay, RSG. Okay. So, susunod na laban sa RSG. Now, anong masasabi mo ngayon sa next team na kakalabanin nyo, RSG Philippines?
Kay Rad, good luck lang.
Good luck. Okay, now, we're about to announce our MVP. Can you guys guess who it is? Let's take a look at the screen. Alam na. Congratulations, Super Friends! Kanina nga sabi niya, gusto daw niyang ma-interview. Ngayon, hawak mo na ang mic. Ano ang masasabi mo sa mga super fans nyo? Ano pa dapat ang aasahan namin?
Masabi ko sa fans namin, patuloy lang silang suportahan kami. And yung expect nyo sa amin na hindi pa kami satisfied sa ranking namin ngayon.
You know what I love? Dati, pinapasa niya yung mic to someone else. Ngayon, kinukuha na niya ang mic. That's the confidence they get for being number 1 sa standings ngayon. And now, we're about to award the winner, ang ating super fan of the day, with 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Congratulations! One lucky fan gets 3,000 diamonds for every single series. What's your name?
Milky Balagasay po.
Milky! Nanginginig si Milky. Milky, sinong favorite player mo dito?
Simula nung nasa execration siya, naging Omega at ngayon nasa Onic. Walang iba kundi si Kelra.
Kelra! Okay, ngayon magharap kayo ni Kelra. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Kelra? Ito na yung pagkakataon mo.
Kelra, fan mo ko. Number 1 fan mo ko.
Kelra, ang dami mong fans. Anong gusto mo naman sabihin sa kanya?
Thank you sa suporta and sa sa malasama suporta. Ayun lang.
Milky, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Meron kang 3,000 diamonds. Now, you get to bow with the team. Congratulations. Once again, to Fnatic Onic, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Still undefeated. And you can see their confidence is going all the way up. Maganda ang ipinakita ng ating koponan. And now it's time to break it down for you. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
All right, we got a pretty good show there at the end. Very fun times here with the Super Fam. Onic Philippines with a 2-0 against Smart Omega.
2-0 and maintaining their high-impact lineup, high-impact win rates, undefeated and everything else. And, of course, Super Friends getting the MVP here. Absolutely amazing performance with this Lilia. And he's been very consistent, honestly, throughout their matches.
Honestly, consistency is something that is very key here for Super Friends. He doesn't need to be loud about it.
Yeah.
I barely hear this guy talk. But when he does go into the Land of Dawn, his skills do the talking for him. And I think that's very apparent. Obviously, when you have teammates like Kelra, you have teammates like, King Kong, it's very hard to stand out, but somehow, some way, he does find a way to do it.
Yeah, some way, somehow. And I think that's the case for all the roles here, of course. We pointed this out as we look at the MVP highlights here. And just overall, we talk about how the synergy has been built over the seasons, even with some of the changes here that Fnatic Onic has seen.
Yeah.
And you heard it from Super Friends, the MVP himself. He's like, we're not content with where we are in the standings right now. Even though they're number 1, they're 5-0, they're absolutely amazing performance up to this point, and they're still not content. And you heard, too, of course, what their coach says to them and how he keeps them in check. and keeps them focused on the games at hand here.
Yeah, and honestly, focus is somewhat hard to come by sometimes, right? Especially if you're up against very familiar opponents.
Yeah.
It's a very tense battlefield. And again, probably one of the specialties why MPL Philippines is such a competitive region overall. I would say that, you know what, we are focused and we are determined and we are not content with top 1. That is the
We are
Philippines
not.
way. 5-0, we're not happy with our standings. That's the way to answer it.
Maybe that's perfectionism at this point, you know, Rockhart. And I think that's how we have to see if they can maintain that. Like I said, if they can maintain that thing going forward, that streak that they have, the dominance that they've shown us so far.
And dominance, oh my goodness, is there any shortage of that here today? Right now, I don't think so. Right now, obviously, that Game 1 performance was through the roof. Game 2 was a little bit closer, but you know what? It's just as close as Fnatic Onic allowed it to be.
Yeah,
For the most part, I feel like the Lilia curveball there was just great control for the Zask, where a lot of teams have struggles dealing with it.
That was a big thing. Not only that, but I would say, obviously, and I already gave my thoughts of Game 1's draft from Smart Omega. This time around, it was better. Like, I would say their draft was obviously better here. And they showed that they could answer some of the pressure put on by King Kong. I mean, Andoryu with the Hayabusa, and they tried to set things up. There was even, you know, it was great to see Ch4knu even play the Kufra, but still, I think it's the same thing here. Fnatic Onic, whatever lineup that they brought to the table, whether it was Game 1, very dominant, Game 2 here, same thing. You know, eventually they still had a massive lead. They just play every role to a T, and they make it work. The execution in every role, every lane is there.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be flashy, doesn't need to be, you know, overwhelming.
Yep.
Just needs to be just right to get to the right amount of, you know, stats that you need. Even King Kong earlier was like, you know, he was playing back around the Lord area, wasn't really doing as much, and then goes in for the perfect timing. And again, it does show in the kills. It doesn't need to be like, you know, 20-0, right? It just needs to be the ones that you need, the objectives that you need at a specific time.
Yeah, so what that says is basically it's like a preview of the discipline that they have too.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a apparent thing is every time when you see these teams at the top, I know we talked about Titans that we're going to see play later. Fnatic Onic is on that trajectory as well. Like, they are at the top of the standings, and, you know, they show how aggressive they can be. Like Leo said on the desk, unmatched aggression. But then at the same time, they can be cool and disciplined too. And I think that's where you see this evolution and this growth from these players from Fnatic Onic.
Well, speaking of growth, I wonder how this guy actually grew these players, right? Because if you guys are not aware, we got a pretty. There you go. We got a familiar voice, Coach. Why not here from Fnatic Onic? Coach, what a game, man! I gotta say, out of all your games, obviously Smart Omega coming into the week was one of the, definitely looked like a team to beat. How do you guys deal with that? How do you prepare for that? Like, obviously Super Fam, right? The Super Fam overall is you treat it as a family, but how do you also make it a team?
I think basically it's just, you know, the word self-respect. First of all, respect within the team, and definitely respect with the opponents that we have, the teams that we go up against. I mean, Smart Omega was actually outstanding going into the end of last season. It was just that it was too late.
Yeah.
So we actually expected for them to, you know, pick up the pace this season. So it was more of us understanding that anyone, particularly Smart Omega, can definitely beat us. So it's just, you know, studying and helping each other out throughout the weeks.
Yeah, I love that. And Coach, why not? Your English is amazing, so we're happy to have you, of course. I love.
Makes the job easier.
I just got to throw it out there because, you know, as the English panel, this is a new edition, and we're happy that, you know, we actually get to have some guests on here as well. So thank you for joining us. My question, though, is going to be a little more iffy on this because I want to know what you think, Coach. Why not? Because for our viewers, our international viewers out there, Coach, why not? You used to work and coach with Smart Omega before in the past, and so I'm going to ask you right now in Season 14. What is what is maybe something you see that might be the weak point or the problem, the struggle that Smart Omega has specifically right now in this season?
To be honest, I'm not really seeing any problems with them. It's just that, as I did mention a couple of times whenever they do the interviews, it's just that it's really a very tight competition right now.
Yeah.
Any team can really win, even TNC, even Blacklist, even RSG. Everyone is just, you know, trying to find their groove, and I really think it's all about, you know, preparation and what heroes you use, what heroes you give
Yeah.
And let the players execute.
Yeah, speaking of heroes, by the way, great answer. Speaking of heroes, that was we were talking about the draft earlier. We saw that Lunox fan. I love that. And I was wondering, how deep is your knowledge of the team that you faced today? A rate of 1 to 10. How much did your previous experience as their coach, as their coaching staff, how did that, from 1 to 10, how did that impact that game?
Actually,
Rated.
none, actually.
One?
I mean,
Like 0, 1?
0, actually.
Why?
If we're talking about heroes, I just base it on what I see,
Yeah.
what they use, since, you know, the other tournament before MPL. Basically, personality-wise, their tendencies, probably that's where I kind of have a bit of an advantage with them. So, but you know, as for the heroes, yeah, the Lunox, I actually have to thank the Indonesians for that, because this week was probably the hardest week that we have.
Yeah.
We have had for preparation. So yeah, the Indos, yeah.
So that was the call, you know, and real quick, I think we have enough time for you to answer this. How do you maintain this level of discipline when you're 5-0?
Well, everyone knows that, you know, we have to have that certain amount of discipline, because no lead is safe, and just a game at a time. Everyone knows that.
No, very straightforward answer. One game at a time, and I
game at a
think
time.
it's effective, because right here, 5-0. But you know what, guys? You can be 5-0 too if you catch the big Clash of Legends every Monday with We Are Legends. Get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds just by liking and supporting the show. More details on WeTrend's official Facebook page. I'll be there later on. So.
10,000 diamonds, by the way.
Coming in on Monday.
Yeah, coming in on Monday.
Fun times.
So definitely check that out. Another great opportunity for teams out there and players out there, of course, to get to this point. So again, it was a great matchup that we got to see here. And again, we got some insights, of course, from Coach Why Not as well.
Yeah.
And we asked earlier what the audience
How you like this?
thought. Who would they vote for? Look at this. Look at the prediction here.
Right. That's what I was going to say. I think when I saw that, you know, you're going to like this. What can you say about this? What do you think is the perception of the community on you? Like, how does that impact your play?
I mean, it's fine with me. I mean, as I did mention to my players, that's why they keep on saying, you know, play as a team, not focus too much on individuals, because they will recognize us if we, you know, continue to show them that we work as a team, because we're doing that will result in wins.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
so it's kind of background noise,
fine, yeah.
almost at that point.
I mean, it's normal. You choose your side. I mean, even if I was a fan, I'd probably choose Omega as well.
Yeah,
I used to work for them.
You've been there.
Sorry, Coach,
right?
I chose Omega.
Yeah,
It's fine. It's fine.
we did. We chose Omega. I have evidence with Luis.
Because really, to be honest, I'm still pretty much a big fan of Ch4knu.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
He's an iconic player, you know, of the league and one of the legends, of course, here. And I think you see the impact he has. Like, even if he just locks in Kufra, people go crazy over it, you know. And so it's great to see what you guys have accomplished here through everything else. So you're 5-0. You're definitely on the momentum, and we're glad you could join us and share some insights with us.
Thank you for having me.
It's rare, man. 5-0, I guess, you know, history remembers the winners, right? So thank you so much, Coach. Why not? You got Naizu here. I'm Rockhard. We're going to go on the quick break. When we come back, we got match number 2. So stay tuned. This is MPL Philippines, Season 14.
1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML.
Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
Ng MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging Pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito, yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung ano, tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Ready J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin. Tsaka kung ba't si Ready J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na na MLBB skin na nilabas nila kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime eh. Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. At syempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
pinakauna kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. At syempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Ngayon ang ating battle trips! Alright, introduce yourselves.
Yan. I'm Jose Miguel Bacuetas, a third-year civil engineering student at Batangas State University and also the internal head from Muntan Student Leader.
Nice, Batangas!
And I'm Neil Ivan Casao, or they call me CH Ivan, the community moderator of MLBB PH Batangas.
Nakakatuwa kasi sobrang energetic ng ating battle trips people na bakit nga ba kayo nag-join ng battle trips?
Yan. So, I joined Battle Trips because hindi lang ako yung may kagustuhan nito, kundi lahat ng mga Batanggenyong players natin na nasa likod natin. Nandito ako para samahan sila na makita pa yung mga nangyayari inside and outside the camera natin dito sa MPL Arena.
And I joined Battle Trips kasi this is a time para ma-meet ko rin yung mga members ko po sa community ng Batangas.
O, kwento nyo naman sa ating mga manonood, kamusta ang MPL experience nyo?
Yan, medyo yung iba dito nakikita ko na kinikilig pa sila kasi nakikita nila yung mga yung mga idol nila mula pagkabata pa. Yan, pag-usbong pa lang ng ML. And at the same time nakita ko na nagkakaroon sila ng knowledge and natutuwa ako na natututo sila behind doon dito sa ating MPL Arena.
Yan, yung experience namin sa Battle Trip, hindi lang siya nag-start dito sa arena. Kumbaga, habang nasa biyahe, we have a series of activities kung saan nananalo sila ng diamonds and other giveaways.
Oy, nananalo ng diamonds, sumali na rin kayo sa ating battle trip. So, ngayon, did it change or lumawak ba yung perspective nyo sa esports? Ngayon ba, gusto nyo na magtrabaho sa esports?
Ayan, for me, yes. Gusto ko na magtrabaho sa esports kasi as more on managerial position or the managerial position.
Maging boss ko,
Yan, kasi dun sa collegiate, exposed na ako sa mga collegiate tournaments and nakikita ko kung gaano kaganda yung future ng mga players natin, especially yung mga bata pa lang na umuusbong sa ML. So I want to become their manager, to manage them, to get their dreams at makuha yung gusto nila in the future.
Love it!
Yan, just like Migs, I have experience rin sa mga tournaments. So, kung magiging part ako ng MPL, I would be on the production team.
Ay, production! Ano
Yes.
part? Director, producer, what?
More on the technical side na lang po.
Okay. Maybe we'll get to work someday. So, paano nga ba mag-join ng battle trips para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood na nakikita kayo? It's like, I wanna join that.
Ayun, so unang-una, pa-follow nyo lang ang Muntan Student Leader, the Community Heroes, and also the MPL Philippines. Doon kami nagpo-post ng area. Kasi every week, for the knowledge ng ating mga viewers, every week we have different provinces na pinapadala. And for next week, meron tayong Laguna. For next week, meron tayong Pampanga. Nandyan din yung mga Tarlacs. So just antabayanan lang yung post ng MPL, the Muntan Student Leader, and the Community Heroes to para makita nila yung link ng fill outan nila and just insert the information na kailangan namin from the pag student leader ka, kailangan lang ng ID as a student, and also kung nasa Community Heroes ka, kailangan lang ng valid ID na from that place ka nakatira.
Invite everybody to join us.
Yan, join us sa Battle Trip sa MPL and baka isa po tayo sa esports community in
We're
the
having so much fun here in MPL Arena, and up next, we're gonna have a great fight. So stay tuned only here on MPL Philippines Season 14. Are you guys having fun?
Yay!
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more with Smart Power All-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon. na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay na dito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow!
Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas.
Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated.
We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control.
Pakita ko na jab like pow. East to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back for week number 3, day number 2 for MPL Philippines Season 14. Once again, we are at the English desk. My name is Inga, and together with me is Leo. And Leo, so far, we've witnessed a very fast first series between Fnatic, Onic, and Smart Omega.
A sweep by the Super Fam, resulting in both matches going just 15 minutes, leaving Smart Omega still winless after their bout against Aurora. This makes me wonder how far Fnatic Onic PH can go.
5-0 currently so far. I feel like they still have a lot in their tank, but one of the highlights of that match wasn't actually in the game, but the statement of KyleTzy saying that although KyleTzy left Ch4knu, he left Ch4knu with an MSC title compared to Jome.
Hey, we can't just say that that's all Jome can give the Mamba, all right? Because Big J has definitely a lot of potential, and this is just week 3, so let's not worry about what else either gold laner can give, and let's see what the league is looking like right now.
And what it looks like, it's still Fnatic Onic on top with 5 points currently, 5-0, still undefeated, followed by, of course, one of the Titans, Falcons, APBren, Aurora, MLBB, newly formed super team, of course, the Barangays, Smart, Omega, and for the bottom 4, we have TLPH, RSG Philippines, and Blacklist International, which is the next matchup for today, and of course, TNC Pro Team, who has yet to win a series.
Or a game.
Or a game. Oh, yeah.
Blacks International has 1 game. So, with that said, I think it's interesting and essential for us to mention what the format is like right now. A point per series win, but the games matter when it comes down to tiebreaker. So that's why I'm mentioning how Blacklist has won, TNC has won. But yeah, that aside, I don't think it should matter just yet.
So basically, as we progress throughout the week, don't think about the game win-loss it's all going to boil down when we reach week 8 approaching the playoffs, because again, we have yet to see how the playoffs will look like, how the brackets will look like. But one thing for sure is Fnatic, Onic, and Falcons APBren still looking good so far at the top of the standings. But right now, it's going to be RSG Philippines versus Blacklist International. And we all know that if you're feeling bored with the usual ranked matches, spice things up with Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 6.
Imagine that. It's time to step up and get your game on and face off against the best. Sign-ups are open for all qualifiers. Just head on to esl.gg/SPSMLBB. So, you know how every year there's a couple of Snapdragon Pro Series?
A couple?
A couple, yeah. This season, specifically, we want you to join. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
Who
Maybe
knows?
you're the next big thing.
Who knows? You might have to prepare your passport, get ready to compete overseas.
Oh.
That's what this could bring. This is the future for you.
Yeah, and compete, of course, against the best of the best. We just witnessed Season 5 of Snapdragon Pro Series. But now, of course, we will be witnessing RSG Philippines again going up against Blacklist International. One of the highlights, of course, is the jungle matchup. I mean, excited because it's MP versus Irad. So I think we will let the panel just introduce what's going to happen for the next series. Panel, take it away.
That's right. We are live in the live here in the Infinix Game Lounge.
Game Lounge.
Is that sounds like a ring, right?
Is that the correct translation for Tambayan?
Yeah, that sounds like it, right? So we'll wait and see though. For the meantime, we do have something very, very special for you guys. I know you guys are very excited. You know, MPL Philippines, usually you get the best of the best here.
Yeah.
And you know what we said?
We heard Coach Why Not mention it.
Yeah.
He's like, this season is so competitive, and you actually don't know what team's going to be at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and if you want a team that's at the top of the standings in their own league, who else, right?
Who else?
Do you guys know the team, you know, just casually just mentioning the MSC champions? We have a big interview here with Coach Arcadia himself from SRG. Red Giants, everyone cheered for this guy. They were undefeated in their own league. And guys, we have an opportunity to talk to him. So I don't know if you guys have any questions for him. We know we do. So we're bringing you Coach Arcadia right here.
For us to talk to Coach Arcadia together with our English Infinix Game Tambayan. You have Naisu and Rockhart there. Coach Arcadia, vibe check lang tayo. Can you hear us loud and clear?
Yes, very
All
loud.
right.
Hey.
Coach Arcadia, how has it been playing for Malaysia? Kamusta ang buhay-buhay mula nung nanalo kayo ng MSC Championship kasama ang SRG?
Of course, sobrang saya, and we've been receiving a lot of love from the community. So we're really thankful for all of this love na kahit na imports kami, sobrang dami pa rin naming na-receive na support. So very thankful kami dito. But when it comes to the MSC, siguro at the moment, di na namin siya masyadong iniisip kasi dating na MPL namin eh. So we don't want to be stuck in the past. And we want to focus on the present sa NPL namin, and then so we can secure the future and maybe go to M6.
We love the mindset coming in from Coach Arcadia. It's so nice to have you here. And we also have the English panel, aka the English Infinix Gaming Lounge? I don't know. Guess that's how it's gonna be called, right?
Nice.
But yes, Naisu and Rockhart. I assume you guys have questions for Coach Arcadia now.
Yeah, you know what? We're super curious. You mentioned it. Kamusta ang preparation naman ng team mo for MPL MY Season 14? How's it looking for the boys?
So far, all of our preparations, good naman. Maganda yung resulta na nakuha namin despite coming from a rest. So we're really prepared going to our Season 14, and actually next week na siya. So I hope you guys can support us as well. And we're excited. We're excited to show what we can show in this season, and marami pa kaming barahan na gusto ipakita.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I know we're excited. I know a lot of people are excited, of course, to go ahead and watch you guys after everything you accomplished just recently. And, you know, I think that leads us into throwing it back over. I feel like I'm throwing it back over the wall here to the Philippine language there to ask a question about exactly the matchup we have here at hand.
Okay, I feel like he has a question for you,
May
Coach
question
Art.
ako kasi
Yeah.
again, ang laban na masusaksihan natin is Blacklist International versus RSG.
Ito, gusto ko lang malaman, Coach Arcadia, ang definition para sa'yo ng team chemistry.
Team chemistry. Para sa akin, itong team chemistry, yan siya. Malaking word. It's very broad. Pero siguro, kung i-describe ko siya in a simple way, I would say that team chemistry, it's the ability to connect from yung each individual players to each one another, not just inside of the game, but also outside of the game. Like, because, kasi dun mo mako-connect eh. Pag hindi kayo connected, even outside, maapektuhan yung sa inside nyo, like yung skills management and how you guys, what's your team dynamic. So, I think that's a simple way to describe the team chemistry.
Love it. You love to see it, especially with Coach Arcadia. Talagang finorm niya yung kanyang lineup para sa darating na MPL Malaysia season and even ways before, right? Midnight. Sorry bato muna natin kay Rakart. RH, or should I say Naisu? Naisu, you haven't asked your question yet, right?
Yeah, so this is for, again, Coach Arcadia, I've had the pleasure to talk to you in the past. One thing that sticks out is your expertise working with teams around the world, and now you've accomplished great things. Focusing once again at Blacklist International RSG, we know there's some struggle happening right now at this point, week 3. So from your standpoint as the coach that you are, what can either of these teams, Blacklist International or RSG, if you want to talk about one or both, what can they do or focus on to produce better results heading further into the regular season here?
Okay. Since we've discussed team chemistry, siguro pag-usapan na lang natin yung Blacklist. Because maraming tanong regarding sa lineup ng Blacklist. Ano ba yung naging problema after rebuilding the team? So a lot of teams or a lot of people are saying na it could be a lack of chemistry. So let's look at the lineup of Blacklist. Para sa akin, yung Blacklist, para sa akin, yung mga players nila talented. And at the same time, I feel like as a team, as a 10-man roster, they have the players that they can mix and match to produce a good team. Okay? And now, doon na papasok yung chemistry, like what I said, chemistry is a big word. Now, as a coaching staff and also the side of management, now, doon na papasok yung puzzle na paano ko hahanapin yung correct na 5-man. Kasi doon yung kailangan mo hanapin yung dynamics eh. Sa totoo lang, meron silang championship, meron silang players na already been champions like Haji, Oheb, and also MP The King have been champions in MPL Cambodia. So I'm pretty sure there could be a right mix with this lineup. It's just, that's the beauty in finding the lineup. It can really be challenging, but at the end of the day, may mahanap ka ring magandang timpla.
Alright, Arcadia, ako, may tanong ako. Alright, meron lang ako special request. Pakisuot muna yung mga neck pillow natin dyan. Pakisuot muna yung mga neck pillow.
I-brief
lang kita, Coach.
Neck pillow time.
I have a very important question to Coach Arcadia. Knowing importante sa'yo yung team chemistry, all the things that you mentioned before, especially in this coming matchup, do you think Blacklist International or RSG Philippines lack team chemistry? And if may isang team na masasabi mo na mas kulang yung team chemistry sa kanilang dalawa, who do you think will win this matchup between the two?
Oh, I think this one, I think it will still be RSG because the thing is, Blacklist is kinda struggling right now, di ba? So, hanggang hindi pa nahanap ng Blacklist yung tamang timpla nila dun sa 10-man roster nila, tingin ko, medyo mahirapan sila. And si RSG, alam naman natin, nag-stick sila sa roster nila eh. And, kunwari, sila Kusey, sila Irad, umalis man sila sa team nila, pero dating players natin. So, yung chemistry, yung dynamics, alam na nila, kilala na nila isa't isa. So, nasa challenging point kasi si Blacklist right now. So, it might be hard for them to fight against RSG. Yes.
Right. I love the idea there na parang hinahanap pa nila yung tamang timpla just because they have the 10-man roster. Compared to RSG na whether umalis sila, bumalik sila, it's still the same players. Pero for you guys, especially the ones na nandyan sa English desk of the Infinix Game Tambayan, who do you think is gonna be winning this one? Is it Blacklist International or RSG Philippines? Both of them, Naisu and Rockhart, saying, all right, Naisu, Rockhart, Coach Arcadia, sorry, you're probably not safe with this. Right? Naisu, who do you want to go for with this matchup?
Why me? Why not Rockhart?
You know what? Fine.
Yeah.
Rockhart, go ahead.
Honestly, it's been a while. It took a while, right? Week 3. I
Yeah.
think it's about time the Blacklist shows us what they actually are made of. Kasi by week 5, week 4, it might be too late by then.
It's a little dicey at that
It's going to be a
point,
little
yeah.
dicey, right? So I feel like Blacklist should... I hope ito na yun. So,
all right. So Blacklist for Rockhart, Naisu.
I'll go with RSG. You know, and I know for a lot of the times, like I've been supporting RSG, and they're obviously in a growth phase, and that I think that's also what Coach Arcadia is talking about for Blacklist International. But I think RSG has found a little bit more of their footing, I would say, with the lineup.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, at least for this matchup against Blacklist International, I give it to RSG for this one.
Okay. So this leaves you, Coach Arcadia. Who do you want to go for here? Add a little bit there.
Gusto ko the expert kasi to si Coach Arcadia.
Yeah.
Coach, gusto ko team tsaka score.
Ay,
High score.
Tawa tuloy si Coach.
2-1 RSG. Kasi itong Blacklist, may mga palaban na players talaga. Siguro, kasi si MP, medyo very competitive yan na player. So, hindi yan basta-basta magpapatalo. And alam ko, ganun rin ata si OM. Hindi ko masyado nakakausap pa personally si OM before. Pero si MP kasi, alam ko yung personality niyan. Competitive niyan. Ayaw niya talaga magpatalo. So, yeah.
I love to see it. Fighting spirit ang posible nating makita from Blacklist International. But it is RSG that he is somewhat expecting because of the chemistry that they have already built. Coach Arcadia, thank you so much for giving us your time.
So much,
and we
guys.
wish you the best of luck para sa darating na MPL Malaysia season. And to Naisu and Rockhart over there, we miss you guys. I know that you are miles away.
Miles.
And I hope that you're doing okay there. All right, we'll see you very, very soon. And thank you so much once again, Coach Arc. Any final message, of course, to everybody who's been supporting you and sa lahat ng susuporta pa lang sa'yo para sa darating na MPL Malaysia season?
Okay, just want to thank also sa lahat ng nanonood dyan sa MPLPH. I know we're currently imports here in MPLMY, but nakakatanggap pa rin kami ng mga messages and supports from all of our Filipino fans. So we're really thankful for that. And we really appreciate that support. And I hope na magkita-kita ulit lahat tayo sa M6. I hope we make it again and we make a good World Championship on December. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, there we finally have it. Coach Arcadia again, thank you so much. This has been it for the Game Tambayan featuring Coach Arcadia, Naisu and Rockhart. Coach Arcadia, we'll see you very soon. Paalam.
Paalam.
That was a fun segment,
That was
wasn't
cool.
it? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to do that, and hopefully we get to have more of that in the future. It's always interesting trying to make the two languages like cooperate with each other and
It's
work.
hard,
So,
but
hey,
yeah.
W prod.
For sure. You know what? We're very excited about the upcoming matchup. That was a very fun interview. Hoping for more, maybe another person here, maybe, you never know.
You never know.
But right now, obviously, the focus is on this matchup. It is Blacklist International versus RSG Philippines. I'm excited to see who's playing today. I know you are. So let's go right into the team intros.
To get this match started, let's welcome our marshals. Currently on stage, it's Chico, Wilbert, and celebrating their birthday, Pat, and happy graduation, JJ, your marshals for this matchup. First up on stage, the soldiers may change, but the mission stays the same. Here to break the code, MP the King, exhort Haji, Lord JM, and the Filipino sniper, Oheb. This is Blacklist International. And their opponents coming back strong after last night's uphill bout. It's time to rise and slay! Raiders, make noise for Light, Irad, Aqua, Kusey, and Nibor! This is RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Blacklist International's own Coach Bonchan, and RSG Philippines, Coach Panda.
It's time for the face-off. MP the King, Kusey, come forward. Step closer together. MP the King, ano ang palag mo kay Kusey?
Mas marami kaming talo ngayon.
Kusey, ano ang palag mo kay MP the King?
Wala po eh. Good luck na.
Fist bump, palag kung palag. Former teammates abroad, now on opposite sides to fight for redemption. Let's enter the Lana Dawn. Panel, pasok.
There you go, straight from the horse's mouth. I don't think I can get any more eloquent than that. This is Blacklist International, who are very aware of their current situation right now in the league.
Yeah, and with this, you see they're going to be playing with Lord JM in the XP lane this time around, and I really have to agree with what Coach Arcadia had to say about Blacklist International. You know, they've got great talent here, but it feels like they're just trying to put things together still, and they haven't really found that magic lineup.
Yes, try to stitch it out. At the other end, though, it is going to be an RSG who, despite being in a pretty good spot, you know, synergy-wise, chemistry-wise, it does feel like they are just on their way back up right now, right?
Yeah. Like they're trying to, in a sense, like trying to raid back up on the top of the standings because they're struggling. I mean, I don't think people came into Season 14 thinking about maybe Blacklist International RSG being where they are in current standings. Again, this is only week 3. It's okay. But this is a crucial point for Blacklist International to get a point. They're sitting on 0 points, and it's tough, right, when you really look at what's kind of across from them and ahead of them, because even when you look at the stats here, the team head-to-head, you know, both the teams have gone through struggles up to this point, but right now RSG feeling a little bit better, I would say, with the lineup that they've brought to us as we look to the keys to victory.
That's why I was saying earlier in the interview, man, it's now or never.
That's true.
For them. But Neighbor is on the other side, but in Infinix Keys to Victory thinks otherwise. Aid Haji in initiating and or counter initiating, because we still don't know like what kind of heroes, what kind of playstyle Haji is going to opt for today.
Yeah, and I think next up too for RSG, this is a great point because continue introducing yourself, Nibor, and when he plays the Edith, I would say that is a time that he shines. He's also shined in the Phoveus. He had one of the more noticeable plays on Phoveus, diving in between turrets, tanky enough. So I think that's the thing. Keep showing yourself here and showing what you can do. And like looking at the last one for both, be the glue that puts your teams together.
Yeah,
because
man.
That's the thing here. I mean, just like I said, we talked about with Coach Arcadia, these two teams, no matter where they are in the standings, that's the theme here. It's just one is doing it quicker than the other. It's like they got a couple more pieces put together in their puzzle. The glue is there, but is it going to drive faster than the other? I think that's the question.
Yeah, keeping up the pace. And again, for Nibber, I guess he's still in the process of like trying to, step into Nat's quite, I think, size 9 or size 10 shoes.
Yeah.
He's a tall guy.
He's a tall guy. He is. He growth spurted like At one point, I think when I first met Naps, he was probably like, I don't know, 5'8".
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's like as tall as me before
Exactly.
he left.
So it's really crazy, you know, literally and metaphorically. Right now, obviously, it's looking better for them. At least even with losses, they do look like there is a team that, you know, is aiming for the win and does feel like competitive compared to, you know, who they're matching up with.
Yeah, and it's I feel like not just with Nimbor, but like as a whole, RSG is trying to fill like a metaphorical shoe.
Yes.
Like, because again, even Light, like I love Light as a roamer. He's an amazing player, but I can even see where Light right now with this lineup with RSG seems to struggle a bit. Like he's not able to do exactly the same things as he was before in the past.
Yeah.
You know, when we did have like Demon Kite over there, of course, you know, Light working with him and Aqua's still there too. So I think it's just RSG again, on an individual scale, their power levels are there. It's just like, how do we get this synergy down? And I think that's why the discussion, especially from the Filipino side, was how do you get the chemistry going? Like, how do you take this? Because chemistry is a broad term, and we always talk about chemistry and synergy. So I think, you know, obviously it starts in the draft here, and that's what we have to see.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any, like, exothermic reactions or anything like that here coming into this one, because honestly, that's what's been that's the thing I've been missing here for RSG. You know, that X factor that you kind of look for when you're looking for Nats making something happen on the map when you least expect it to. And for Demon Kite, that explosiveness that you actually do miss from the guy who is actually being brought to him by Aurora on the other side of the field. But right now, right here on the board is going to be the draft for these two teams. Coach Fan and Coach Bon Chan, definitely these guys. If you've ever seen any big meta shifts in the Philippines, it somehow involves one of these two, right? When their teams come out, they really use these new heroes well, and I really wonder if they're going to be able to utilize some of the newer picks here as well.
I think we see them possibly still go with the Phoveus here. Probably Phoveus being available, Edith too. It's one of those two picks at least. I think that's where you also see just a lot of value come through with the first phase, you know. The fact that Blacklist International also picked up the Ling and just put it in the hands of MP the King, like, you know, you heard them say it too. Like, even Coach Arcadia is like, I know MP the King. I've worked with him. I know his attitude.
This guy's fierce.
Like, Ling is that hero. Like,
exactly.
If you're confident, you pick the Ling up. And so, but this time around, like I said, MP the King, even as confident as he has been, he's a former champion, different region. He's still going to make it proof here. You know, he's still going to make something happen here. And you can see this. RSG will take up that Phoveus.
Love it.
And top it up with his Zask as well.
Again, that's a great hero to use to just chase down the Ling. No matter where the Ling goes, you know what? The Phoveus can follow.
Yep.
And it's actually a great way to just keep him in check. Not necessarily burst him out or kill him, but just to make sure that you can always have a chase. And again, usually you want to lock down the Ling, but that's not something that Coach Panda seems to be bothered with just about now. What's this? Kill participation.
Kill participation.
Ranking among all junglers.
Okay.
MP the King is 86% kill participation.
He likes to fight. He likes to join the fights.
I mean, he might be the team might be bottom of the standings right now, but this guy wants to fight. He's on top. He's way higher. His stats are way higher than KyleTzy as well.
I would say anytime we see like stats like that, it's like, all right, how do we break that down a little bit, given how this situation is? Because right now, the fact that they don't have 80 points, Blacklist has gone through a struggle.
Yeah.
The fact that MP the King has the highest kill participation, though, shows that, yes, he likes to join the fights. He's not one of those junglers that will just kind of focus on objectives, farm off, you know. So he wants to fight, and I think with that being said, Blacklist wants to play around that. And so every time they come to the draft, you know, that's kind of one thing that they keep in mind. And I think that those two picks completely complement their jungler and the way the mindset is. So you have a Ruby, you have
100%.
Vexana. You don't know if the Ruby's actually going to be played, let's say, into the gold lane like we saw earlier today in the first series. That's definitely a good flexible pick. But even the Vexana really helps with this because you also have an extra kind of front body to deal possibly with a Dominator's Descent from the Zask, and now Jawhead gets picked up to round out this first phase.
I actually completely agree because the last Ruby I remember from Blacklist International was in the hands of Oheb as well. So I think we are in for a possible Ruby gold lane here again. And on the other side, I feel like they do have also great ways of dealing with the Ruby. I feel like Jawhead is something that you cannot really approach willy-nilly, no matter how much lifesteal you have. If you get thrown to 4 people, you're probably most likely going to go down. And behind the tower.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and at that point too, it's leaving the question of what is RSG going to take in the gold lane.
For real.
You can see that. Oh, that's right. That's UE Zenith, by the
Yeah,
way. So for our international viewers, you see on the screen, this is the University of East. Zenith.
They're collegiate pro team. Yeah.
So, you know, for some people around there, it's funny because college level esports is a thing in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
And like obviously here in the Philippines, it's still developing. So UAAP was our first like, what did I say, official? I know there was collegiate esports before.
Yeah, but you know, it's unofficial. But this is like literally a legit campus esports.
Campus
it's like
esports.
the universities themselves.
Yeah.
Literally signed up and you said, you know what, we're going to put esports on the map here for our students to enjoy. And I wish I was a student again, because now it's a real thing.
I was going to say, where was that when we were in college? You know, I know rock hard, but even for me, like as a former educator myself, I would have loved to be a part of this, and I'm happy to see that opportunity given to the college students out there. So,
amazing.
You know, now once again, it's second phase. Here are the picks. On the flip side, we have this carry being picked up.
All right.
Interestingly enough, carry's obviously meant to go ahead and shred, you know, these tankier heroes over here. So Blacklist International, I'm still wondering if this is that gold lane Ruby, then what are those tanky heroes that now they want to build up? Because the Tigreal, the Hylos are gone out of the picture. Of course, Chip's going to be banned out too. So what are we thinking here? Do they have the Grok? They have Grok. They have Tigreal that they could still take.
They need solid frontliners. Again, heroes that might be willing to be used by by Haji. I'm thinking maybe the Cho. We do have the Datan. Oh, great Oheb hero. What is it going to be? Something? What's a good roam pick here, though?
Roam pick. There's a lot on the table, but yeah, Haji's the thing, and you know, leaving it up to it. There's
they
Grok.
still got Grok.
Yeah, like I was mentioning, the Grok, the Tig. Grok seems to be the play, and the only thing is with this is like, there's a ton of magic damage available here for you. And obviously scaling-wise too, you know, the Nathan late game, Natan is going to be able to pop off. But you're relying a lot on that physical damage for the Ling. You can hear, I don't know if you can hear them through the stream, but they're cheering for the Lancelot.
Everyone's cheering for the Lancelot, man. And there it is.
There it is.
Right on cue. We're looking for it. Erad, he used this, by the way, this previous game to pretty good success, I would say. But it wasn't
still a toss-up in a way.
Yes, it's still a toss-up. That's the thing. So I wonder if this is going to be what RSG is looking for here. Maybe just put Erad on Lancelot every game and maybe get some wins. I don't know, man. But right, what's one thing's for sure, everyone's very excited about this. I can barely contain myself. And I know you guys are very excited to see this as well. He's probably the only Lancelot player right now in the league, and we're seeing it here. And I just wonder, how well is that going to mesh with this lineup?
How well? You guys can see the lineups here. Let us know who you think is going to end up taking game number 1 in this best of 3.
Let's throw it over Blacklist, International, RSG. Game number 1. Throw it over to our casters.
The mechanic, Erad, with his signature Lancelot, going head-to-head with the new king of Blacklist International. This is MP the King. Assassin versus Assassin. Hyped matchup. What are your thoughts, Leo?
It's an anime sword fight in the jungle here. I'm excited because, again, it was just about 2 years ago in the playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 11 where Erad stepped up to the young goat and said, my Lancelot has better mechanics than you.
Yeah,
he was just spewing the truth at the time. And it takes a lot of guts to do that. And now look at this, here and now. 2 years later, after he spent some time in Indonesia, back on home soil, people are still looking for the world-famous Lancelot.
Yeah, I actually remember Erad's journey. Even in MDL Season 1, when he was playing for RSG, he was actually one of the notable heroes with the Assassins, with the Lancelot. Even if the meta was the Fredrins, the Barats, he refused to play the utility jungle.
Even in a lineup that he shared with Demon Kite. Of the two, he would be the one that people preferred to play these assassins.
Yeah. And now, as we can see, MP the King also is one of those junglers who prioritizes or prefers the Assassins. If we can recall, this was one of the heroes MP used in one of the most recent international tournaments wherein they had a major upset up against one of the titans in the international scene.
Real quick, if you guys need a little bit of a translator, paraphrasing, the screen that's now currently faded on screen says, "Son, Daddy's gonna watch MPL. I'll be back. I just gotta watch MPL." Sweet.
At least there's reassurance that he'll be back.
Communication is key.
Communication is key. But as you can see, Saturday night, a lot of people are here watching. If you have the chance to drop by Green Sun Hotel, of course, you can go here. And you can also see the inaugural champs. You were there. You were the host of the UAAP.
Was I? Yes, I was. Once again, acknowledging the presence of UAAP Esports inaugural MLBB champions, UE Zenith Warriors. Real quick, I think Rockhart and Nice were trying to explain exactly what UAAP Esports was. The reason why it's such a big deal and why it's such a landmark in MLBB and esports history in the Philippines is because, yes, there have been multiple collegiate tournaments, collegiate programs that support esports, but here for the first time, it has been acknowledged by one of the major academic organizations that are actually governing these schools' athletics. It's not just sports. It's not just esports. It's all of these schools' athletics. That's what the UAAP is. And now finally, it's part of that long-running and prestigious tournament line of UAAP. Hence why we're welcoming UE Zenith Warriors with such warm embraces here in the arena.
That just means that esports is here to stay, MLBB is here to stay. And of course, it wouldn't all be possible without the support of the fans. And as you can see, a lot of people are here flexing their messages to our co-talents, players as well. Happy birthday to you, Boss Greg. Okay.
Boss Greg.
Special shout out to you.
Boss Greg, hopefully you're smiling now that you know that your friends are greeting you happy birthday. Wipe off the frown.
Yeah, you know what I appreciate with the fans? They actually know the proper brightness of the phone. So that the pictures that, see, we can all see the pictures that they're flexing. It takes skill, it takes a lot of experience, which makes me think that these fans are the ones that watched even previous seasons ago.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's not their first time in the arena since, well, we've been here in the Green Sun Hotel for about a month now, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are welcome to come over. If ever you're in town, just get your tickets online and head on down to Green Sun Hotel in lovely Makati City.
Yeah.
A lot of public transportation along the way. There's parking down the block. Is that Nibor?
I think so.
Kind of looks like a young wise with glasses. What is that?
Is it safe to assume that these are Nibor's parents?
Could be. I mean, this lovely lady to the left is wearing an old RSG jersey. Last season's jersey, just to be exact.
Yeah. So, very loyal fans here, as we can see. And of course, going back to the XP laner of RSG Philippines, we've been highlighting this guy because he's only 16 years old, but with the previous performance, especially yesterday, it's like he's a veteran. It's like he's been playing in MPL for since.
Oh. All right.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Y'all saw a little bit of a nice and rock hard, but you were saying it's like he's been playing for how long now?
For how I have no idea.
That long.
That long.
Not as long as Rockhart's been here, but
since season 1. Yeah.
That's Rockhart, but you know, I guess you were gonna say like since season 6, season 7, you know, like around the OHEBs.
OHEBs time, yeah.
OHEBs in maybe. But with that said, I think there's a lot that we can consider going into this matchup as we try to get things going on.
Yeah, that's why we have, we'll be heading to a very short break. Stay tuned, grab some snacks, and we'll see you in a very, very short while.
Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Ready J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Kilala niya.
Desk. Once again, my name is Ingan. Together with me is Leo. And the match right now that we're about to witness again is RSG Philippines going up against Blacklist International, who have yet to win one game, let alone one series.
I think Blacklist has one game on record across all their series, and then RSG has a series
win
and a game or two here and there. It's TNC who's struggling.
Yeah.
For sure. But with that said, again, the match at hand, the best of three between these two. I think the draft is set. It's just we need to make sure that our players have the best competitive experience possible. Because again, we can expect a lot of just intricate mechanics coming in from both junglers, right?
Yeah.
Irad and MP the Ling.
I like it. MP the Ling and Irad's Lancelot again will be going head-to-head. So we can expect a very exciting match once again from these two mechanically gifted junglers. And apart from that as well, we can also highlight the XP laners because this is the 5th or 4th iteration of Blacklist International. We've seen Dilar play 2 games, and now this is Lord JM's 2nd game for Blacklist.
And we have Oheb jumping in, having outplayed, sit out this one for now. Out. Compared to RSG, who has a relatively stable lineup despite the sudden departure of Nats at that, it seems like Nibor was just ready to step up to the plate.
Yeah, 16 years old, ready. When his name is called, he'll be there. He's ready. He shows up, and we've seen it a lot of times, even during previous international tournaments, especially with the Edith. Sorry. I got
Nibori just, you get it. So you were saying, the Edith.
Sorry. Because what I like about Nibor is he's not afraid to be the anchor of the team.
Oh, no, he's ready. He's just...
And one of the things that Coach Panda told us during the interview was that Nats left a lot of advice, a lot of lessons for Nibor, and I'm pretty sure Nibor picked it up because we've seen him whenever he has his heroes, especially the Edith, he's the one controlling the game. He's the one initiating. I remember there was a game he was 0-0-8, unkillable, all the setups with the Earth Shatters. But this time, I forgot what his pick was.
Here
Ruby!
today?
No.
No, it wasn't
That was
Ruby.
Blacklist.
Yeah.
They swerved from the Ruby Gold lane to the Ruby XP lane on the hands of Lord JM, but for RSG Philippines.
Yeah, we'll get a recap of the draft in just a bit. But basically,
I can see it from
long and short of it is, RSG, it doesn't feel like they lost out. I can honestly, with about 95% confidence, say that whatever lineup they have now, despite the entry of their new Cebuano pickup as a sub in the XP, I'd like to think they're going to get by.
Yeah.
Very fine,
They're
very
gonna
well.
get by. I like that.
I
like that. And apart from that, former teammates are also facing up. MP the King going up against Kusey. They've shared the championship back in MPL Cambodia Season 5. This is why I love sitting beside you.
That's what they say. That's what they say in Cambodia.
I can't expect...
That's the Kamai cheer. Like remember when Harada Miki and now Sinang goes, oh my mouth.
By the way, if you've been watching a lot of Leo's cast, whenever there's someone who growls or barks or... It's him. It's
You
not the
sound
in-game
defensive, Ingan. Be proud. Be proud of the sounds you make, man.
It's not me.
This is a privilege to have the microphone up on MPL Philippines. But wait.
Oh.
Is this true? Irad's all-time Lancelot stats? 6 times over the course. 50% win rate. Not bad. To
6
think-
times only?
To think a good chunk of those were up against the young goat.
Yeah. And also, he spent a lot of time in MDL. Like I think 3/4 of Season 1. He's been picking a lot of Lancelots.
So maybe more picks
than
there.
6. Yeah.
But that's global. That's global ban.
Not yet during Season 1.
No,
Not
it
yet,
wasn't?
not yet. Global ban started in MDL Season 3.
So they just allowed it. He just got his hands on the Lancelot plenty, huh?
It's honestly just Lancelot or Link for Irad.
Oh,
He
wow.
rarely plays the Fredder.
That's why he's called the mechanic.
The mechanic, the eradicator. Irad once again stepping up for RSG Philippines. They're gonna rely a lot on his mechanical skills, especially going up against a very mechanically inclined player, MP the King, who could have forget their wonderful run back in MSC. Odds against them, stack against them. Still, he was able to pull off an amazing upset win. He basically walked the talk.
He did.
He backed everything that he said, but this time, not yet looking good for Blacklist International. I get the chemistry, especially what Coach Arcadia said. Chemistry really is a big factor. Whether you're a skillful player
Essential.
or whether, yeah, it's really essential.
Yeah. Just in case you guys missed the whole Infinix game Tambayan call-in with Coach Arcadia, he mentioned how if you have good chemistry, everything you do in-game is just amplified. Your little calls, your little rotations, they add up to the point wherein if it's second nature for you to understand and wait for your opponents to react to what you do, you're already a step ahead.
Yeah, and I actually like to mention, I know this is a bit far because it concerns RSG, it concerns SRG rather from Malaysia, but just of the story, as Coach Arcadia says, chemistry is really important. But I think we're about to enter the land of dawn once again. Again, this is Blacklist International looking to get their first series win against the Raiders. MP the King with the Ling and Iran with the Lancelot.
Here we go. Again, the anime team fight just waiting to come to a head. I'm wondering what kind of emblems we're rocking here this time around. Iran with the Impure Rage.
Oh, he wants that burst.
Interesting. Oh, there you go. All right, confirmed now. Nibor is rocking the Phobius. And then his lane mate, Lord JM, got the XP lane Ruby. Not the usual Ruby.
Yeah.
In gold these days.
This time, it's the XP Ruby, as you mentioned. And apart from that, I've noticed that, for me, the hero of week number 3 is really Phobius.
Yeah.
Everyone's been picking up the Phobius, whether XP lane, mostly using the XP lane, can be flexed in the mid lane, but you can see how it really affects the game, especially in the hands of one of our highlighted players, Nibor. If Nibor gets his groove, I think this can easily be RSG's game.
Yeah, for sure. Because again, momentum-wise, RSG, despite losing last night, they put up a great match against the defending world champions. In the face of inevitable cheese, in the face of a Hanabi Lolita, they put up a good fight. So here now against Blacklist, who's still arguably struggling, finding what chemistry they could get on, what lineup works.
Yeah, this is the 5th iteration. 4th or 5th?
It's a 5th.
5th. Basically, every single series they play in, it's a different lineup.
Yeah, with a 10-man roster, that's something that Coach Bonchan and the coaching staff of Blacklist International can afford. So far,
they have 10.
2 minutes in, that's a maximum.
Yeah.
300 gold lead for Blacklist International as the Turtle spawns in the upper corner.
Oh.
Hodge just walks away. All right. Luckily, there's a wall, and then just not so far off is a turret. Definitely help with the Earthen Force.
Imagine that was a Grok, and the only damage coming in from Light was the smart missiles. You could really feel the buff added to the Jawhead.
Yeah, but just the same, it's physical damage. So
It's
Grok
physical.
is fine. Imagine if Jawhead was magic.
Oh, it's gonna burn down Haji.
Would have run through. We could have seen first blood.
Relatively slow game to what we expected, because there's a Ling and a Lancelot. But this just means that both teams are capable of contesting for this very first turtle. But as you mentioned, you've been mentioning that the thing that makes Jawhead works is that if it gets a snowball early on.
Oh, yeah.
If it's on the receiving end, it's not going to work. But this time, I think Light is very comfortable with Jawhead.
Light just has to walk up, trigger the smart missiles, and then whoever's up in front, whether it be a chunky boy or a softie, has to think twice. Ira jumps into the pit, pulls out the turtle. Nibor holding the pixel brush. Here we go, checks in.
Whoa.
And there's the ejector, Lord JM in trouble, knee deep in enemy territory. And the EG draws first blood on the Light. And a little bit more damage. Down goes MP. Nibor takes him down. 1-for-1 the trade. Lord JM down as well. Look at the mechanic behind enemy lines. Dashing through. Puncture here, puncture there. Haji down low. Exhort as well. You know what? I called it a win for RSG.
It's really a win. They got 2 for the price of 1. Who's going to fall? It was only Light who fell down for RSG Philippines.
That's a great trade.
What a great initiation. Again, the ejector coming in from Light, from Lord JM, plus the pickoff onto MP the King. That was Nibor who actually brought down MP, but look at the turtle.
Here we go, MP the King, ever the sharpest retribution. Michael and Dino, watch out for breakfast.
Well, to be fair, Ling has a longer sword. I think.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I think.
He goes on walls. Lancelot can't.
Yeah, Lancelot can do the Thorn Rose, but not Finch Boys. But right now, Blacklist still was able to find the trade. No casualties during that turtle fight. Blacklist secures the very first turtle. And going back to the statistics ever since yesterday, whoever gets the first turtle 12 out of 17 times wins the match.
That's why I think, you know, to the contrary of what the metagame has been for like the past 2 years, you can't just trade turtles anymore.
Yeah.
Wami was right. He mentioned last night that if you want to give out the first turtle or even the second, you have to get something in return. Nothing comes for free.
Yeah.
That's why I hope out of 17 times, they win is because that's a snowball off the back of that. So now, given how the earlier trades were into Blacklist side, they need to work on that too. Because again, you're still looking at RG, 200, 300 gold up.
Yeah, a correction. 12 out of 17 when it was, I believe, first series. I'm not quite sure what it is now. But so far, Blacklist on a good position. RG still has a small lead over Blacklist. And we can expect this to snowball if ever Light gets a good ejector pickup here coming in. And now this is why I hate playing against Zask.
Why?
The Nightmaric spawn really gives out the vision. Good for checking brushes especially. And at the same time, you don't feel the damage coming in from Aqua because it's not an instantaneous burst.
It's the OT.
Yeah, it's damage over time plus the slows. It's something that... Oh, wait. Irad, no.
You were saying?
Showing exhibition.
Irad knows you were saying something.
Yeah, that's why he stopped.
That's right.
I'm saying that it's not something you immediately notice, but when your life bar gets depleted, you'll know it's Aqua's fault. You'll know it's Zask's fault.
That's right. When you just look at the death replay, the numbers, I hit it. You guys who play on RG know exactly what we're talking about. Second turtle's up. Same spawning point. Upper quarter of the map. 6 minutes in. Nibor here, unafraid to try and pull the turtle out. Light holding the pixel brush. And now Irad putting a few beads on Lord JM. Amazing work again. The micro involved over the map, cross map, top to bottom. Yeah. RSG taking control here now. The turtle, 3/4 remaining. And there's a one Nightmaric spawn. And the EG drop. Turtle down to 1/10 of its health. Who's going to take it? Big shields and big damage up. And there's the Force Tempest of Blades. Looking for one dash and through, 4 blades through. Light goes down. Irad scores. MP the King down once more. Nibor gets a kill. Double kill for Exhort. And now the flicker spent. Can Irad find them? There's a Thorned Rose. They let go.
Luckily, Blacklist was able to evade, but Irad is still here. The Eradicator making sure not to let the agents go home. Nightmaric spawn is there. Is he going to go for it?
And there it is! Wow! The Phantom execution! Irad gets to the puncture on the way out. Lord JM falls.
Irad, the Lancelot God, the Eradicator. And as we look at the replay, 99.9% of players would actually just let it pass, let it go, but not Irad.
He ain't Elsa, he's Irad. He just won't let things go. That was calculated, that was cold. And it's not frozen quite yet, but amazing work. That puts RSG up by about 1,000 gold.
Right now, Blacklist really needs OHEB to be activated right away, especially when it comes to the very first Lord. Again, we know Nathan is a late game hero. Really dominant, same mechanics with the Moskov. But so far, OHEB 0-0-0, still in a good position, getting his farms, getting his items compared to Kusey. Still good, but if Irad continues to execute this amazing Lancelot plays, Blacklist is gonna have a hard time trying to extend this match to the late game.
Here's what's scary. Again, we were playing a lot of like short range, mid-range engagements in the early to mid game. But consider this, Ian, consider this.
What?
You have Light, you have Irad, and you have Nibor. All of these three heroes, Lancelot, Jawhead, and Phoveus, have a free go into the back line of Blacklist.
Yeah.
So you mentioned how OHEB needs to get farm up. Consider this, what if he has his farm? And what if Ari just gets to him first? Who's to protect him in the back line? Lord JM?
Yeah, we've actually been seeing that happen to MP the King. So far, not yet OHEB, because OHEB's not in skirmishes, but MP the King's having a hard time dealing with the unstoppable force, dealing with the infernal pursuit from Nibor. So far, MP the King's the one suffering, but later in the late game, I do agree it's going to be OHEB. It's going to be the Filipino sniper, the main target of the Raiders. But right now, the Lord has spawned. I believe no one got the third turtle because of what happened with Irad.
Yep.
This time, still, two teams are poised to contest for this first potential Lord.
And now for sure, Oheb can't dodge the bullet. He cannot be an absentee gold laner.
Yeah.
It's closer to his lane now unless he decides to switch it up, avoid all sorts of conflict. But here it looks like RSG are trying to pull out a quick one, draw the Lord's ire, and maybe even force Blacklist to respond. Look at the bush control. Look at that river bush, pixel brush, the one near the rock Ursa.
Everything. They love brushes.
It all belongs to the Raiders.
Yes. High ground control for RSG. MP the King resulting instead for the split pushes onto the top lane. And now 5 members of the Raiders are here. MP can still follow up with this Lord. Lord James trying to look for that hook. Oh!
Defensive wild charge on the Haji. Put him down to a third of his health. Able to back off, regen up. Now at half, he'll be able to join in. Oh, look at this kneeboard in the back line. Lord here forced to walk the long way around. Not in retribution range. MP the King still pushing. Gets that tier 2 up top. And just like that, RSG, they know that there was enough time bought for Black there. That's a small victory for the agents.
High IQ play for Haji. After MP the King got the first turret into the top lane with that Guardian's barrier, MP the King was just freely pushing, freely farming, and looking at the stats, but wait, the jungle matchup we're all been waiting for.
Here we go, Irad versus MP, forcing out one, another Thorn Rose, still has the Tempest of Blades, dashing through, Irad buying time, holding the orange long bush, both players call it touche.
It's a match, it's a match. It's a stalemate.
Okay,
It's a
deadlock up top.
It's a draw, it's a draw, it's a draw. But right now, one major objective will make sure that one team will come up on top. 11 minutes in, we have yet to see a Lord dance. We saw action coming from the opposite lane from both of the junglers. But this time, Lord JM, I know he's ready for the initiation. I know he wants that I'm offended play. But the problem is, again, going back to your point, Leo, the brush control of RSG is just there.
Truth be told, it's difficult for Blacklist to actually check these brushes relatively scot-free. Like, nothing comes for free because, look, sure you can throw in some free spells from Exort, but even that will put you in danger. Like, can just catch you with a free TikTok ejector, right?
You can't use the second skill of Vexana to just check brush because, again, a lot of heroes from RSG Philippines can actually go for the backline, but right now RSG poised to take this Lord away. Haji will be able to reset it for the ejector!
There's one! We were just mentioning how Lord James could pop like that, and now the Lord docks up all of RSG. D4 goes down, in comes MP the King trying to take down Irad, and down he goes! Kusey though with the punish, and now Oheb looking low. The Filipino sniper backing off. Haji! Almost taken down, and he does! Kusey! Taken down to Homoy Mao for RSG, and Oheb walking in with just 1 HP. The Raiders go straight for the Lord.
What a clash from both of these teams! MP the King picks up the kill. I mean, Irad picks up MP the King picks up the kill onto Irad.
One of them. There was a lot of things
that happened. There was a lot that happened,
right,
but one thing for sure is the instant replay shows that Lord JM was the first man down for Blacklist, but a counter-attack coming in from the setup from Haji.
And the Lord.
And the Lord.
That's why RSG killed it. This was Black Lord.
Okay. So MP has the upper hand right now. He can safely say that MP the King died first during that clash.
And then eventually, the backliners from RSG were just in a better spot. That's why Blacklist got punished.
Look at the contrast from the first series to the second series. 13 minutes in, the lead of Blacklist is 85. Compared to the 9-minute mark of game number 1 of Fnatic Onic versus Omega, which reached 14K.
They're a different beast.
Different beast.
Same species, different beast. They're all MPLPH players. One more time! Irad versus MP! And Irad walks away with a dub underneath tier 2 down bottom.
Are you not entertained? These two junglers, they have a match of their own. They don't care about the 5-on-5. They just want to go for the 1-on-1 as the Lord marches out on the top lane.
And that might be a grave mistake because Blacklist needs all the bodies on the map to defend. Irad pushes through one turret, works on another. Top lane gets taken down, an inhibitor for Black. That's permanent damage for their base. Permanent damage that they continuously need to tend to. And they almost lost the tier 2 down bottom.
And looking at the items, full build already for Kusey. Last picks up the Malefic Roar. So far, a while ago or earlier, it was a display of who has faster hands. But with the game going into the late game, it's going to be who has the faster hands to buy and sell those Winter Crowns, those Immortalities. But Haji throws someone there!
A TikTok play by Light catches Lord JM, serving up a kill to Kusey. Now look at this, deep in goes Erad. Nibor pushes them back. Down goes Oheb. Aqua gets the kill. Run, Nixord, run! Nibor's gonna catch you. He lets go. And just like that, 2 free kills for RSG.
Dominators descend to dominate the Filipino sniper. This is why Aqua is one of the most underrated players, not just in MPL Philippines, but all over the world. A 207 for that Zask. As Black tries to delay the push of RSG Philippines, the Raiders looking for that pickoff. They have to conceal as they take down Inhibitor on middle lane. So far, 5-11 scoreboard. RSG this time has a huge lead.
In a flash of light, Light just takes down one in a flash. I don't think Lord Jam was expecting that. None of us were expecting that. Not that quick.
No one expected that. But one thing for sure is Blacklist are still able to contest for this Lord. Again, they still have one inhibitor. They have MP the King with a Retribution Seal mechanics with the Ling. But this time, 4.7k gold lead for RSG. It's so hard. And this is what you were saying a while ago. It's so easy to go right after Oheb. A lot of people are going right after Oheb, not just Nibor. Every single one of the Raiders wants to go right after the Filipino sniper.
Check it out, Lord here down to 1/10 of its health. All 5 members of Blacklist right behind him. And in comes Nibor. Infernal Pursuit. And look at Light to the back line. Unstoppable Force, still unable to eject. Tempest of Blade spent in already. Down goes Light. Lord JM gets the kill. Irad taking down the Lord. RSG though, all 3 members low. Here comes Irad. Look at the clean house. Puncture in, puncture out. Looking to finish the job. Skewering members. Down goes Oheb. Another one falls. 2k for Irad. And now MP the King looking for sweet revenge. But Nibor stops him cold in his tracks. 3 for 1. The exchange. A Lord marching down mid for the Raiders.
5-1-5 for the Eradicator. He's out of his mind. This Lancelot pick just proves that Irad is the better player so far.
Irad is mad, and here comes an EG. Lord JM gets his immortality pop. Nibor keeping Exort in range, and the base is going to be up next. A Lord and all 5 members of RSG marching in, taking game 1.
Game 1 did not disappoint, especially for the Raiders, and you can see this man leading them to victory. Lancelot 515 KDA. I cannot explain how Irad pulled that off. That's why panel, please explain what happened during this game.
Well. Explanations isn't really necessary for this one. I feel like it was just a sword fight all throughout, man.
Yeah.
That was fun to watch.
It was.
Wow.
I had to check. Did Ingan say eradicated?
He got eradicated.
Hey.
I want to say, man, we saw a mad rad here. He's a mad rad.
You saw a mad rad?
He's a mad rad, bro. I was impressed. At the same time, very amused and entertained. Yeah. But at the same time, they really did showcase the capabilities of those junglers, man.
I love the, okay, if we just talk about the jungle matchup, it was great.
Yeah.
MP the King, but he was up against Irad. And it was if you don't know them very well, again, Irad, very good. Obviously, I shouldn't even say good. Just amazing at the Lancelot. Like he just showcased here, put on a clinic for this. Very great performance. And when you put it up against 2 junglers who are known for these assassin picks and these specific heroes too, you can get some pretty great fights 1v1. But again, at the end of it all, MP the King is not going to be able to just carry the team through this because of, again, across from him, look what Irad does here even at this point of the game. He has highlights after highlights after highlights as we go through this.
It was actually interesting because in this specific fight right here, there was already a Lord assist, like a 4-man Lord knockup. Like, that's the best case scenario you could ever ask for if you were Blacklist International. And they still got basically pushed back here by RSG. So, yeah, everyone's so busy with these jungler 1v1s.
This feels bad.
Oh my god! And this was a Ling initiation, right? This is the Ling initiation. So you gotta ask yourself, are these dives by MP the King necessary in some of these scenarios?
I think it's a good point, Rockhart, because going back to what Coach Arcadia said, and he knows the attitude of MP the King, and I mean, going against this, like you can see MP the King was really trying to start some of these fights and get things going, and that might be what he has to do in some cases, but still, the team just wasn't able to pull through as a unit. You know what I mean? And like even with this happening here with Irad, that's the thing. Blacklist International, whatever iteration or combination we've seen from them, has not looked like one unit. Like it looks like individual players doing things. And that's the biggest thing that they have to adjust, and hopefully they can, because week 3 is almost done.
Yeah, it's also painful to watch if you think about it, if you're MP the King, who literally tore up like a hole in space-time, I think, all the way up in Cambodia, using the exact hero that Irad was using against him.
Love the call from Leo, too.
Yeah.
Little, from, what was that, MSC 2022, I think it was? Or
yeah,
no, 2023. Sorry, it was Cambodia 2023.
Cambodia, right.
And,
oh, man.
Yeah,
I feel like...
It's crazy because, like, again, when you look at this, it's just, wow. A whole lot of Irad, too.
Are you surprised, even? I mean, he definitely did. He's not the solo carry, right? He's not. That wasn't a solo carry performance. There were a lot of highlights. Obviously, with the capabilities of Lancelot, you have to do that dip and dive. But yeah, he actually did help out a lot as well in terms of keeping the carry in the momentum, keeping everyone in check, keeping basically stopping Lord JM to overthrow them, or Haji to smash him with crowd control in the whole going crazy, going laser on people, right? So I feel like it was a very interesting performance from Irad. Obviously, he got most of the gold. It just so happens, but I feel like that wasn't exactly the goal here for Irad. His goal was to get as much attention as he can on him, so the rest of the team can flourish.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even looking at this, our casters pointed it out. This lineup that RSC brought to the table, Phoveus, Jawhead, and even to an extent, like just having a Zask there that is, you always have to think about Zask, not only the amount of damage that he can do, but the fact that you can actually bait out quite a bit of attention and then just pop the Dominator's Descent. You know what I mean? So it's like an extra health bar-ish in a way, and then it's another thing to go over. So there's just a lot of utility that RSG was able to play around with, and why this lineup worked so well. And then in the back corner, you've just got Irad, like styling. You know what I mean? That's why it works so well.
Also, very underrated as well, aside from that, is the amount of space that you can actually buy. Yeah, like, you put a Dominator's Descent there, no one's going there. Like 90% of the time, no one is going to attempt, or no one's going to try to stand in your way. So that's something that you can use to kind of buy space for the carry. This is a no-go zone around here, and then just get the win condition.
It's funny because you mentioned that Dominator's Descent. Dude, I would say that even just dropping down the Nightmaric spawn, like just the little guy.
The unpowered.
Like that is enough to zone some people out already,
Yeah.
Good to see you, Ingan. Get back
Good job,
on this.
Ingan. Get back to work. All right.
Good job. Eradicated. You know what I mean?
Eradicated.
So with that lineup that they had,
that's
the problem. They didn't have a way, or at least the most confident way, to get through those obstacles in front of them. And like you pointed out, whether that was a Zask, whether that was Light, whether that was a Phoveus jumping in the air, you know what I mean? Like, they just didn't have the right kind of tools to get through that, I feel like. And so even when you lock in a Natan, for example, like, you need to get to the late game. Like, that needs to be the Natan's moment to shine. But even then, I would say to an extent, like, Lord JM's presence in that game was not felt for me. Like, I felt like, Lord JM just was not able to find the picks he was looking for, set things up. And also, he just wasn't able to kind of be that front line to deal with, a lot of the pressure coming out from the Raiders here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be you know, something that we can talk about later on, as we do have, I think, an interview here later on.
What
And
do we
see a lot of
have?
people passing by. I love that, by the way.
Yeah.
I love that we're so on ground, right behind
We're
the
in the midst of
audiences,
it.
by the way. We have audiences right here behind us, and Leo just casual passing by, Ian passing by. I wonder what's the interview going to be like, because
I wonder.
who's going to be it?
Maybe UAAP?
UA.
Sure.
Oh, I want.
There's
to
so many
see that.
guests here.
Yeah, for sure. So whoever that is, we're gonna find out right now, and they are enjoying themselves right there on the audience area.
I'm here with somebody very special. You've seen his stories online. We're here with the one and only, the very talented Skate. How are you?
Hello.
It's nice to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. It's my first time watching it live. Grabe yung energy. Whew, napapasigaw kami kanina pa.
Finally, because I see your stories online. Lagi kang gumagawa ng art para sa MPL.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, thank you. Yeah, man, your hosting was really dope. Like,
Oh, thanks. Where does Skate come from?
Skate stands for siya, sila, kayo, ako, ikaw, tayo. It's a story of my friends, everyone around me. Usually pang asar ko sa friends ko, but yeah, it's relatable to
So it's
people.
very inclusive. So it's basically
Yeah.
stories for everyone.
I like that.
That's so nice. So how long have you been an MPL fan?
Like I started watching like around 2 to 3 years na ng mga competition, but I've been playing ML for a long time na talaga.
So pag nanonood ka ng MPL, when do you decide na, gagawan ko to ng art? I have a vision for this. How do you come up with that?
Oh, usually I find it fun when I see you host, and then you're this big extrovert person, and ang daming introvert sa gaming scene, and you're like, hey guys! Tapos yung mga introvert parang, yeah, and it's fun.
And we really appreciate you kasi nag-post ka rin nung M5.
Yeah, there was this one, the one you hosted na napuyat lahat.
Yes.
Kasi sobrang tagal ng
Nag-extend.
game. And parang lahat kayo puyat ni Tito Mikey. And I did this for you. I mean, this is para sa mga puyat. Look at this.
Thank you! Ano to, see? Paano ako magpuyat? Nag-trending to all over online. Look how talented he is. And ito, nag-trending dito. Binigay mo to kay Alodia, di ba?
Yeah, the talong then. It's from a story during pandemic then. And then it became an eggplant. A plushie.
So basically, nagsimula yung entire skate during the pandemic. Lumaki ng lumaki.
I think it compounded nung pandemic. It started 2016 pa, but during pandemic, everyone was online. So I was making stories about work from home, being at home, and then, random stories. And ayan, this is you. Oh, see paano ako magpuyat. Yan, very cutesy, very demure.
That's so nice. Ito ba, itong merch ba to? Like you make merch?
Yeah, I make merch, but usually for friends and creators, I make them for them. It's, yeah.
So sino ba sinusuportahan mo sa MPL? Who's your favorite sa MPL?
Now it's Blacklist.
Oh, sino sa
Yeah.
Blacklist?
Now it's Oheb and Haji.
Oh, Oheb and Haji, the
Yeah, yeah,
originals.
of
Now, how about you invite everybody to watch MPL? Let them know how much fun it is here.
Yeah, guys, I'm telling you, watch MPL live. Like, seeing it here and the energy and adrenaline ng mga tao, it's really cool. So, come watch it, guys.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your support for MPL.
Of course.
Keep making stories. We're gonna repost it. And how do we support you?
Oh, we are online at Skate, SSKIT. That's across all socials. And of course, we have merchandise as well. We have, the talong and comic books and
have the
plushies
talong.
and
Thank
stuff.
you. Now, let's do this together, okay?
Okay.
We're gonna throw it to the panel. You say pasok. 1, 2, 3.
three.
Panel.
Pasok. Ay, sorry.
Pasok.
All right, yeah, you just
He's
gotta
got a
basically
talong.
just work on it a little bit, but the talong's great. I
What's a
love
talong?
It. Eggplant.
Eggplant.
It still bothers me sometimes. Like, why is it an eggplant? It's not shaped like an egg.
You're asking the hard questions, Rockhard. I don't have answers to that, It's a great question.
But
though.
yes, obviously, very, very talented content creator there. I love his comics. Obviously, he has a very special art style. Anyway, very fun. For now, though, we have another fun thing here for the MPL Arena. It's time for the smart gameplay pose. I wonder what
our
we're gonna do
pose
that.
be?
Hashtag Power Smart. Just follow the player pose. If you are on stage, it's on the screen.
Oh.
Pretty easy. And you can win an in-game code. So That's
Oh,
pretty. You got to do the attitude.
They gotta
you gotta
do the
face.
attitude.
Right. You got to be, as the kids say these days, you got to be nonchalant.
Nonchalant?
Nonchalant.
Oh, no.
That's not nonchalant.
You got to do
Come
it.
on,
There.
do it with a face, man. Do it
Come
with a
on.
face.
You almost have to smize the camera, guys.
Yeah, man. You don't smile. Oh, how?
Oh, what? Okay, well, congratulations to him.
Wait.
He kind of had a serious face.
He did have a serious face, and they look alike.
Oh, there it is.
It feels like it's him.
Can I just say?
What?
I feel like I like this because we've evolved from the typical esports pose.
Yeah, we're done with that. We're done
Like,
with.
we're evolving here, Rockhart.
Yeah, we're evolving, man.
You know?
Just like the kids these days. Just like us, the kids.
We can still pass as kids, I think, at this point, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, again, congratulations out there. Of course, we love to have all these things for our community out here. And
Yep.
like you heard during the interview, you know, it was his first experience watching in person, watching him
Amazing.
live. And I think that's a lot of people's actually reaction when they finally get to see this all live for the first time. And it's packed in here. I cannot anticipate the match after this, our star match.
Oh boy!
How kind of crazy it's probably going to be.
It's gonna get hot,
With
literally.
the Titans
probably.
in here, you know.
Yeah.
But even this, like, this is packed, of course, and like just to put things in perspective, still, we heard, you know, they're rooting for Blacklist International. Blacklist International is going to be on the red side. RSG's going blue. Hey, they need a game 3 here, Rockhart, and like that's the thing. They don't have any points, and it's okay for a while, but as week 3 is almost done here, guys, like, if you're a Blacklist International fan, I'm sure you guys are feeling the same way. Like, you want
Yeah.
to see this team get a W, get some points, start to climb up the standings, because, I mean, it's an org that people have been supporting for the longest time, and it's tough when you're a fan like this. So let's say you're an agent,
Well,
and you
man.
see the struggles here right now for this lineup.
Yeah, we have not heard agents roar for a few weeks now. We have been waiting for that moment to come. It just so happens that, you know what, competition's tough here in the MPL Philippines, and they got to prove they are up to speed and up to scratch. Let's see if that's going to happen here as we head into game number 2's draft. And again, you said it best, man. They desperately need that game 3.
They definitely need it, and you know, I would still say that Blacklist International, like, they have those puzzle pieces, man. It's like, how do we just put it together? How do we get to a point where we've got this winning combination and not just an individually talented lineup? You know what I mean? Like, that's always my biggest thing here. And part of that, you know, might also come down to just kind of, maybe there's got to be an adjustment in terms of priority for Blacklist International. And even, I'm talking about in the draft here, priority-wise, like we saw it earlier, you know, when they were on the blue, immediately taking up the Ling. Like, what do you do for Blacklist International? Who are you to prioritize here? Who are you to build around, if not, for example, MP the King?
I mean, that's the thing. I think for the longest time, Blacklist International has been trying to build around MP the King. And to be honest, he has been going nuts. He has been going ham on his own. But if only it were a single-player game. If it was only... Sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, MP the King, right? I feel like MP the King has been going insane. But it feels like it's been a difficult... It's been a difficult trend for the rest of the team to actually follow in suit. And he's been playing heroes like the Ling, heroes like the Joy, right? And so far has been having a tough time just literally carrying.
He's having a tough time, and that's why I'm saying, you know, I want to see them kind of shift the priority here a little bit. And while we wait for this, we wait for the second pick to come up. Phoveus is there. Oh, he goes Ling again.
I mean, Ling's still very powerful on its own, right? Like, no matter how you turn it, depending on the matchup, I feel like the Ling's just really good. But then again, look at that. I feel like there is a way to deal with it, a way to chase it around the map as well. That Lancelot, so spicy from from Irad.
From Irad, yeah. I think that, like, even with this, though, without nitpicking too much, like, Ling's still great. Valuable hero, whoever ends up drafting it. You know how much pressure it can put. But the fact that they got the Phoveus, too, I think is already a step in a better direction.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like I was saying, when they had that Ruby previously, they weren't able to get much space to work around with, but still, the obstacle is there, man. It's still a Zask in front of them, and an Edith at that, too. So, just like I was saying, you know, Ling is a valuable hero. Edith, statistically, has done a lot of wonders for teams that bring it up and draft this hero. So, the answer seems to be from Blacklist, well, we might as well go ahead and try to take some ultimates if we can, depending on what else is going to come up here from RSG. So they take up a Valentina.
And for Exort, I feel like obviously it's becoming a comfort hero for this guy. Not to mention, it's great to answer the Zas, number one. Number two, if you want to go a little spicier, you can maybe go for the Edith.
Yeah.
Edith great with heroes that have high magic damage as well, right? So can capitalize on that. Valentina, very powerful Primal Wrath if you use it properly. But this time around, I feel like frontline might be the issue. Like, the Phobius really just isn't enough to keep it together. The Grok was kind of mild for some reason. I thought it would have played better. I feel like it could have been better. The Grok would have been like, it should have performed better, but it didn't.
Definitely could have. Oh, good respect band too.
Lancelot, man.
And I think, you know, that's the question is like, what are you taking the roam? Especially if you're Blacklist International for Haji. I don't know if the idea might be let's go with a pickoff-centric lineup.
Yeah.
Maybe they lock in the Cho if it's open.
Oh my goodness, all right. That guy has had some better days. He might be tired. He might be...
Maybe that's his watching MPL face.
Watching MPL. Maybe he's a Blacklist fan. He's
Could be.
Really sweating right now. But at the same time, can't lose faith. See a lot of agents out there, and I see them walking around. I see that Lunox as well.
Banned out again?
Did something happen over the weekend that we aren't aware of? A lot of these Lunoxes are...
The other regions are picking it up. You know, not so much here, I would say, but other regions around the world and different MPLs are actually picking up.
So people are
Lunox.
like preempting it, like, oh, you guys are going to do something, you know, international.
That's one thing I always like looking at other regions is like, what are they playing? You know, what kind of, like, we already have some interesting picks over here. What else is popping up over in other sides of the MPLs? But with that point, you're down to your last two picks for both teams. Is this going to be a roam or is this the gold lane option? It looks like it's going to be the Jawhead.
All right.
That was left open. Jawhead Phobius. That's your front line. Like, you have that covered now for Blacklist.
You know what? For Blacklist, that's actually easier to execute than a Grok.
Oh, yeah.
A lot easier. You know, single target right on the docket. Point click. He's diving. He's flying. You know what? For the longest time, I thought Wild Charge was Unstoppable Force. I mixed up the names.
You mixed them up?
And now, yeah. I thought Grok was the Unstoppable Force because he's a rock.
Technically, it makes sense, right? Like, because how do you stop Grok? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I thought Jawhead was the guy charging in, so he thought that was Wild Charge.
That's a good way to put it.
Back in 2018, I messed those up.
2018?
2019, 2018.
That
was a long time ago. Season 2, free.
Wow.
That was the time where Jawhead was crazy.
Oh.
Hey, there's the Cho. I was actually thinking, you know what, maybe Haji could have picked it up, but no.
Sorry, I'm distracted. Amara's walking around right now
with
the talong.
The big
big eggplant walking around.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's very distracting. It's almost half it's half her size, by the way.
I was gonna say it's pretty large.
Oh my God! All right, sorry guys. We just saw them on the corner of our eyes. Amazing stuff happening here. You just see people walking around. If you walk around here, you'll probably bump into us. So you watch if you have the time.
Definitely come out. Waiting for this last pick. Gold lane. What is it going to be? Oh, we got a pretty... Oh, Bruno. All right, it's just Bruno.
All right, it's not the easiest thing to play. And you know it's going to get hunted down here. You just need that Purify. But the Cho's going to look for you. The Edith's going to look for you.
Yeah.
And imagine a Nolan looking for you. That's... I don't envy Oheb right now, but at the same time, I have high hopes because of the high crit rate. Maybe if they can squish down the front line quickly, maybe they can get something done. Maybe.
Yeah.
Again, just big maybe.
I would say the best thing about Bruno is the fact that he's just a turret destroyer. Like, he can be, you know what I mean? Like, you can actually just leave him, do his thing, knock down these turrets, and then show up later on for those matches. You get one last look here of the lineups. You know, this is better off for Blacklist International, though, I'll say, for Game 2.
Yeah, spicier, definitely easier to use, and I wonder if it's going to be enough for RSG to take down, though. Will he close it out, or will Blacklist push us to game free? Let's ask Leo and Ingan.
Right after an ecstatic game number 1, Blacklist looking to even out the series. MP the King wants to go for another round with Ling.
So this time, Irad is going to switch it up. Irad will now be rocking the Nolan. Ladies and gentlemen, early action mid. Look at that. Exhort down to a fourth of his health.
Light, shining his light here with the TPs. But you know, overconfidence can be your main enemy, can be your number 1 enemy here. They have to watch out. Again, Oheb has his Bruno, one of the more self-sufficient gold laners compared to, oh, what an early flicker from Light!
Woo! Scared Exhort away. He is still alive, did not need to pop his Purify. They're all right, look at Irad, look at Irad.
But Haji knows.
Checked in by Haj.
Haji knows, he knows. So it wasn't overconfidence for the side of Light, it was a tactic. He was just merely baiting out Exhort, wants to go for the early first blood kill.
But his former teammate did not flinch.
Yeah.
Not at all. And Exhort knows what it's like to be next to Light. And he must have known like what was going on in his mind. Now Light's going to be just coming in time, seeing, hey, Irad, he took your small camp.
Yeah, he took your small camp. And looking at, in terms of comfort,
whoa!
Whoa, 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 whoa!
And there's one! The kick was enough! The Shunpo knocks him up with just enough from Irad to get first blood.
You know, I was just about to say that the comfort of RSG Philippines is showing. They're really comfortable with the picks that they have. Again, Light, we all know he's a great show user. And Nibor recently, one of the best Edith users, even prior to TLPH Season 14. And with those 2 picks, power picks rather, on their side, it looks like the Raiders are really confident in taking in game number 2. But again, we still can't deny the fact that MP the King still has his Ling, and Haji with one of the more aggressive roamers with the Jawhead.
Oh wait, it is! This is Nibor's family. It says on screen.
Oh!
Look, see?
Wait, I'm trying to read
Proud
it.
Tita here.
Ah!
Nibor saying Nibor.
Nibor, Tita in English is
aunt.
Auntie. Auntie. Nibor say Nibor, Nibor say die. Of course, the family of Nibor supporting him. Again, he's just 16 years old, so still needs parental guidance. Yeah.
I think with that kind of support and that kind of raw talent, and of course the discipline and management of RSG, Nibor's gonna go far.
Super, super. And I actually can read his body language even outside of the game. He's naturally a jolly person.
He is.
Like, he brings himself really properly, and at the same time, it's like he's unfazed. It's like there's no pressure when you see Nibor. Speaking of pressure, if that was my face, I'd be so pressured right now.
Wait, is this the same dude?
Waiting for
Are
the
they putting
memes.
up pictures of the same dude? All right, I hope I get picked as a super fan or to be interviewed by Mara in the Infinix game Tambayan.
Yeah, as much as possible, you really want to be picked as a super fan because Mara randomly gives out 3,000 pesos, not diamonds.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not English nor Filipino. Next.
Next. Oh,
look at this old school jersey.
That's a king of the jungle.
Literally. That's a Season 7 Blacklist jersey, folks.
You know, I think I see one of our fellow co-talents, Brigida and Chantel, with one of our super fans actually. This is Woojin, his IGN.
Nice to see some familiar faces in the crowd. Folks, bear with us. In just a few moments, we will be back into the matchup. Again, quick recap. First blood was drawn by Irad, and then the...
yeah, first blood.
Timely pause, again, just to make sure that we iron out some kinks.
And honestly, for me, it's okay to wait, but look at this. The inaugural champs of the UAAP Season 1, because inaugural champs, UE Zenith Esports.
UE Zenith Warriors is what they're called.
Warriors, UE Zenith Warriors. And of course, a couple of fans coming in from a Blacklist side. The loyal fans.
The agents.
The agents. Since day number 1, still sticking with Blacklist International. And if you're an agent, you're actually also happy because you have a lot more to support. I mean, there's 10 man. It's a 10-man roster for Blacklist.
More players, more fans.
More players, more fans, more happiness. And I think that's not the real face of Selena.
No, it was an edit. Pretty sure that was the face of the very popular content creator, Mr. TV.
Yeah.
First name Chokes.
First name jokes. This is what I love. This is what I love about the fans. They're always all ready. Everyone's
so,
ready.
They're so clever. They're so on point. Pretty sure that's not Kufra. So it's a young child's face on Kufra.
Imagine, the fans are getting buffed also. It's not just random pictures. It's edits. Incorporating MLBB heroes.
Let your creativity shine through.
Yeah.
Let your your love for the talents, the players shine through. Even there's a saying, and I don't know if you agree with me. Once an agent, always an agent.
Yeah. For me, yes.
Are you an agent?
No. Before I was.
So you agree, but
No, I'm just joking.
that's what I call an oxymoron. That's a paradox.
Oh!
Because I believe it's true.
So, if what I said was an oxymoron, that's just a moron.
No, that's... So far, all right, these edits are getting out of hand. Let me just say that. If someone has any more extra beanie trading cards...
What a plug.
I'm up on the red side of the stage.
What are you lacking? What are you lacking?
All of them. I would prefer...
So what are you going to trade?
I would like a Colette, please.
Would you trade your Bane figure for all the mini pictures?
No. Shout outs to Orb Studios.
How about with signatures?
What?
How about with Beanie photo cards plus the signatures?
All 8?
For your Bane figurine.
I'll have to talk to... If I can get another... You know what? I'll take it. Good deal. Good deal.
Of course, a lot of fans here supporting Irad as well. Game 1 MVP with a phenomenal performance with a signature Lancelot. This time it's a different story because, again, it's the Nolan. Up against MP the... I can relate to.
I hope my salary increases. I hope I get a raise. That's what that says.
That I can relate.
You were saying about the mechanic. John Dari Irad Trazon.
The mechanic Irad, of course. This time, different kind of hero, Nolan.
On the Nolan this time.
The Nolan. You can assure that he can burst more heroes, but less of those ecstatic plays that we've seen when you thought he was over. He's just getting started.
I'd like to think, I'm going to theorize this time around, knowing what we know about the Lancelot and the Nolan. Yes, I agree. There's going to be less flashy ins and outs. But if ever he would, these ins and outs would be in walls, nearby walls, or through like 3 or 4 enemy heroes that are like half health. Because that's the only time you could really do that as a Nolan and get away with it.
And speaking of the only time you could do it, these MPL days are the only times you could also see your favorite players. Like, for example, we've seen 2 super fans of Haji there having a picture with the KDA machine. And, man, it's so fun to be in the audience section during this time. Oh! I think I know who's the guy holding this right now. It's going to be Midnight, of course, flexing his super bro, Umi.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Theo Ignacio.
Coach of UST Tele-Tigers Esports Club, and of course, Season 13 Best Filipino Talent Award winner.
Yeah, and one of the, not one of the most photogenic selfie man among all the talents here.
For sure.
But I believe I heard Director and I see Coach Ducky.
That's Sant!
Signaling!
It's not Ducky, it's Sant.
I thought it was Ducky.
It's okay, you're forgiven. We get confused. Back into the matchup here. Once more, 300, 400 gold up for RSG off of Irad's first blood kill onto Exort. His former teammate, wow.
Former teammates
Finally,
now.
they got him and they forced him to pop the Purify too.
Pop the Purify plus the kill. So far, that was a well worth it play coming in from RSG. Now, a while ago, game number 1, it was MP the King who got the first turtle, but they unfortunately lost against the Raiders this time. Going to be a very first crucial neutral objective. It's going to be a 4-on-4. Who's going to set up first? It's going to be Light or Nibor or Haji and Exort.
All right, they pop the Nightmaric Spawn. It's the Raiders first to the scene. Slight pull. Small advantage space-wise. RSG clearing the wave in mid. And now Lord JM coming through the flicker. Earth Shatter combo by Nibor. Lord JM down to a third of his health. Pops the wild charge off of him. Primal Rat, that is. And that's him down. First turtle over to RSG.
You know, we've been saying this since game number 1. The annoyingness of Zask The damage over time, the slows with the Dominator's descent clearly was there to bring down a member of the Blacklist. And RG picks up the very first turtle here. But MP the King looking to answer right back. Haji, unstoppable force.
Catches Irad. Let's go. And back to business here. They clear out the Little Wanderer just as quickly.
Nebora.
Oh,
goes
the
in.
flicker and the kick by Light. Haji's not going anywhere except 6 feet on the ground. That's another kill for Irad.
Wow, it feels like I'm watching Prime Light. Like back in Season 9 when they were the champions. This is the Light that RSG needs.
Woo! And now Nibor pops the Primal Wrath once more. In
Irad!
comes Irad. Lord JM answers back with an Infernal Pursuit. And now the Tempest blades up. Lord JM's down. Nibor as well. Can MP run away? Yes, he can. Light's not letting him go, though. All right.
An XP for an XP, but this time 3 minutes and approaching 4-minute mark. RG already has a 1K gold lead. Still nothing happening much onto the gold lane. We'll see more of them later on, especially with the very first Lord. But this time, you can see the aggression of Light. 0-0-4 with the show. Clearly is enjoying this game. A lot of TPs coming in from Light.
Yep, he's feeling himself.
Feeling himself up against a very good roamer in himself, Haji also, the KDA machine. And this is actually hard to pull off a show up against a Jawhead.
Yeah.
But the problem is Jawhead is on the receiving end right now, so it's also hard for Haji to pull
Again,
this off.
the answer is just out aggro the Jawhead. You know, take away initiative, take away his approaches, his angles. And look at that, Light's getting in his head. Light's trying to get into Haji's head here with the recalls.
The mind games from Light, the shot caller of the Raiders. And a quick fun fact, back when they played during SBS, I don't know if I think I could say this, Light was actually the drafter.
Oh yeah,
of their
for
team
real?
in the absence of Coach Panda.
And now, JM, Lord JM once more taken down by Irad. And the turtle, in the midst of it all, stolen away by MP.
Okay, this was what you were saying a while ago. If you're gonna trade for the turtle, make sure to get the kill. But this time, MP the King sets his eyes on Irad.
Sets his eyes on the wave.
On the wave with Irad. On the other hand, Nibor going up against Haji.
Haji, smart missiles. Looking at the force out something from Nibor. Still has the Primal Wrath. And they let go. In mid, though, look at this. The pressure continuing between Exhort and Aqua.
Wow. I can safely say the dead lane of this game is the gold lane.
Yeah, they're just dueling.
I never saw our director panic to the bottom.
Yeah,
I haven't seen OM and Kusey.
They're at deadlock in gold value too, like 3,600, 3,700. Slowly but surely, I think that's why Blacklist is sending in more bodies because Kusey is slowly winning.
Literally more bodies for Blacklist. 4-man rotation here. Lord JM wants...
Oh no! The conceal, they hear it, and now the answer. The Dominator's descent. Haji taken down, Aqua gets the kill. Kusey down to 5th of his health, and the kick by Light! Ohem is down! The Filipino sniper is down! Lord JM looking for the punish. He gets punished himself. Oh, that's another one for Irad. What now? The third all this game on Lord JM?
Ironically, Light was the better footballer that time. Did you see the beautiful kick onto Ohem?
The best kicker.
Best kicker, the better kicker. Amidst all the chaos, he was able to pick up the right target. And wow, Kusey was able to evade that potential death, even in the presence of Lord JM MP the King.
No, I think this was all according to plan. Look at this, the cross-map play. Kusey was baiting out Blacklist. He was saying, look, I'm applying pressure on Oheb. Send more dudes.
I have Zaman forward.
RSG saw that coming from a mile away. Says, you know what, we'll send 2 or 3, don't worry. And I think just the positioning was prime.
Speaking of positioning, I also like how Aqua positioned his Dominator's descent. You thought they were trying to retreat. You thought it was game over for them because Blacklist had technically had the numbers game during that time.
That's right.
But once the Dominator's descent was casted, oh, you can feel it already like Haji feels himself.
Woo! Underneath tier 1, Irad some way, somehow gets away with it.
Light.
That was 4 members of Black. 3, you can count it 3, but he caught more than just 1 smart missile. He got missiles.
Yeah, missiles. Those are actually the times wherein even if nothing, it didn't result to any death or tower takedowns, you'd know that RSG won the trade. Because that was a rotation wasted for Blacklist just to bring down Irad on 502 KDA with this Nolan. But still, the Eradicator.
Imagine the shutdown goal.
Yeah.
Imagine. Here we go. Light looking to defend. I think RSG will just have to concede this. Ohem and a few minions, just way too much. Now Light gets hit with the ejector. taken down by Exhort.
Oh!
The answer back! Dexter Martinez! He's feeling it! Well, off camera, the Turtle scored by RSG, but man, you know there was a little something there. You know there was a little something.
Plus, a kill is a kill, so...
Oh! That was the Blades! Taking down Kusey deep behind enemy territory. Sandwich between Tier 2 and the Inhibitor.
What are you saying that we wasted an initiation or rotation? Blacklist making sure they're going to pick up 2 kills. Kusey's also going to fall down, forcing RSG to react.
Oh, look at this. Irad intercepts the retreat.
Okay, there's no
Lord
Kusey.
JM and Exhort able to back off. All right, so far the score between baits and kills between the Filipino Sniper and the Kamai King, 1-1.
Irad, oh.
Underneath Tier 1, this is looking dangerous for RSG, but there's enough damage output. Another kill for Irad onto Lord JM. MP the King comes from the flank. And the ejector. Tibor and Irad backing off. And there's an Earth Shatter. And the knock-up. MP goes down. Aqua scores. And another. Godlike for the mechanic. Irad taking down Hodge. Ladies and gentlemen, bodies lay across mid.
7-0-2 for Irad. We saw a glimpse of Irad a while ago. Lower left frame of our screen. He was already shouting. He's feeling himself. In fact, in game number 1, he only died once. This time, he has yet to die. Amazing performance coming in from the Eradicator, the mechanic. You know, okay. We've talked about this during week number 1. Where does Irad lie amongst all the junglers? It was whether 2nd, 3rd, 4th. For you, what's your personal opinion with Irad so far?
Right now, in this matchup, he is playing like he's deserving of number 1.
Above KyleTzy.
Mechanics alone, the way he's able to utilize all the members of RSG, the way he's responding to fights, the way he's getting away with inevitable ganks on him. He's not having any of that. This is Tier 1 level gameplay against Blacklist International.
Tier 1 level gameplay against Blacklist.
You get it.
I get it. But Haji, okay, he has to get someone here. A while ago, used Unstoppable Force, but the ejector connected onto the wrong target. Now Conceal coming in from the Raiders. Sets their eyes on Oheb.
Lord JM backing off. Haji intercepting right in between.
Oh!
Gets the Unstoppable Force, gets knocked up himself. Flickering on out, Lord JM. Oh, Infernal Wrath here, Infernal Wrath here. They let go. The full combo, 2 ults away from RSG. Now they're a man down. They continue to fight, spacing out Black.
Blacklist right now lost 1 member. Nivor goes in!
And flickers in. Not much of a follow-up just yet. He's controlling the amount of damage output Blacklist is capable of. And just that alone, the threat of a snap of a finger from RSG, they score the Lord.
Raiders just making sure to not let Blacklist contest for this Lord. And if you would go back to that clash, I mean, I really want to commend Aqua. He diverted the attention of 3 agents with a good stun with the Dominator's Descent. That's
right.
why Lord JM was left to fend for himself. I mean, these Raiders right now are so in sync. It's like individually, they're highly mechanically gifted, but as a group, it's just that they have one mind.
That's what RSG means. Really synchronized guys.
Wow.
5K ahead.
This time, no silent letter. You got it. Really synchronized guys.
12 minutes in. I'm looking at least 1 inhibitor down. But Blacks International, they have more than just decent wave clear. They are going to even save the Holy Shield up top. And again, the fact that Oheb really hasn't felt much pressure in the past 5 minutes means this could be a good defense. But wait. Oh, they were playing footsies.
Okay, the important thing here, Light has the flicker. As long as the Ch4knu is the... Oh, Irad!
That was just off of Irad! It must be illegal to deal this much damage. It's criminal.
Imagine if he used the retreat and continued with another combo. He would have gotten Oheb.
But he would have gotten punished. That was an overcommitment. The discipline in this young man now.
He's just showing that he can dish out the damage. He can have a highly mechanical plays, but at the end of the day, he's matured.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not a 1v1.
Yeah,
it's not a 9v1, not a 1v5. There are other players who are relying on you to make the right calls.
Everyone has their flickers right now. RSG hiding in these brushes. Are they gonna open? Teal!
Here comes Haji, and Nibor coming in, knocking up 2. The answer back, the ejector. All the damage being laid down upon them. And now the Zaman Force as well. Down goes Exhort. Nibor traded out for Lord JM as well. MP the King takes out Aqua. 3 for 2 so far as MP the King falls at the hands, or should I say the foot of Light. And now Light fills it, ushering in, heralding in a wave with Kusey still up. It's just Haji and Oheb, 2 out of the 3 MV2. What?
MV2, because they're only 2.
Don't remind me. And now they get the penetration. RSG slowly but surely taking control of this game.
I mean, Nibor initiate whenever Nibor has his skills, has his flicker. That was a conceal initiated by Blacklist. But instead of going right after Haji, Nibor skipped Haji, went straight for the backline, went straight for the damage dealers, prevented Blacklist from initiating anything.
Dude, with this young man, you never know what's up.
You never know what's up.
Even if it seems like he's over here, oh, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have his flicker. I'm sure he's not going to spend his flickers to intercept this engagement. He'll be like, nah, fam, I'm going to do it.
Imagine maybe 2 or 3 years ago, Never thought that he could walk through fire. Never thought that he could do a lot of things.
And now he's walking with Aqua.
Walking with Aqua!
Finds one! The kick on the Hodge! And the pickoff. Lord JM looking to answer back. Look at MP. The King forced to use the Tempest Blades way too early. And he gets taken down.
Irad.
Doused with water. The vengeance onto Lord JM. But it is only going to delay the inevitable. Another kill on Irad as he gets closer to double-digit kills here. 15 minutes into game 2.
Minions on the middle lane, approaching the base of Blacklist. Will this be it? The last defense of the agents?
Zaman Force dropped in for good measure as RSG walk with a sweep.
And at last, Light sees himself, sees the light shine bright for the Raiders, picking up another series win in a dominant sweep.
Even RSG wasn't ready for the game to end right then and there, but when you see a win, you take it.
They were even shocked how it ended. Again, the Raiders showed composure, showed maturity, but most importantly, showed a very exciting match. Again, this was a heated matchup between 2 highly mechanical junglers in MP the King and Irad. But one of the standouts for me really is Aqua, showing that he is one of the most underrated players in the whole world.
You know what they say, silent rivers run deep, and Aqua being such a low-key king, he lets his game speak for itself, but you know what was really loud?
Who?
The crowd whenever Irad would just come in and out. GG well played, the Blacks International. Besides the crowd, you know who else would know that Irad really did good?
Who?
These 5 young men here.
These 5 young men.
It's back to the drawing board for the agents.
They witnessed why we call him the Eradicator. Why he's ranked among the top junglers. But of course, the victors are here. The consistent 5-man team. After week number 2, RSG, we have to throw it over to Mara for the player interview.
All right, everybody, GG! GG RSG, congratulations! So, syempre, Irad, ikaw yung i-highlight ko. Alam mo, sabi nga ni Midnight kanina, pag ikaw daw ay nakahawak ng Lancelot, MVP ka talaga, ikaw ang best player. So, sino nag-decide na mag-Lancelot ka? Ikaw ba or si Coach Panda?
Parehas po kami. Kasi po, inubos po nila hero ko, so may natira pang Lancelot. And ayun, sinadjust ko, and paig naman sila.
And how proud were you with your performance? Not only were you MVP, hinighlight ka din ng ating panel sa sobrang ganda ng mga plays na ginawa mo kanina. How proud were you?
Nung una, hindi ako makapaniwalang kaya ko pa rin parang gawin yun. Kasi ano pa yun, since season 11 or 12 pa yata ako nag-Lancelot ng yung highlight ko talaga. And ayun, nagawa ko siya ulit. And ayun, masaya ako.
And I hope after that performance, your confidence will boost all the way up kasi napaka-impressive ng ginawa mo. Ito naman para kay Kusey. Kusey, how is it like na yung dati mong teammate, naka-face off mo, kalaban mo ngayon?
Okay lang po. Wala naman. Exciting din kasi nakatapat ko na siya sa MPLPH. Nakita rin kami sa MPLPH. Kaya,
Did you guys talk bago kayo maglaban ngayong araw?
hindi naman, ano lang. Pero alam naman namin sa isa't isa na kung may the best team win talaga.
And it was nice because right after, nag-hug kayo. I saw that. Now, ano yung mga napulot mong mga lessons abroad na dinala mo ngayon sa RSG?
Ano talaga, pakikisama sa camp and composure. Ayun lang.
It's nice to have you back. It's really great to have you back. Ito naman kay Coach Panda. Coach, congratulations. All right, how would you rate your team's performance today, especially after yesterday?
8 out of 10. Pero yung Chuni Dilan, 10 out of 10 talaga.
Nice. So if you can talk about the team's chemistry, how would you gauge it right now? Is this exactly the way you want it?
Kulang pa. We are still sobrang kulang pa sa mga heroes tapos sa aggressiveness pa. So more grinding and practice.
More grind and practice. And it's nice to see you guys winning once again. And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Who do you think it is? Okay. Let's take a look at the screen. Congratulations to Light. Light, talk about how happy you are with your team's improvement ngayong second day.
Masaya naman po since yun nga, puro talo kami nung nagsimula. Then yun, slowly, nakuha namin yung tempo namin sa tournament and yun, happy ako kasi yun, nakakapag-adjust kami agad. Victory pa lang.
The past is done. All we can do is move forward and we can appreciate what you've done today. What do you want to say to the fans?
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa RSG, maraming salamat for continue to support us and also sa family ko and then sa girlfriend ko na lagi naniniwala sa akin and nagbibigay sa akin ng strength para mag-push through and also kay Tita Nadet. Thank you.
It's so nice to interview you once again. At talaga yung mga bebe dyan, iba ang influence kapag sinusuportahan nyo ang ating mga manlalaro. And now it's time to announce the lucky fan of this series who will win 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations. Come on up. Look at that beautiful smile. Hello, what's your name? Ella, Ay, sino yung favorite player mo dito sa RSG?
Siyempre po, Lance Irad.
Lancelot, si Irad. Okay, bakit si Irad out of everybody? What impresses you about him?
Nakakabilib kasi yung disiplina niya sa laro. Lalo na kanina, yung nag-Lancelot siya. Ang galing ng mga diskarte niya. Kaya napanalo talaga.
Impressive nga. Sabi ko sa'yo napapawaw kaming lahat, Irad You continue doing that. What do you want to say to Ella,
Paano ba? Thank you po, Madam Mela. Supportan niyo po kami lagi and ayun, gagalingan po namin lagi para maging proud po kayo sa amin.
Thank you so much, Ella. Congratulations. You've won 3,000 diamonds. Now you get to be beside Irad. RSG, congratulations. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. What an impressive series for RSG Philippines. And we hope this will give them momentum for the next days forward. We're going to break that down for you, so we're going to go back to our panel. Pasok.
And there you go.
There it
we
is.
have our match winner. It is RSG 2-0. Very quick fashion, to be honest. And
They
I could
needed
be
it.
proud of these guys. They're pretty good.
Yeah. Again, I'm glad, that they get the victory here, especially after their hard-fought game yesterday, and you heard it from here. Game MVP. It's going to be light, and I don't know, man. How many recalls did he?
We need a counter for that. That was insane amounts of recalls in a short amount of time. And again, the confidence that you need to get to have to do that in front of these. What?
It's such a risky thing.
It is a risky thing, guys.
Imagine you just TP, recall, whatever you want to call it, and then you just get demolished.
Stunned up, knocked out, knocked out of the park, and then you get blamed at the end of the day. So whatever happens here, obviously it worked out for the best here for RSG, where we did see a pretty promising start at the very least in this one, where Irad really showcased the amount of damage Nolan can do.
Definitely did, and that's game back-to-back now that we got to see a showcase of Irad's skills and mechanical abilities. But I think it's mostly also just the fact that RSG this time around kind of brought everything together. And that was the story between the two teams was, like Coach Arcadia said, both teams have phenomenal players on an individual level. It's just how are they going to get that synergy and chemistry down and then showcase it within the game. And I think just like our Coach Arcadia did say, I completely agree with him, where I think RSG is doing that better, like faster, I should say.
Right.
Not necessarily better, but they're doing it faster. And so with them, as this is their last game for week 3, this is exactly what they needed here to get a sweep, and hopefully they can ride on that momentum into the week number 4 here.
Yeah, definitely a big boost especially for players like Light, who has had a pretty lackluster week number 1, picked up slowly up to week 2, and now the week 3, man, 10 out of 10. You got to give it to him. And to Nibor, who does need that boost as well, being, it's the sophomore, one of the younger players, right?
Was he 16?
Yeah,
like 16?
around that. I will confirm later on for sure. But yeah, for Blacklist International, man, that must have given you at least some info on how you can probably proceed. Maybe they can review that and see how MP the King was playing around with the rest of the team. Maybe they can improve on that a little bit more as the show progresses. And your top 4 here for this game is obviously, Aqua, very silent down there, but does a lot of damage most of the time as well.
Yeah, and again, we're going to have to see to get some more insight, of course, for this series.
Yeah.
We're going to be joined, of course, with a guest here in just a second, too. But as we take a look once again at the breakdown here, it was just a great showcase from RSG as a whole. I know that they had to work on things, like we said. We saw the first matchup they had for week number 3. It was apparent here that not only were they feeling more confident based off recalls, but also they just played better as a whole. And you even heard from Coach Panda earlier on stage that, he gives them an 8 out of 10. So there's still that room for improvement that we can see from them.
Obviously, there's still going to be a lot more room for improvement, but you know what? The kids have definitely picked up the pace here, especially I think the XP laners have been working a lot better with rotating around the map with the team. So I feel like Nibor definitely has also picked up a lot. You see the damage taken. He did his fair share of tanking the damage as well, alongside Light, who has had just a phenomenal game. I remember very distinctly a Way of the Dragon that was saved at the very end of a fight. There was so much, what do you call that? Discipline that he knew the MP the King was a dive in. He saved it. He didn't use it to initiate. He used it maybe like 30 seconds after the fight started, 20 seconds. And it was what they needed in that
picked the right target, the exact target that he needed. And I think that also just showcases not just discipline, but the veterancy and why Light is brought up so often in talks about roamers in the league. You know what I mean? So it's definitely apparent there. And like I said, across the board here is where everything just kind of fell into place. The team is working on that synergy and making it work.
Well, we're talking about synergy. We're talking about chemistry. Who else better to talk about that with than Panda himself?
Hello.
What's up, Coach?
How you feeling, Coach?
Feeling good because we finally got a win because we're in the lower part of the standing. But I'm not worried at all.
I was going to say, don't worry. You get to speak pure English here.
Yeah, pure English here. Let's go. All right. Well, we were talking about Arcadia earlier. You heard? I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah, I heard it.
We heard a lot about chemistry. And in terms of chemistry, what do you think about the team so far? Because you're a chem major, right?
Biomedical, but again. So regarding about chemistry, sorry about my Taglish. Okay. So regarding chemistry, what I can really say that it either takes a very long time to build
Yeah.
through bonding and making relationship, or you create the chemistry right away, even though you're not close, as long as you stay professional inside the game and then you really want to win. If you have 5 competitive players who are so desperate to win,
Yeah.
and then they grind so hard and focus really hard and they know how to explore, then they will build already trust, even though they don't have much friendship a lot, through winning and practicing together. So it's like comrade in a battleship, in a battle.
Yeah. So, like, to build up on that, Coach Panda, it's like, especially with obviously new players coming in, you know, saying goodbye to some of the mainstays that were there
Yeah.
for RSG Philippines too. How do you do that? Like, how do you support that environment where, you know, you already have these OG players, for example, Light there is there, and then how do you introduce that culture to the new players?
Yeah,
Like, how do you make that happen?
That is the thing. Actually, I really blatantly was quite sad. Like every single season, we have to adjust to a new member.
Yeah.
Because if we had, I was always thinking, season 9 is our championship season.
Yeah.
If we had that season until now, then we could have gotten more tournament championship because we don't need to work on the chemistry. And I really had that idea. I really had that side idea. But through time, I finally realized that as long as the spirit of RSG maintains, especially from me and then the OG players, minimum of 2 or 3 players,
Yeah.
then even though we introduce other players, we can still teach them the spirit of the RSG. So that is why, even though we have Nibor and then Irat came back, and then we also have Kusey, I still feel like this is the RSG that we did even before. This is just a new identity of RSG.
So it feels like the old RSG still. Like even with a lot of members, I think Light's one of the only OG members
gonna be
remaining.
one of them,
Kusey
yeah.
went back, right?
Yeah.
He's just a returning
It's
member.
just like you just change your clothes
Yeah.
and then you just change your hairstyle, but it's still
Yeah.
you. So, like that.
I love it. And, I love the fact that you also mentioned there's more than one way to build chemistry, right? There's the best friend way.
Best friend way.
The best friend way.
Homie
And there's
way.
also the homie way, right?
Yeah.
And there's also the way that you can just be professional. You can just be a good team player.
Team players
Yeah,
focus on that.
Because
yeah.
I don't really think that all teams, like all the players, they like each other. But they still decide to stay together. Why? Because they know that if they're together, they can win.
Yeah.
That is the only reason. And then what? Friendship doesn't give you success in life, right?
Yeah,
Being
not
successful
always.
in career is one way to win success in life. So that is why being professional and just focused is really the best way to build chemistry also.
To build that chemistry. Here's the thing, though, because I've always heard you rate the team afterwards, right? So just real quick, because I'm sure some viewers want to know this too. How do we get a
Panda
10 out of 10? How does Coach Panda give a 10 out of 10?
If I want to get 10 out of 10, I need to be a 10 out of 10 first. Because even for me, I still feel like I'm still 7 out of 10, especially in the draft. So I'll work much harder.
Well, we'll have a few weeks to do that, Coach. Don't worry. But for now, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Any last messages you have for the Raiders before we go?
Thank you everyone in the English cast and the Filipinos and everyone who's watching this that are supporting RSG. I know that we are quite falling apart, quite falling off right now. But you know, RSG, we always have a struggle in the early season because of new adjustment, especially through chemistry. But I can guarantee that through the regular season, we will get more ready and stronger. And then by playoffs, we'll be full battle mode, 100%. So let's go.
Battle mode.
Battle
They're getting
mode?
ready for it, man. They're getting ready, and you guys he has a sword already, right?
He has a sword.
He has a sword. But
They
what,
have the community.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Higher percentage for RSG here. They went 55% for the community prediction for this. So, I mean, how do you feel about that?
I mean, even though it's 5%, I still feel thankful. So numbers is numbers. All I need is that just focus on my team.
Yeah.
Well, the numbers in the game will definitely be something that Coach Panda will have to work on as we head into week number 4. So that last match for the week, right?
Yep.
All right, so you're going to have a fun week, probably some KBBQ, Korean barbecue later on. So good luck to
He's
you
getting
guys.
his steps in. That's what he's doing.
I'm always checking this.
Just checking the steps. But for you guys, Franco means it's your time to shine, naman. Kasi it's your time to get the newest MPL exclusive skin, Quantum Vanguard of Franco, in the shop. So hook your enemies now, a la MPL player style, and get it for 33% off. All right. Pretty cool. You use Franco? I know you used Takai before, but you use...
Yeah, I do Franco. 0% hook rate.
Okay, well,
Perfect.
you're gonna have to ask Light to help you out on that.
I will.
Maybe we could see Light play some Franco too eventually. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, actually we practiced that, so
We
let's see. in the
Why did
future.
you leak it?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay. All right, so that's going to be it for us here in the English desk. Thank you so much, Coach Panda of RSG Philippines. And of course, you also have Naisu. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have a pretty stacked game number 3 here. Before you go,
We have to ask him.
we have to ask. Sorry,
The
it's
Titans.
it's a big game. It's a big game later, right?
Yep.
It's
Lakas ng Pinas!
Ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Energy ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan, kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime eh. Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton eh. Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion na kasi. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back, guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagtutournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft.
Here with us ang napakasikat na si Mima! How are you?
Yeah,
ito, okay naman.
At meron tayong kasama ngayon.
Yeah, si Maika!
Maika! Introduce yourself to everybody.
Hi guys, I'm Maika, moderator ng Echo. Ay, ng TLPH pala.
Ikaw ay isang super fan.
Yeah.
Paano nga ba nagiging super fan?
Kailangan lang pong lumuwas na di alam ng parents.
Lumuwas ka galing saan?
From Iloilo.
From Iloilo! Sige nga, sino nga favorite player mo?
Si Zaida.
Si Zaida. So, nag-meet na ba kayo before?
No, it's her first time na
First
makanood
time
ng
sa-
MPL. Live.
Oh, welcome to the MPL Arena! Oh, okay. Paano nga ba yung mga fans dyan? Paano sila magiging super fan para ma-feature natin dito? Alam mo ba, Mima?
Ayan, pumunta lang kayo dito, tapos abangan nyo yung mga pakulo dito. Tapos, every time na magpupunta kayo dito mag-isa, pag uwi ninyo, kakilala nyo lahat ng mga Cavaliers.
Yes! Ano ba dapat abangan ng ating mga Cavaliers
Ayan,
ngayon?
magkakaroon tayo ng mga watch parties, tapos meron din tayong Discord events, at mga podcast, mga pakulo sa group namin. So, iniimbita namin kayo na sumali sa aming Cavaliers Facebook group, at pati na rin sa Discord, server.
Ano ba yung Discord? Ano ba yung nasa Discord nyo?
Ayan.
Anong Discord? Anong name ng Discord?
Ayan, The Cavalry din siya. The Cavalry by TLPH po.
At doon sa booth nyo, ano ba yung mahahanap namin doon?
Ayan, meron din tayong mga merch, yung Echo merch na sobrang limited na siya, magiging magiging collector's
Rare.
sobrang
Oo,
rare na
collector's
siya.
item!
Yes!
Bilhin nyo na, pati ito. Pati
Meron
ito.
din tayong mga, yung Echo, yung racing jacket, tapos meron din tayo ng jersey ng season 14.
Ito ba mabibili natin?
Hindi, wala pa.
Exclusive for you.
Exclusive to for Mima.
All right, it'll be TLPH versus Falcons APBren coming up in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Only here on MPL Philippines Season 14.
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP Racing, way reset up Built na kitang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Lacking MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
And the main event has arrived for week 3, day number 2. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Leo. And Leo, for how many series we've seen these two teams battle it out? The Titans of the MLBB world. Once again,
countless times, Jose Ingan, countless times. All across the world, through the ECA, through Southeast Asia, through the Middle East. It's them and them and them and them again.
And speaking of them, both of these two teams have fought it out again across around numerous regions. But in MPL Philippines, we can recall that TLPH swept FCAP last finals.
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, that was the last time that TLPH got FCAP's number. But real quick, let's go back to just a few moments ago, about 30 minutes, an hour ago, wherein RSG Philippines swept Blacklist International, sending the agents back to the drawing board, figuring out what to do next. So that should affect the numbers here, what the scores look like. And again, based on match number, Blacklist International is at rock bottom, at 8th, given that they only have 1 game win and no series just yet.
Yeah, for RSG Philippines, luckily picking up their 2nd series win. But apart from that, of course, Irad, the Eradicator, the mechanic.
That's a headline.
Really shined with the Lancelot. According to Midnight, he's the only remaining pro player who uses the Lancelot.
The last Lancelot main.
Yes.
There is. Is that true? How is that what?
I think it's true, and even for MPL Philippines, he's the only one who released a Lancelot. But For you guys, if you want to win 90,000 diamonds, all you have to do is go to the MPL Arena, post your pictures, post you are enjoying, and of course use the official hashtags, post it on Facebook, TikTok, with the hashtags MPL S14 Live Experience. Make sure that it's also posted public so everyone can see and everyone can get envious of how happy you are in Green Sun Hotel.
And make sure you tag the official channels of MPL Philippines.
I mean, I'm really excited, really envious for the. I hope the people watching at home are envious because the atmosphere here is amazing. Again, it's FCAP going head-to-head once again with Team Liquid Philippines. I know the panel has a lot to say. That's why, guys, let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan with our panel.
Ah, yes, the young Ian, very, very enthusiastic today.
I'm so envious of him.
I am very envious of you too, my good sir. Welcome back here to the Infinix Game Lounge with me, Rockhart, and of course, we got Nisu here. We got a bear, guys.
Yeah, we got one of them.
We got one of the bears, just like the one on top.
The other one's over there.
I gotta say, welcome to the main event. Actually, that's something I really agree on. This is definitely the main event for a lot of reasons. Like, the moment you see the marquee, you can feel, it feels like, oh my god, are we in an international event again? It just feels that way.
Feels like it. You know, they've been battling it out across the globe pretty much at this point, like Leo mentioned there. And it's funny because, yeah, the atmosphere by the fans are definitely there too. Because when you walk in here, you already hear them cheering for the Titans. Of course, these two titanic teams, of course, Falcons, APBren, and TLPH, Team at Liquid Philippines. Time and time again, they have fought it out, and this is the standings for all of them.
Yeah, and these are, again, just so many matchups in the past few months in so many different tournaments. It's going to be hard to keep track of them if you're not like an avid viewer of like all international tournaments. But right now, obviously, we've got, in terms of scores, I feel like APBren has picked up a lot after that Season 13 Grand Finals where they got 0-4 by Team Liquid PH.
I was going to say, man, I feel like, you know, they kind of had their own vendetta. They got swept, of course, in the Grand Finals of last season's MPL Philippines. And then ever since then, it's just been Falcons, APBren, Falcons, APBren, Falcons, APBren. And, you know, so even though this is regular season, we get a preview, I would say, of what could possibly, I don't want to say this because we know who's on top right now. Fnatic Onic is on top.
Fnatic Onic, right.
Neither of these teams are just yet. But who knows if this is a preview of a possible grand final. They have their work cut out for them, but either way, one of these teams is going to come out with a loss.
And who do you think is going to come out on top? Let us know in the comment section. And we also have an online poll, by the way. So try to go and show your support. Vote in poll right there so we know and we can count how many of you voted for FCAP or TLPH.
Who would you go for here, Rockhart?
Man, it's a hard FCAP for me. Unless TLPH comes out with a banger, and I hope that the off season or the week has gone better for KarlTzy. What about you?
I hope so. I'm always gonna, as much as I love Liquid, like as an org and everything.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm rooting for FCAP here for sure. I just love this group of players and how they're gonna perform.
Yeah, and of course, to kind of just elaborate further, we've actually prepared a video, apparently. So
special video.
A very, very, very special video with this team intro. Well, big fight deserves a big vid. So let's check this one out. Oh, damn. All right.
Ito na ang huling laban para sa tagumpay. Falcons APBren kontra Liquid Echo!
Ito yung malupit kasi dinalaan ng TLPH at FCAP yung kanilang rivalry through Pasay, Riyadh, ngayon sa Kuala Lumpur.
There you go. I love that.
I would say out of all the teams in the world, in terms of like school of thought ng playstyle ng MLBB, these two teams represent kung ano yung epitome ng kanilang playstyle.
even with the losses that they've experienced, I still think they're the best in the world right now, those two teams. FCAP in general, I know we saw what happened to them in MSC, but it's the same thing. Like, I would still pick FCAP or Liquid in against any other team. Now, going against each other is probably one of the most exciting, competitive MLBB matches you're ever going to watch.
The fated matchup between Liquid Philippines at Falcons APBren sa International Tournament ay mapupunta sa Game 7!
I can tell from these two teams, from their players, that they're really out to get each other. So yes, definitely rivals for sure.
Tingin ko sobrang big threat talaga nila sa amin kasi ayun nga, sobrang taas na rin talaga ng chemistry nila, hindi sila nagpapalit ng player. Lalo na nadagdagan pa yung coaching staff nila na kilala naman natin si Cyrus, sobrang talino rin talagang taong yan.
Which team, someone that you're looking forward to na durugin?
Siguro yung Bren.
Falcons APBren are moving on through the grand finals.
GG, well played. It's Falcons APBren in a successful 3-1 match to end this PL5 and representing PH in the grand finals.
Masabi ko na halos pareho lang yung game style namin ng FCAP and ng TLPH. Sobrang aggressive namin, kaya lagi kaming nasanay. Kumbaga, kasi international, kami pa rin nagtatapat-tapat
Ng storya ng pinakamalakas, isa lang ang mananatiling matikas at nasa taas! Team Liquid Echo, ang kampyon ng MPL Philippines Season 13!
Healthy na competitive. Kasi recently, parang nag-grow siya. Parang before, di ba, nanggaling tayo sa MPL Philippines or last season, 4-0. Tapos biglang next na mga naging laban nila, umabot ng 7 games. So yung pagiging rivals nila is parang nagkakaroon sila ng hunger na mag-exceed pa dun sa kaya nilang gawin. So in a way, tumataas din yung level of play for both schools.
Together we will rise to the calling. Claim this night, let's rise through the flame.
World-class competition demands a world-class authority. Here are your marshals for this match: Jeff, Ems, Pat, and Wilbert. Making their way to the stage, also known as Kings of the World and Trophy Collectors, they are the defending world champions. Let's welcome Ogwin, FlapTzy, KyleTzy, Few, and Super Marco! It's Falcons APBren! And their opponents. Together, they are the Titans of MLBB, former world champions and the defending champions of MPL. Let's welcome JP, KarlTzy, Sanji, and Benny Cutie, alongside the human calculator, the Apex Predator, 40! Let's go, Liquid Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Tucky for Falcons APBren. And the new recruit, Team Liquid Philippines, Coach Cyrus.
it's time for the face-off. All players, please come forward. Ito ang palag ng mga kampiyon. FLAP-TZ, ano ang palag mo?
Mahina lang ako.
Sanford, ano ang palag mo?
Mas mahina ako.
Ogwen, palag.
Di ako makasalanan.
JP, ano ang palag mo?
Kasalanan ko.
Few, ano ang palag mo?
Di ka pa nakakapag-meet and egit kay FLAP-TZ.
Sanji, ano ang palag mo?
Ang lupit.
KyleTzy, ano ang palag mo?
Mas malupit ako.
KarlTzy, ano ang palag mo?
Huwag mo kalimutan saan ang galing IGN mo.
Super Marco, ano ang palag mo?
Sana di kami baguhin.
Benny Cutie, ano ang palag mo?
May dalawang payong.
Palag kong palag, fist bomb! The Titans of MLBB will face each other once again, and this time in our home soil. World champion versus world champion. Panel, pasok!
And there you go. The Titans face off each other. The first ever 5-man face off.
I love it.
I love it. I love what I see. I'm still grinning from ear to ear.
I know some of our international viewers are going to be like, what were they saying? What were they saying? The only one I want to point out is between the two junglers,
Yeah.
KyleTzy and KarlTzy. KarlTzy said, don't forget where you got your name from, basically. All the TZs out there, of course. And of course,
Oh,
you know,
boy.
KarlTzy also had some inspiration with his. But
He met his inspiration as well.
He met his inspiration
Yeah.
out there, of course, in Riyadh. But yeah, the lineups, you guys already know the lineups. You know,
come on, guys.
we've seen them battled out so many times. And you can see that even in the face-off, I love that because you can see that rivalry, but the respect between each other too. And you know, they'll say it because in the countless interviews, like, these two teams really feel like they're in a league of their own around the landscape of competitive MLBB.
It basically feels like every team is at A right now.
Yeah.
Class A, there's a Class S, and they're at S+. That's what it feels like, at least. Obviously, the scores have been reflecting a bit differently with Fnatic, Onic, PH kind of just going crazy. But in terms of their own scores here, you can really tell the priorities for both of these teams are actually quite different inside the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and again, when you look at just kind of the deviation between the two and the team head-to-head, like, it's going to be nearly as close as it can get whenever you see two teams paired up together here against each other in the MPL Philippines.
Yeah, and here are your Infinix keys to victory. Keep 'em Turtle and Lord Retribution's coming. You know both of them are very capable at those steals, at securing the Retribution, and again, rotating with the rest of the team to make sure that happens.
Then next up, TLPH, learn and apply from your past meetings. Again, since, grand finals of last year, or last season, I should say, TLPH has always fallen a little bit short against getting FCAP in a series. So again, it is only a best of 3. We're in the regular season, but definitely a good start here from learning from the past.
And of course, may the best Titan win. Basically, 2 Titans of MLBB. Very few teams actually come close in terms of how consistent they can be, both locally and internationally. So all that said and done, I feel like definitely it's all going to boil down probably to who woke up better today or who had the better breakfast. You know, what kind of other superstitious beliefs these pro players actually have in common. And Yeah, KyleTzy has been ranking pretty highly on the junglers of this league so far.
Is he still #1?
I
Or is it
believe
King
so.
Kong now?
Oh, that's a good question.
I haven't
I'll have to
seen the
double check.
updated. Yeah, I haven't seen the
Yeah.
updated. But KyleTzy, I believe in a lot of different stats, is still #1.
Yes.
Like, I think it was just yesterday. It was Renmar and Brigida talking about this on the panel here. That, before the matches yesterday, he was 17 for 21. I think in terms of like the totals, and then by the end of their first game, he was already 20 for 24. And that's the thing. So, and that's why I think that key to victory from Infinix at #1 is really the battle of the junglers here. Like, who is going to be able to out-retribution each other? But not only that, because it's much bigger than that, is you always have to pay attention to how both these teams build up around their junglers.
Yep.
And how they execute that game plan and what allows the junglers to shine. And I think that's why everybody points out the junglers so much. But realistically, it's just the entire team.
It really is the entire team. I feel like if you didn't watch yesterday, it was less about the junglers, more on the gold laners. So later on, maybe we'll find a glimpse of that, but definitely a big difference from what we saw in the previous series where these two junglers, Irad and MP the King, were just 1v1ing each other on the map. It's not like that, guys.
It's not like that. Literally at any role, any lane here, they're going to be going head-to-head and toe-to-toe as we go into the drafting phase here for game #1. And we'll see, again, FCAP's going to be on the blue side, TLPH here on the red. Very standard, I'd say, bans coming through, too. It's still interesting. I think only certain teams will ban out the Julian.
Oh, yeah.
Because only certain teams like to play the Julian, and both of these being one of them. So still waiting for that last ban from TLPH.
Yeah, surprisingly, no high loss bans yet. I'm pretty sure that's going to pop up one way or another here.
Yeah.
So that's something we'll have to watch out for. And at the same time, is that really the priority? Things that you want to ask as well. You want to be able to get the Lolita out in the field, maybe, if you're APBren. For guys who didn't watch yesterday, Falcons APBren pulled off the first successful Lolita and Hanabi combination here in the MPL Philippines Season 14. Obviously, yeah, we know. We've seen it in the ranked games. We know how crazy it can be. But you know what? It is something entirely seeing it in ranked games. You can get 15K in ranked games. Goal lead, no problem. Anyone can do that. But if you do it in the MPLPH, the biggest MLBB esports scene in the whole world, that's a different story.
It's a different story, and I don't know. I'm expecting 3 games out of this series. I would save it for maybe game 3 if we saw something crazy like that, at that point. But to start off game #1, I expect both the teams just to obviously bring sort of what I would say, quote-unquote, is their standard drafts for both these teams. You can already see it like it's already fallen into place. FCAP is going to pick up that Roger here. We've seen Super Marco even play that tons of times. Same thing with KyleTzy.
Yep.
We'll see what they end up flexing that into. And it's going to be highly dependent on what TLPH takes. Already the fact that they have the Hylos and the Harith is, things fall into the right place because of the fact that Hylos has been such a detriment to a lot of teams playing against it. You roll with that Glorious Pathway, you've got that Revitalize, and the answer on the flip side tends to be the Jawhead. So they already lock in the Jawhead. Lui comes through too. Again, one of the heroes that we don't see picked up in the first phase for a lot of teams currently, at least here in MPLPH.
Yeah, it's a big toss-up to Season 14 playoffs where you use all Lui basically everywhere, right? So obviously a lot has changed since then, and I'm surprised to see it again, honestly. I mean, the past few weeks that we've had, it barely made an appearance. So right now, the Nolan, normally KyleTzy special, going over to Karl, just trying to prove as well to everyone that, you know what, I'm still one of the prime assassins in the league.
Could still definitely be one of the best. They are still going to kind of narrow down the jungler picks too, just in case. And again, depending on what FCAP is deciding here to bring to the jungle, if it is going to be the Roger or not. But also, I would like to see, what is going to be the XP lane option here for FCAP, for KyleTzy, because, that's the thing. We've seen so often that, we focus on the jungle, the gold lane, but even the XP lane currently in this meta is still highly impactful depending on what they go. And, a lot of times, what do we see? The Terizlas.
Yep. I mean, you can throw in some exports here and there, depending on I think it all depends on the
Rubies,
mood.
maybe.
The mood of the XP laner, right? The Ruby
But what is
flex.
Flap's mood? Like he's just. Did you see the video?
Oh man!
What is FlapTZ's mood?
You can never really tell, man. Sometimes he just comes out of the toilet swinging with some new stuff. I don't know, man. So obviously the Yuzhong still very much a big pick. Maybe for both of these teams, you know, except 4D loves that hero as well.
Still contender.
But I'm not sure if it's going to be a parrot here. There goes the Arlott, more up to speed, right? More up to the pace of the game right now.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how FCAP answers this because the game plan here for TLPH just with the 4 picks, obviously you're playing into multiple ground ultimates. Like Zaman Force is going to be there.
Yep.
Glorious Pathway. You can sweep them in with a final slash with this Arlott pick. So there's so much, like, you're literally sweeping them either into the Zaman Force setup or a Glorious Pathway. And obviously that's slow enough from the Glorious Pathway, the ultimate from Hylos, can actually change the tide of some of those skirmishes, especially in choke points within the jungle here.
For sure.
And so it seems like TLPH, you know, they want to have the biggest advantage they can when it comes to the team fights, which they already know is going to come down objectively. You heard the Terizla.
There it is.
There it is. We expected it. And then that we get our answer. The Roger going to the hands of Super Marco, and now we've got the Ling popped up here for KyleTzy.
Faramis looks really good
Faramis
here.
Hylos, that is deadly.
Oh my god, it's deadly. I know what you mean, right? Because Elegant Gem. Just 2 words, Elegant Gem, man. It's minus man. But yeah, Elegant Gem is like the key here for the Hylos to basically overtake the early game and then recover most of that health back from the Netherrealm. So it kind of works. At the same time, you also want to look for more damage, maybe?
You could argue that. Okay, there it is. Zask is going to be the play.
Right.
Damage. I was going to say, you could argue that you might have enough damage with this already, but you know they're playing heavily on magic damage right now. So even when you look at this lineup here from TLPH, you're kind of thinking, all right, they actually need to end the game, I would say, a little bit earlier because of the fact once those defensive items comes in for magic resistance, it's going to heavily help FCAP just with the lineup that TLPH is bringing to the game number 1.
Let's see if they'll be able to break the barrier here as we head into game number 1. Judging by the draft, both of them look pretty darn good for me, honestly.
Yeah.
So I can't really tell who came out on top here. Obviously, I love the Trills, the Jawhead being picked up here, especially the Loyi. More global presence for FCAP, but now for TLPH it's different. So let's see what's going to happen here as we go into game number 1 with Leo and Ingan once more on the caster desk.
Casters, pasok.
Once again, the Titans will face off in MPL Philippines. This is TLPH going up against Falcons APBren for game number 1. Welcome to the English desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Leo. And Leo, looking at the lineups, what are your expectations?
Falcons APBren, shock and awe. Odd angles from out of nowhere. TLPH, as mentioned by Naisu and Rockhart, they gotta go fast, they gotta snowball out of control, but luckily they have a very reliable lineup. So with that said, I'm thinking both already know what's up.
Yeah, and looking at the keys to victory again for both of these junglers, crucial turtles will be in full effect here, major factor. So whoever gets the first turtle will might dictate how the game goes on. If Falcons APBren gets the first turtle, you know Super Marco is going to be super confident and going for those outplay, whether it's in the gold lane or whether it's during those neutral objectives.
For sure, real quick. Gander at the items. You mentioned Super Marco. That's a lane that I think for sure wins.
Yeah.
Falcons APBren. Like he can really give Benny Cutie a tough time, especially since the Ling rotates much faster than the Nolan.
Yeah, and, you know, for me, Super Marco, there's a big adjustment compared to his last game because, again, it was the Lolita and Hanami. He was literally in the middle of everything, unbothered because of the immune CC. But right now, these two gold standard, these two best of the best gold laners going at it. And this is what you're saying, Super Marco. He's really has the advantage.
Oh, look at that! We just barely caught the tail end of a drive-by on to KarlTzy. What was that?
The Ling, this is what you were saying this.
He rotates faster.
He rotates faster. He gets the kills faster.
Not faster than the camera. I mean, that's literally just a flick of the wrist for our hardworking observers and production staff. But wow, the one above all strikes.
Well, you know, if you're an observer, you really have to have fast hands as well. I mean, this is KarlTzy, KyleTzy, the TZs, going at it again. And a beautiful off-cam kill for KyleTzy. On to
barely off
Karl.
Yeah, it's Karl. It's Kyle on Karl.
Yeah. And going back at the head-to-head, you can recall KarlTzy saying, wait. Oh.
We'll talk about it later. Here comes the Dominator's descent and the turtle going over to flap TZ. And they commit the penalty zone. The glorious pathway dropped in. The reposition of the much larger, now smaller, Nightmare Spawn. FCAP walking away with a lot of wins here. 500 gold up.
M5 Finals MVP picks up the first turtle for Falcons APBren, but the clash is not yet done in the middle lane.
The flicker back by few. Idol ng mga kids refusing to accept that his fingers are locked in Zaman Force on the Marco. Pouncing away.
A lot of action right on 3 minutes in, but Super Marco says that he's not afraid of Benny Cutie.
Not afraid.
To take a stand.
He is rocking the Sky Piercer, so that shows that I am going all in. Tough boots on the way.
If there's an item built for Super Marco, it's a Sky Piercer. Literally bulletproof, unkillable. And we all know if you have the Sky Piercer and you don't have deaths.
You shouldn't.
It's a bang for a buck.
That is literally counterproductive to what the item is trying to do. About a minute until the next turtle, second turtle scored. Again, once more upper quarter of the map here. Which doesn't really matter for Falcons APBren because, again, they have better rotational speeds. And so far, they have better map control given Fuse Luyi.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned that because apart from the Ling, there's also the Luyi with the crazy diversion plays. And if you know Few, El Capitan, he always knows where to place the diversion plays, the perfect timing, catching TLPH by surprise, even if they know each other for so long because of the numerous years that they had on and on and on.
That's why we call this a clash of the Titans. JP playing footsies here with Ogwin. Letting go. Rather prioritize the turtle spawning in about 10. All right, quick story while we're waiting for this fight.
Okay.
Clash of the Titans comes from a personal story wherein, short version, I spoke to a person who barely knows how to speak English, and they said, Falcons APBren. Team Liquid PH.
I remember that.
Titans of MLBB. That's it.
You posted that for the glorious pathway from JP.
Here we go. Few. Stop the distraction, but then again the reposition. KarlTzy folds. His former teammate gets the kill on him. Few. Trading out for Ogwin. 1-1. No retribution for Team Liquid PH. Sanford and JP pushing flat back down bottom though.
Marco.
Benny might take down Marco, but the bulletproof one refuses to fall. In comes Few to the rescue. Benny still standing. The storm has been quelled.
El Capitan making sure that the bulletproof Marco will stay alive. Still no answer from TLPH as they try to get this turtle away from Falcons APBren. Glorious pathway is there.
Daddy JP laying down the cover. Thou shalt not pass. Much like Darth Vader said in
Return
of the Jedi. Tempest of Blades up, taken down 40. Not that chunky quite yet. Ogwin taken down by Karl. And the trade, 1-for-1. TLPH walking away with a major objective. Now we're playing.
After a relatively slow start for both of these two teams, they gave us one hell of a long clash. Onto the bottom lane, onto the turtle pit. Everyone's really involved. But with that, FCAP still getting a win. 1.1k gold lead. Turtle will be secured by TLPH, but again, the kills from the Bees, from the Falcons APBren. I mean, Ogwin's ejector made even you jump. You were jumping already because of the amazing play.
Could have sworn he hit me. And again, these kills aren't coming for free. These plays don't come for free. Ogwin has to be ready to sacrifice himself. His flicker, as soon as stuff cooled down, FCAP would do their best to try and get a play out of that.
Yeah, and I remember Naisu along with Rockhart mentioning that TLPH, they're the ones who have a natural timer that they have to end this early because again, if the Athena Shield, the Radiant Armors comes into play for Falcons APBren, their power spike will diminish. And so far, KarlTzy not off to a good start. 1-1. If you're Nolan, you'd like a lot of kills without suffering any casualties.
And so far, it looks like the answer for Team Liquid PH, the answer for the Cavalry, is to pressure Marco. And I think Marco knows. Look at that. See how far he's taken himself out of under the turret range?
Making sure that he stays alive. As
He's double laning.
KyleTzy, okay, picks up spear, a great dragon spear here, so you know. Oh,
diversion from behind. Catches Benny Cutie, forced out of defensive. Diamond Force right underneath tier 1. Benny's dancing. Damage of blades here by Kyle, trying to get a kill. Finch Boy's out underneath the glorious pathway. FlapTzy might fall here. KyleTzy falls first. Sanji gets a kill. Now Flap running away. Flap taken down by 40. 2 free kills for Team Liquid.
2 kills to none, setting TLPH for this last turtle take. And what a beautiful, glorious pathway coming in from JP. Imagine the pathway plus the Zaman Force. Where would you go?
A sword and a carpet. A lethal combination from the cavalry. The pendulum swingeth. The final turtle scored by Team Liquid PH.
The combinations of TLP. Imagine Zaman Force, glorious pathway, ultra slow. Not to mention Sanji with the Dominator's Descent, damage over time plus the slow. And if FCAP manages to catch a break and walk away, there's just Sanford gonna sweep them back into the dance floor.
It was a good approach. It was A for effort, right?
A
the
for
attempt. Again, an amazing
angle.
Oh, here we go. 4 members. The injector on the 40. Can he get out of here? The glorious pathway set in. 40 taken down by few. Simon forced the answer back. FlapTzy barely alive. Down he goes. Sanji scores another one.
Can Sanji dominate? KyleTzy,
another
wait.
one.
Finch
Kyle. Finch voice in. Looking for a tempest of blades. There he goes. Blades up. Benny down. Sanji as well. Traded out for Ogwin. And Kyle, JP falls as well. Only KarlTzy stands.
What a play from KyleTzy.
Look at that grave, just bodies underneath that turret.
KarlTzy, one look at kill for looking at the instant replay, man. I thought the game was over, the clash was over, but KyleTzy says no. As Leo replays the sounds there with slow motion. I mean, he wasn't part of the diversion play, but with the Ling, with the Finch voice, he was able to make it back. He was able to win that clash, wherein TLPH was supposed to win that because they lost FlapTzy. I think they lost another one, but Falcons APBren saying that we're still the champs.
Yeah,
we're still on top of the world.
It was a high-risk maneuver that could have really only been much cleaner if they juggled turret aggro better.
Yeah.
But I'm already just splitting hairs here. It was a great move. Like, they won that trade out, and they scored the push, and now this Lord here is looking, it's a little more green and yellow, if you know what I'm saying.
And most importantly, they were able to shut down Sanji, because Sanji so far, prior to that clash, 3-0-1. Deathless, and now FCAP handing him his first death. Now the first Lord up for grabs for both of these teams. Look at the gold lead. It was a 199 for FCAP a while ago. Now it's back with FCAP's non-existent.
Swingity swing, swingity swing. The only real player who has no deaths yet is Bulletproof Marco.
As usual.
It would be best for him to keep that the way it is and figure out why exactly TLPH can find him. Number one, my theory is TLPH is very honest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if they were to catch you, it would be off of a glorious pathway.
Yeah.
Or else a flicker.
Or final slash.
Final slash, exactly. That aside, Marco can just play with that range. Marco can just, keep himself scarce and then bite back when it's clear.
Agree, and in terms of versatility and with the setups FCAP, they have the FlapTzy penalty zone flicker, or even the ejector coming in from Ogwin, so they have a lot of variety when it comes to setups.
Not just, they have the equivalent of Batman prep time in MLBB. The diversion play, like they can just literally pick any bush in range and put 3 or 4 members in there, maybe even all 5.
Yeah, not to mention KyleTzy.
That
Doesn't even
idea
have
to
to
do
be
5.
part of the diversion.
Exactly.
Just did a split push on top here, getting a second. Oh, look at that, Sanford!
Whoa! Suddenly, Ogwin got in a blink of an eye, and FlapTzy trying to do some damage control. JP down to a 1/5 of his health, heals back.
Imagine. The Rizla in itself is already slow in terms of mobility, paired up with the glorious pathway plus the Dominator's Descent from Sanji. I thought FlapTzy was going to die, but a beautiful pickup coming in from Sanford. And this is what you were saying. The setups are going to come from Sanford, but the problem is it's too honest. So he heavily relies on the flicker. Because without the flicker, FCAP could just really expect it.
Yeah, so now in hindsight, might not have been worth it. Again, that is the roamer. That is the Ogwin and the Jawhead. So that's the most expendable hero from Falcons APBren. But a kill is a kill. Helps keep the gold lead at bay.
Diversion.
Oh, where's it going? Did they send Marco out?
Marco, two, and Few. I believe it's Few also.
Get out of there! Oh no, they're playing with it. They're playing with the range. Look.
I think they're waiting for one member from TLPH.
Oh, they're repositioning.
Ideally, it's supposed to be KarlTzy, but
Oh, Kyle with the steal on the Little Wanderer! And they shut down in corner. The young goat, KyleTzy, didn't expect that. They see that coming.
Diversion sandwich play from Falcons APBren. And now they can afford to send KyleTzy up top to push and deal with the Lord because KarlTzy not in the picture right now. That was a worth it diversion play.
What was it, like 10, 15 seconds of setup? That's worth it to take down Karl.
Yeah.
To make the split push all the more cleaner. Oh, here he comes! KyleTzy, right in the middle of everyone, taking down JP, Tempest of Blades, answering. Dominator's descent, Sanji gets popped.
But here comes Benny Cutie.
Gets one. Benny going 2v5, not a good idea.
Oh.
Got a bunch of Falcons. APBren knows that the damage from TLPH could be real. KyleTzy just respawned. They're letting go.
Okay, Falcons APBren decided not to commit with the Lord.
Oh, wow.
Okay, diversion play. Oh, plus a good
steal!
steal!
Finds Benny, dashes through the wall.
Purify!
And he's good. Final slash, no one home.
Clutch Purify from Benny Cutie, but this means Falcons APBren. A Lord opportunity is wide open. Ogwen still zoning out Sanford and KarlTzy here.
The burst down, 40 dashing through. That's the vengeance, Cyclone Eye in. KarlTzy looking for the cheeky retribution. Ogwen very low, KarlTzy in death's range. Down goes Ogwen. They lay down the glorious pathway. Few is out of the picture. KarlTzy does not beat Kyle in the retribution.
Oh, Marco!
Marco hunting down the young goat.
What an exchange! A 2-for-2 for the Titans, and KyleTzy secures the first Lord. When you thought the clash is over, either KyleTzy or Super Marco will extend the clash, and in that case, KarlTzy was the target. And now TLPH has to deal with the 3.6k gold lead that the Falcons have established.
Look at Super Marco,
Diversion again.
404. Death's not found. He's just gonna keep on getting stacks on his Sky Piercer and this Lord push up top. It's a Lord that jumps in, so I'm expecting FCAP will walk away with maybe both one inhibitor, both turrets in mid, and then maybe a kill or two, unless TLPH has something to say about it.
TLPH, I know they have something to say about it. They can still defend this. Inhibitor turret still intact. But here comes JP, soak up the damage. Glorious Pathway will be casted.
JP putting up a wall. KyleTzy coming through. Penalty zone by Flop. Tempest of Blaze up into the air. Zaman forced the answer. Benny Cutie taken down. KyleTzy's out. JP as well. 40 still alive. 3v4. The defense of a lifetime. Team Liquid PH holding on. Dominator's descent. Pushing back. Falcons APBren.
And again, a worth it trade for the Falcons. Losing KyleTzy, but in exchange for an inhibitor turret onto the top lane. Wanting to force a takedown again in the middle lane. I think they want to go for the end here.
They're all in. Base at less than half health. Minions getting cleared out. Sanford holding on to an ultimate. The final slash. The penalty zone. The answer back. Look at Marco taking down Sanji. And they're still going. Taking down 40 as well. The ejector on to Karl. Karl is holding on. Taken down by few. The Glorious Pathway. Where's the punish? Benny Cutie drops his out and force. Taking down FlapTzy. Ogwen. Immortality out. Few still laying down. The spells, the free hits. Marco staying in range. The diversion play fainted out.
Here
In
comes
comes
Kyle.
Kyle. The base is regenerating. Kyle dropping from the skies. That's the last inhibitor pop down bottom. JP is down. Serving up another kill to Marco. Zaman Force in by Benny. The only defender left. That's a minion. That's Ogwen down. KyleTzy in the rest of Falcons APBren will end it right here, right now. 1-0 for Falcons APBren.
A decisive Game 1 win from the Bees as they outmaneuver the Cavalry with the diversion plays coming in from El Capitan as well as the outplays from Super Marco himself, the Bulletproof Man.
You mean Bulletproof? Yeah, there you go.
Bulletproof Marco.
Oh my lord.
Wow. And just like that, we have to throw it over to Rockhart and Nice because they have to explain how did Falcons APBren pull this off against TLPH.
Honestly, I was just at the edge of my seat there earlier. I was like, oh my god. Seriously, that was... I don't know. What other adjectives do we have left? We've used everything.
That's the pinnacle.
The pinnacle.
Of MLBB right there. You know, and I know, like, FCAP, it was decisive, I would say, you know, towards the end especially, but
yeah,
there was always these moments, even toward the end, right? I was thinking that they would be able to hold it together and stay in the game a little bit longer for TLPH, but unfortunately they weren't able to stop the outmaneuverability from FCAP. And look at our MVP right here.
Honestly, really hard to outmaneuver this guy right here with Super Marco. I mean, they were trying their very best to counter out that Roger. You saw KarlTzy. He tried to do some plays earlier on, and it just felt like a roller coaster, all series long, all game long rather, where you could really never tell who was inching out against the other. But obviously, you know what? Falcons APBren had the majority of the goal in that game.
Yeah, they did. You know, they still, like, especially, this is the thing always about FCAP is they're so macro dominant. I mean, they're very macro. I almost want to say perfect at the macro level of the game. I mean, looking at how they set things up, even like this play down at the bottom and everything else, the way they work as a team, even if they get punished, they have to sacrifice a couple bodies in it. They still come out on top in the long game, and that's what usually happens here. And why, even for Super Marco, if he gets his hands on a Roger, for instance, like this, and he picks up a Sky Piercer, it's so tough. There's a reason why he's called Bulletproof Marco. That's so right. He's mostly going to maintain those stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Just doesn't go down. It doesn't help that, you know what, a Roger has invulnerability frames, I-frames, as, you know, the young kids like to call them, where you have a few seconds where you're invulnerable. You can't be targeted. Any targeting against you is removed. So, you know what, it helps to add to the flexibility of Super Marco, this hero, this Roger, and that, you know what, people were just going crazy with Few, flying all over the map, never knowing where KyleTzy and the rest of the gang are going to come out, even FlapTzy coming out of nowhere most of the time. And TLPH just, I guess, kind of similar to what you said, a bit more reliant on magic damage in this one. Didn't really help them a lot.
Yeah, and that was the thing, you know, this is a 16-minute game. You're getting to the point where TLPH, your damage profile is going to fall off, especially with the itemization that came through from FCAP. And like you mentioned with Few, man, Few, one of the few players that will still pick up a Lui Yi. There aren't many, you know, out there. And
not afraid.
Yeah, not afraid to use it, especially the utility that it provides to the team. And no matter what kind of lineup they have here, again, with FCAP, they just execute it to near perfection, at least as a team, and how the game plan is approached for them. Because you can see there, too, you know, the gold per minute here just from KyleTzy alone, the way he was moving around the map, very high there. Few doing insane amount of damage like we talked about. And so when you have lineups that also like to fight around the dance floor, as Ingan like to put it, you know, the Zaman Forest, the Glorious Pathway, all that stuff.
Sir.
Like, what better hero to counter that with than a Lui Yi? Like, okay, we'll fight your dance floor. I'll just drop down a big circle of death, pretty much.
I got my own. I got my own floor right here. And if you step into it, you're either safe or you're going to the back and you're looking for fights.
Or
right?
you're hurting your own teammates at that point.
You know? So either way, it did feel like, even though there was a really scary dance floor for TLPH, it felt easy for the heroes of FCAP to actually avoid that. Namely, you know, just have a Link fly out, you know, Jawheads run really fast.
He's an unstoppable force.
He's an unstoppable force, like you mentioned. And, of course, the Lui Yi can bring you anywhere on the map in an instant. Almost an instant. So I feel like it was just a very difficult game for TLPH to maneuver. Maybe they were trying to buy some time where BennyQt could go unstoppable. And it did feel like there was a lot of power in BennyQt, especially in that last fight.
Yeah, again, like they're kind of playing on borrowed time. And, you know, like I said, TLPH's game plan was there. It was very apparent what they wanted to do in game one. And, you know, execution-wise, like, they were finding these minor moments here and there. They were trying to stand off against FCAP, but unfortunately, it just fell apart. And I feel like when you look at all their games that they played, you know, in the past months since we saw them battle it out in Season 13 Grand Finals, that's something I feel like that FCAP has continued to refine was that macro-level play, but also down to those minor skirmishes where they're taking, like, even if, like I said earlier, if a couple of them go down, they get something else out of it, and that all kind of, like, stacks up, you know, basically a victory is what they've gotten against TLPH so many times at this point.
And even in this loss, it feels like TLPH could still kind of, you know, catch up at certain points of the game. And again, it's not really JP's fault at this point. I don't think it was completely JP's fault. I think he did a pretty good job in tanking most of the damage.
Yeah.
It just so happens that there's just so much. There's so much to do. There's so much to do if you're fighting off against FCAP. And again, TLPH, no better team. No other team is probably more familiar with what Falcons APBren can do than this team, but they still fell short.
They fell short. I think in a situation where it's a best of 3, like you have enough time to hopefully adjust from this. In most cases, when teams are against a team of this caliber like FCAP or TLPH, in a best of 3, it's not enough time. But we're talking again about the 2 titans here for MPL Philippines and just in the world, really. And so I do expect, you know, between this time now and when we get to the draft for Game 2 eventually here, like you'll see those adjustments come through TLPH. And I don't know what that all is going to be, but I would say primarily a little more balanced lineup. Like not so towards the side of magic damage. Cover your grounds in the mid-game, like or early game, mid-game, and then the late game. Have those, you know, that balanced lineup, or maybe again we see them take a page out of FCAP's book from yesterday. Not saying that we see the Lolita Hanabi come out. I'm not saying that. But maybe there's something up their sleeves to pull through for Game 2.
I am looking forward to that. Honestly, if there was anything that Zaire, the new coach recruit Zaire, has up his sleeves, we are happy to to witness that. But of course, for now, we're gonna give him a little bit more time to just recuperate and kind of regroup. I wish I could put the camera there. You can see the meeting right behind us. But yeah, for the meantime, let's go over to Mara. She's actually going to interview some people here. So let's check out who she's talking to here today.
We're here with the commissioner of UAP in esports, Miss Unique Monasterio. How are you?
Good, thank you. It's my first time watching MPL live this season, and I have to say it's actually very exciting. The crowd's really, really lively.
Oh yeah, they're really pumped. And you know, let's talk about UAP because it was the first time having esports, particularly MLBB in the UAP. What were the deciding factors that led to this?
Okay, so since it was the first time having esports in the UAAP, we wanted to be really inclusive. So we looked at having multiple platforms. So definitely mobile was one of the platforms we wanted to include. And of course, we decided on the most popular mobile game in the country. So it was definitely a given that MLBB would be a part of UAAP esports.
So what are your thoughts about the future of esports and MLBB, particularly with UAAP supporting this?
Actually, I think that the future is definitely looking bright. We're seeing a lot of support from the schools and the families of the student athletes as well. So I think that the level of play will definitely be elevated since we're looking at a really high level of competition in the collegiate league. And then I think that the professional teams now will also have another way of scouting for talent.
Now, what do you think about the experience? It was such a unique experience for the players, the students, and the crowd. How did you find that? How was the crowd for you?
It was eye-opening. It was There was a lot of strong emotions from all the teams. I have to say that all the student athletes, their attitude was very positive. They did their best to really make the event a success. But I think that aside from that, what I really enjoyed seeing was the support from the schools, their professors, the board of directors of the UAAP themselves, and of course their families. Like a lot of the families of the student athletes and their friends came over, they watched the games, they cheered the pep squad. And imagine seeing the cheering squad and the pep squad of your school in the audience cheering for you. So it was quite the experience, definitely.
And for us, it was such a big deal having MLBB in the UAP. Thank you so much. And congratulations on a successful first year.
Thank you. The team's actually here with me.
Nandito ang ating champion, ang ating UE Zenith Warriors. Congratulations. And later on, we'll be hearing from them in the panel. Thank you so much for coming here. And now we're going to go back to our casters. Pasok.
All right, there you go. Ms. Monique Monasterio for UAAP Esports. And yes, like we mentioned when the broadcast started, I wish I could be a college student again with all this happenings in UAAP. If you're not aware, university associations, right?
Yeah.
Esports associations like NCAA and stuff like that, maybe soon. But
Yeah.
for now, they've integrated specific
Love
game
it.
titles, not just MLBB, multiple game titles. And it's a new age.
It's a new age, and we wish we were that age. You know, part of the age. Well, we kind of are, Rockhart. Like we can still obviously,
if we wanted to,
commentate over it. But
yeah,
you know, again, it's different when you get to come from your favorite college and you get to cheer on your esports.
You're
official
studying,
teams.
and you also want to play in the side.
Yeah, you know. So, yeah, it's great to have them here because they get to experience this matchup too. You know, the Titans, like we mentioned, of MLBB battling it out here, and right now, I'm wondering who they're siding with. Like, maybe it's FCAP, maybe they are fans of TLPH, maybe it's a split. But I think either way, just the experience here, of course, being here and in this MPL arena for this matchup is going to be phenomenal for them, phenomenal experience. And you know, I saw the clips too of UAAP, like the matches. I didn't get to go myself because I was out of the country, but I saw them, and they were, it looked like full as well. Like, auditorium was full.
They were having fun, man.
Yeah.
It was full. I think a few of our casters are also there. We were
Yeah.
watching and casting it. Really fun stuff. And I hope they pick up something, you know, watching the best of the best, not just in the Philippines, but probably in the whole world, fighting off right in front of them. Some of that mojo could maybe rub off on you. I know I've been commentating in MPL, just hoping that, you know, maybe if I'm close enough to KarlTzy, some of that skill will transfer over. Hasn't happened yet. 7 years, but it'll happen somewhere.
One day.
One day, I'll be as good as him.
We can hope at that point, you know. And speaking of them, KarlTzy and them, TLPH, they're going to have to adjust. We already talked about game number 2, and we'll be heading to the draft here.
So heading into the draft, what do you guys think is going to have to change? I'm actually super curious. I'm reading YouTube comments a lot. I see you guys, you know, I see you guys reading out there. I see you on Facebook. I want to see what you guys think should be changed here. For TLPH, do you think that was a good draft? Do you think it was just like a macro maneuver kind of thing that happened where it just felt like if I was on the receiving end of what FCAP did, I would be catching my breath because it felt like there was just fights happening every single minute.
That's what I love, though. Remember a time, Rockhart, when we were in a meta in seasons when it was just slow pace,
2 kills a game,
Lord dancing.
Right.
I would much rather have this. So like I'm still gonna say it. You know, even like I said with FCAP, the way that they kind of eventually dominated that game later on.
Yep.
Like to see them all barrel it out and have these skirmishes, these team fights break out early on and throughout the entirety of the game. That's great to see. So TLPH, how do they adjust from this? The last ban is going to be the Julian coming out from FCAP here on that red side with TLPH having this first pick. I don't know, man. Do they go the Rogers banned out? Do they go and pick up something that's going to give them that sureness, that confidence to go ahead and lock in the early game? Because that's what I say they kind of needed to fix from the last one is locking in the early game for them. And there's a couple choices that they could pick up. Edith would have been great, but they're going to go with the high-low since it's open here.
Right. And honestly, I still have to maintain that. I feel like the Faramis was a missed opportunity, I think. That was great. That Faramis there would have been a bit good. Maybe it could have allowed them to kind of tank into the late game and have Benny QD do more. He'd have 2 HP bars, you know, he'd survive more. And same with the high loss. Maybe JP wouldn't have died as much, but then again, what's done is done. But maybe they can do that here. Although I'm not sure if it will go through. If they don't pick it up here, it might get banned out.
Do you think Benny QD should just go like a Mozkov here? Like just
or
pick up a regular marksman? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like that's where Benny QD has excelled. These are hero picks that actually allow him to do the split push, do what he's known for. And I feel like you got to go you got to do what you're good at. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if they go that right, that is going to be Hayabusa locked in here. That is not a Mozkov voice. It's going to be a Ruby being locked in. TLPH still playing with the fact that, you know, 100% Ruby could still go in the gold lane. You could put it in the XP lane. Just not sure if that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
But so far, the fact that they got the Hylos, they have a Hayabusa, it'll come down to an assassin matchup in the jungle. And we'll see if FCAP wants to go ahead and lock that in because, again, if they don't, there's probably going to be a couple more bans towards KyleTzy. You already have a great kind of rounded out lineup, too, this early on. There's the Ling, like we were talking about. So
perfect.
Why not? You know, this is also, I would say for TLPH, the number one point from the last one was just make sure you have your damage profiles in check. It's, at least this time around, they got the Hayabusa, you know, like, and they can play around a little more sturdiness, I would say, or like we said earlier, vitality between the Ruby and this Hylos.
The vitality, huh?
The
It's
vitality.
very foreign sounding word, but it just means you're tough.
You're tough.
You're tougher. You know, you can go for longer, and that's exactly what I think should happen here for TLPH. I think they should play for a longer team fight, because I feel like if you go for the bursty kind of team fights, you know, FCAP's gonna come out on top. I feel like they just excel in picking off people from the map one at a time. Who's that on the? Is that Yaoi? No, it was Super Yoshi.
Well, that's Mara.
Was that Yoshi? That there's Mara right there. As usual, really good with kids. Love Mara's getting into that.
Sometimes it's hard for me to spawn out players in the crowd, especially because I'm so used to seeing them in their jerseys.
Oh yeah, for
know?
sure. same here. I feel like it's the same thing when we go out and we're wearing their jerseys. People can kind of notice us easier because oh, is that MPL? Oh, is that Rahar? So that happens a lot to
for
me.
us it's like the suit. Like
Oh
you're
yeah,
not
the
out in
suit, 100% the suit. But if you're like just wearing your normal shorts,
you're
and
just in your
t-shirt, no one really like. What is that? You? They'll go like that.
I guess I kind of stick out.
You have no choice but to stick out, my good friend. That's just the boon of your existence. Right?
I'm a 6'2" guy.
Yeah, guys.
Walking around, I'm a large human being, you know, and I just have this beard, and so people just point me out, and I'm just like, oh wait, what?
Average Filipino height is like 5'7", 5'8",
Yeah.
at most 5'9", right? So can't help but stick out. But you know what's sticking out here?
The Eternal Guard.
The Eternal Guard is back, and the front line here for Falcons APBren is actually they don't mind. They don't really mind at all.
I'm saying
they're going full ham.
Yeah, their front line can be the Eternal Guard alongside the Edith if they want to. Obviously, they're still gonna choose to pick up possibly one more, at least like durability hero here that they can work with. Aurora's on the flip side, so that covers the magic damage department already. We saw a lot of lockdowns happening with this hero previously throughout the week already. Now, last pick, is it going to be a gold lane option? What is this? Oh,
There's
okay.
the Lunox.
We've seen this banned out.
We've seen it banned out twice today, and finally makes an appearance. Definitely going to be on gold lane. But you know what? You can also kind of swap out the Ruby and the Hylos for XP and Roam.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, for TLPH, so you're not 100% sure which one's going where. But definitely Hylos on Roam is better. But right now, what's the answer going to be here for if you're FCAP? I don't know, honestly.
Well, it sounds like it's Tigreal.
Tigreal, there it is. All right.
You know what? You're getting Chaos bolted in the face. Tigreal doesn't care.
Might as well. Might as well pick a hero that doesn't mind getting Chaos bolted to the face.
He might get frozen too. But the main point with this for FCAP is, you know what, Ogwin, if he gets his setups with the Implosion, great. If he doesn't, you still got an Edith, and you actually still have the knock-up too from the Eternal Guard usage. So that's why I think FCAP's like, you know what, we can possibly get some of the utility out from TLPH's lineup, but we still have, option 2 and option 3 if we need to.
Yeah, gonna go for the wombo combo here. And I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty spicy here for Team Liquid PH as well. Having that gold lane Ruby here should definitely help out with damage that we were talking about earlier. But again, it's still magic, right? So let's see if FCAP can do it, or if TLPH can come out on top. Let's see what Leo and Ian thinks about this. We're heading game 2.
Wow! The fans in the venue are going wild for game number 2 again between the Clash of the Titans. Falcons APBren match point going up against TLPH.
The big guns come out, and by the big guns, I mean the Lunox.
The Lunox.
It was banned
in a series, I believe, earlier today or yesterday. The details kind of just blur together. But look at this, Ogwin asserting himself between JP and Sanji. Interesting. TLPH adjust based on what happened in Game 1. And Falcons APBren, they're just keeping up the pace because look at the damage that they're capable of early on.
Oh, the folks coming in from both of these teams, but Ogwin suffering the damage coming in from, oh, look at that. JP has to walk away here. Now, the interesting thing about these two teams is when push comes to shove, they manage to pick something out of the ordinary. Yesterday, it was Falcons APBren with the Lolita Hanabi. This time, it's TLPH with the Lunox. It's always the gold laners, Benny and Super Marco.
Yeah, look at this. Not just that, even the XP Ruby. We don't see that very often anymore. So with that adjustment, it looks like TLPH are really hedging on these theories, hedging on these principles that will allow for them to get a fast one over Falcons APBren, put us at sudden death. Let's talk about the gold lane matchup you already mentioned, the Lunox versus the Harith, Benny Cutie versus Super Marco. If anything, in theory, all right, in theory, isn't the Lunox more like a bulletproof hero? Wouldn't that be good on Marco?
Yeah, especially if you have the Brilliance ready to be expended, assuming there's also no catch coming in from the members of TLPH. But of course, like the usual games, no action will entail here in the gold lane as the turtle spawns here at the top lane. Okay, a while ago, it was FLAPTZ. Got the first turtle, I believe, in game number 1. Yeah, he stole one.
Yeah. Let's see if we can do it here.
Ogwin!
Coming in. The implosion by Ogwin and the knock-up. The Tempest of Blades 2 popping Stanford real quick. The answer by JP, the glorious pathway. Ogwin falls. JP now taken out by FLAPTZ. The turtle still standing down to a 10th of its health. Oh, the retribution by Kyle. TLPH walking away.
Falcons claim 2 bodies plus the turtle. And again, a heads-up play coming in from Ogwin with the implosion flicker play, catching 2 off guard. Now, TLPH, you're in the position right now that you don't want. Because again, you have a Lunox, you have a Hayabusa. Ideally, you'd really want to control the early game, especially if you have JP with the Hylos. But again, once it reaches the 9-minute mark, once Hylos has those tanky items, for sure, the tides could turn in favor of the cavalry.
For sure. JP intercepting Ogwin, now laying down a glorious pathway. Picture perfect. This is one of the best angled glorious pathways I've seen in a while. If that happened during a team fight, that would have been a win for Team Liquid PH.
Honestly, I think it's more of an aesthetic,
right?
Aesthetic kind of vibe.
No, even efficiency-wise, like you try to cross your way out and retreat underneath your turret, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and you can't cross. You can't cross walls with the second skill from Tigreal, by the way. So that's really an efficient glorious pathway. But again, the problem remains for TLPH. Again, FCAP establishing an early lead here. KyleTzy freely roaming here with the Ling, just like game number 1. But the good part is KarlTzy 1-0-0 with the Hayabusa. Compared to the Nolan game, he had a rough start.
Yep.
I believe he was 1-2-2. Early pickup of the Sky Piercer. So this time, TLPH can actually manage everything.
But that is in perspective, because look at what KyleTzy is doing. His his map mobility, rotational speed is so much higher. He's at level 8. Now the offended on the FLAPTZ, maybe forcing out Primal Wrath. He's going 3v1. How long has he been going for this? Forcing out the Oogie Shadow kill and eventually falls down. What? That took what? Almost 10 seconds?
10 seconds and 3 ultimates from TLPH. But still, that was a worth it trade because they got a kill onto the XP laner. And as the turtle will spawn in 10 seconds, Falcons APBren a while ago, the reason why they got the first turtle was the mid-bush control. Ogwin was there, ready to expand the implosion plus the flicker play. And with the flicker available, they can actually do it again.
All right, luckily, FLAPTZ has spawned in time to contest for the second turtle. Now they're deep into the pit. Mind you, KarlTzy already picked up his Hunter Strike, so he's playing with 2.
Again!
The implosion by Ogwin, and the push out the Sacred Hammer. Down goes 40. JP laying down the glorious pathway. JP's in trouble. Tempest ablaze up by Kyle. Taking down 1. KarlTzy, though, in the chaos. Steals away the turtle, and now he goes in. Shadow kill here, serving up a kill. The FLAPTZ, but he gets taken out on the way out by Kyle.
Whoa!
And now Sanji looking for a quick double. Not so fast, says FCAP. They get the second kill there.
but TLPH gets a turtle.
Sanji almost got a major outplay over 2 members of Falcons APBren. But looking at what happened, Falcons got 3 kills plus... No, KarlTzy got the turtle.
He did.
But in this case, you can clearly see Ogwen is the main driving force of the Falcons. Again, the implosion flicker play. We were just mentioning that he could do it again. He literally did it again. This time connecting onto Sanji. But a good answer also from Sanji because the Frigid Glacier is like the signal for TLPH. So we can go in again. We can re-engage.
Yeah. So best believe once Sanji gets a couple more core items, it'll be worse for FCAP. It won't be so easily just because Ogwen found the angle.
Yeah.
They can go in. So now, I think it's a matter of TLPH biding their time. They have to understand that they can't keep forcing these engagements just because of the promise of a mid-game power spike. They have to still make it there.
Yeah, and Ogwen right now, 6 minutes in, picks up his Athena shield, so you can expect more aggressive plays coming in from the roamer of Falcons APBren, as they also have a 2.4k gold lead.
Oh,
look at this.
JP. All right, playing footsies. Jose, did you see that? Just off camera, pushed by Flap, the first turret.
First turret onto the top lane?
Yeah, they left him alone. Yeah, look. See? Now Karl has to deal with that.
Okay.
And bottom 2, look at this.
Another split push from Falcons APBren.
This is
wow.
The same, a little bit of a change again in pacing, but just story-wise, early to mid, FCAP has better map control. Earlier it was because of the low E, right?
Yeah.
Now it's because of just faster rotational speed.
Yeah, good wave management. Again, distractions made by the mid trio of Falcons, apart from KyleTzy, of course. He's the one split pushing. But okay, the last turtle has spawned. 1 for 1. Kyle has 1, Karl has 1. This time, both teams can contest.
Pixel Brush checked in. It's free. FlapTzy walks in. A nuke by Sanji. Clearing the presence. Small advantage for Team Liquid PH. Turtle slightly placed on their side. Oh, Gwen coming in. Catches one. It's just JP. Still looking for a good implosion. Turtle gets reset.
Okay, battle spell still available for both of these teams. It's a matter of who's gonna set first. Glorious pathway is there. Oh,
and the implosion, the answer back plus the EG. Turtle gets taken down by KarlTzy, but where's the damage? There it is on Ogwen. 7 of a kill to Benny Cutie. JP falls 1 for 1. Roamer for Rome. And now they back off.
Okay. For TLPH, that's a good sign. This time, no extra additional casualties with KarlTzy. Just making sure. Keeping FCAP in check. Goes in alongside Sanford there. But again, looking at the trade, 1 for 1, roamer for roamer. KarlTzy securing it with a good retribution steal. And looking at the items right now.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Sanji. Check it out, man. His first big item is the glowing wand.
Yeah.
So he would rather punish Ogwen and Flap for, maybe pushing too much forward.
Yeah.
And then eventually he'll start building the big boy magic items.
And I actually saw that Benny Cutie on the other, but wait, again.
Oh, here we go. Sanji's in trouble. Drops the ult, but trades out for few first. 40's down. KyleTzy gets a double. JP's up next. Tripping up on 5 members of FCAP. 3 for 1.
That was actually a good Frigid Glacier coming in from Sanji, but the problem is Falcons APBren. They have the mobility, they have the sustain. Counterattack always on point, and they're not yet done. As KyleTzy working on the orange buff here of KarlTzy, not quite sure who got it.
He stole it away, I think.
He stole it away.
He stole it away now.
And now they're working on the middle lane turret here.
And they're able to push it.
Okay.
One more from the Ballista. Ooh!
One more. Literally one more.
Just one more. Uno mas.
Now Falcons APBren, 3.5k gold lead. So far, so good. They can out-sustain the Frigid Glacier. Even if Sanji places it right on target with 3 members, they can still outplay TLPH.
Definitely helps now that there's a winner count on few. And Marco, I think, just had to click the Purify once all game.
Yeah. Again, bulletproof. Shades of game number 3 yesterday wherein he has an Aegis with the Hanabi, but I think...
Rarely had to press it.
I didn't even think that he pressed it once.
Talking about last night's game, we saw a lot of Blood Wings now on Benny Cutie. So he knows that he's a prime target as well. He knows that KyleTzy might go for him.
Yeah. Right now, TLPH really looking for the momentum, really looking for an opening here. And again, KarlTzy with the last 2 neutral objective takedowns. Still believe he's confident enough to steal this away from KyleTzy. But FCAP again has the high ground here onto the Lord Pit. FlapTzy zoning out the members of TLPH. as they start things off with the Lord. But look at that position of KyleTzy. You can see a play coming in from Ogwin. He has the flicker though.
Coming in, spots him in that fence bush, and now 40 reclaiming back a little bit of ground for Team Liquid PH. Because of the whole Lord shuffle, BLCK was able to take care of that long lane and then come back and join in.
Still managing the waves. Again, one of the best split pushers, backdoor enders of MLBB, BLCK. He knows how to manage this, the lanes. So TLPH still confident enough that they can contest for this Lord. But again, Ogwin, they have the battle spells. 2 for 2 so far for the roamer of Falcons APBren in terms of flicker implosion plays. And now, Fuse Super Marco. This is the patient game again. The patience of both of these two teams in full display. The Land of Dawn is really quiet, Leo.
It's really quiet. The tension is building. And look at this. Because of how unsure both teams are of being able to take this major objective, they would rather play the bushes. Look at this. Look at this. Flap is crossing over.
But again, the
Flap
advantage.
I mean, they know now at this point, you know?
But again, the advantage of the Ling. You can clearly see it.
And he can join in quickly. Look at this, the push!
Look at this, KyleTzy again, working on the bottom lane.
Just one more turret out of the base. That's up top.
And that's up top. Falcons APBren still making the most out of the patient game.
2 mid still standing.
Okay. Still has an outer turret in the middle lane and also the top lane. But again, this is where Ogwin loves to position when he's the Tigreal. The mid lane brush. Again, he has the flicker. He has the implosion as KyleTzy picks up a BOD.
Yes, it hurts. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. It hurts.
Yeah, as the game progresses, Falcons APBren's lead just keeps on going and going, getting bigger. Now 4.5K.
Lord Shuffle engaged. JP and FlapTzy, the frontliners.
Ogwin
going for the conceal. Spotted by Sanford. Cancelled out. The implosion preemptively used. FlapTzy now at less than half health. Can he press the Primal Wrath? He's already in it. The Glorious Pathway. The retreat. Back aboard, says Team Liquid PH. As they play with the range. 40 and Sanji. Gotta be sent back home while FCAP stand their ground.
Oh, this is an opportunity for Falcons APBren to burst down the Lord. But again, KyleTzy working on the mind games, working on the macro. He wants someone from TLPH, specifically BLCK, to work on the minions as they try to take this first Lord away.
It's not as free. It's not as free. Unless they know where BLCK is, it's never free.
Okay, but he's going to work on first his purple buff.
Ooh, Karl just picked up the Malefic Roar, so he's about maybe a half step behind
half a shadow.
Kyle now. But you know what? I can't say that because Kyle is at about 11, 12K.
Yeah.
Karl is barely past 8.
Yeah, but again, this is still KarlTzy. Still go for the steal, but Ogwin!
And here we go. The Glorious Pathway let in, but look at the back line. Sending away KyleTzy. Down goes 40 and JP. Not a single soul taken out of Falcons APBren. And this is a clear go signal for Falcons to secure the Lord.
A third consecutive flicker implosion play from Ogwin.
He is the inevitable.
Same spot, the Thanos of this game. A literal titan as they work on the middle lane turret. And now TLPH not looking good for the Cavalry.
There's not many factors that could have changed Ogwin's approach. Sure, you could dodge him via bushes. Sure, you could outnumber him. But at the end of the day, as long as the approach remains the same, you can't change the results. He was going to get away with it.
And amidst of it all, look at Super Marco's battle spell. Has yet to be pressed. Wow.
It's still deathless. It's still deathless. Same with BLCK though, so they can hold on to that. But up to what point? Up to what point can you say Benny not dying is a good thing? There's a Lord down bottom. He's going to crash into that inhibitor. Down to less than half health. TLPH is going to stare at their inhibitor get taken down.
Oh, JP!
And as well for one. JP will be able to drop his ult, but will go down himself as Falcons APBren get their eyes onto the next objective here. The orange buff, the turret in mid. And now the purple. Oh no, they're going to start taking it away from Karl.
Oh, depriving KarlTzy, the young goat, of necessary resources to come back from this 9.5K gold deficit.
Much needed purple.
But look at Ogwin, what a heads-up play. As soon as the Glorious Pathway was casted, casting the implosion and making sure that the horse, the half-man, half-horse can't go away. But a concealed play coming in for Falcons.
Looking for the range. Let's go. It was just a feint, Egan. It was just a feint. They were forcing Team Liquid to respond, and best believe if TLPH did respond, that's maybe when Marco would have dropped the Purify, dropped his Almond Force, and danced.
But right now, TLPH really having a hard time. Okay, Falcons APBren with that concealed play was able to get down the inhibitor turret into the middle lane, leaving TLPH with one more turret. And looking at the turrets of Falcons APBren, they only lost one, and that's on the top lane.
Just one. I'm looking at the gold lead here, 10,000. Half of that is between Kyle and Karl. There's literally 2 economic classes between these 2 junglers right now.
Exactly.
5,000, that's like an item and a half for an assassin.
Item and a half lead for Falcons APBren. Looking at the KDAs, you're not going to wonder why. Still deathless for Marco, still deathless for KyleTzy. And now TLPH, they still could turn things around. Again, they have Sanford with the Ruby. Not the usual role where you placed in Ruby, the XP lane.
He has to build kind of tanky, which explains the dominance ice.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think TLPH kind of lacking damage because Sanji has the Frigid Glacier. It's always connecting to 3, but for some reason, Falcons APBren are still able to sustain the damage given in by Falcons. But look at Ogwen!
Ogwen catches one, gets the flicker in, the Revitalize, and the Glorious Pathway. They take out his immortality, and down he goes. Now look at the back line. KyleTzy, hero landing on the Benny Cutie. Down goes JP, the trade 1-for-1. Tempest blades up. Can 40 survive? The answer is no. Marco gets 2 kills. 2 kills for Ogwen, and they keep going. KarlTzy looking to wipe out, looking to do some cleanup. Down goes Marco. Down goes Few. KarlTzy gets 1. Benny Cutie traded out. 3 for 3. Now we have a game.
After 2 games, Super Marco has fallen down. 1 death for the bulletproof Marco. A good counterattack from TLPH. And as I was saying that I thought they lacked damage, as long as Sanji's Rigid Glacier connects to at least 3 members, there is still hope for the cavalry. And looking at KarlTzy, even if it was deprived of the buffs, 4-1-4 still for the Hayabusa.
Wait. Look at this. Flap trying to stop Karl from shenanigans. Lord here down to a 10th of its health. The shadow kill by Flap. The Glorious Pathway. The Tempest of Blades. Oh no. Drop the shadows. Pop in FlapTzy's immortality. Does not have a Primal Wrath. The implosion by Ogwen. Forcing away the rest of TLPH as KyleTzy able to Finch poise out. The Lord still stands.
A lot of battle spells expended as well as ultimates. No casualties whatsoever as we approach the 18-minute mark.
Woo!
And just like the countless series that these 2 teams have battled out. Wow, 8-15, but for some reason TLPH is still in the ballgame. And they're actually poised to contest for this Lord.
The cavalry keeps on coming. And look at this, JP's gonna dance. JP's gonna shuffle with Ogwen and Few. And for the first time in a while, look at this, 40 has control of the river bush. Pulls one on the Flap, popping him. After the Glorious Pathway. And now Ogwen with the answer. KarlTzy's down. The shutdown by Marco. The double kill. JP's down. 40 as well. In Kyle's eyes.
Benny!
Low. Benny gets 2. 3 for 2, the trade out. Where's Kyle going? Kyle can smell blood, but he's also pretty low himself. Sanji pushing him away from the walls. Nothing comes free, nothing comes close, nothing comes easy.
Crucial.
As Team Liquid PH get a winning trade.
Crucial brilliance play coming in from Benny Cutie as El Capitan Few try to chase after him. And this is TLPH. This is how they swept Falcons APBren, clinging on to every bit of hope that they have and looking at the instant replay. A beautiful setup from Ogwen, but the problem is they weren't able to sustain Benny Cutie. Look at the patience of Benny Cutie. He literally waited for the skills to be expended before entering the clash.
Dude, that's his own version of the Benny Bomb with a Lunox. That's a Benny Bomb if ever I've seen one. A push forward burst of magic in your face.
And now the plan for Falcons APBren is to work on the macro game once again. KyleTzy making sure that there's a slow push ensuing here in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah.
3.5k gold lead. So far, the lead has been reduced. It shrank. It
started a third.
It was 10.6k a couple of minutes ago.
Exactly.
Now it's 3.5. Quick maths.
All right, so now we're approaching the 20-minute mark again, way past the average of what a Season 14 game would look like in MPL Philippines.
Yeah, this is an Omega game, a smart Omega game.
It's approaching that point, yes. This is the ultra late game now. And I think it's item perfection now. Because look, if you change one of his items into a DG.
Okay. Now Ogwen again. Ogwen's positioning on the same brushes. Whereas Flicker Implosion plays always connects, but JP starts things off with a glorious pathway.
And there's the Lord skill knocking him up. Look at it, the Lord down to a fifth of his health.
Ogwen!
And there's a huge one from Sanji. And there's the ult from Kyle. Tempest the Blaze Lord still standing. Down goes Kyle. Down goes Ogwen. 2 free kills for Team Liquid PH as they score the Lord off of Sanji's cold hands.
Another frigid glacier play from the Aurora as they clear the minions from the middle lane and the bottom lane. You can hear the crowd in Green Sun Hotel making some noise because after a 10.6k gold lead, TLPH now in the driver's seat as they charge in the middle lane.
For the first time in 21 minutes, for the first time in this whole series, Team Liquid PH are in control. 3 men are going to defend from FCAP. They're missing Ogwen, they're missing Kyle, and TLPH are in their base.
7 seconds before KyleTzy and Ogwen shows up in a battlefield, but the problem remains for Falcons APBren. A Lord marching in the top. They have enhanced minions here. They have the setups. They could easily end this game and turn things around. JP goes in.
Glorious pathway set in the answer, the EG. The dance by Super Marco. Zaman Force underneath is tier 3 in the top lane. Down goes JP. Taken down by Flop and Few. Tempest Ablaze by Kyle. Dancing around. Winner crown trigger by Sanji, but he gets taken out just as quickly. KarlTzy and Benny call it quits. They're out of here. Look, but FCAP have lost 2 inhibitors.
Look at the death timers in the lines of 4. Oh no, Falcons APBren, I think they're going to work on the bottom lane and then eventually try to get the top lane inhibitor turret. But look at the play from the Falcons APBren. The crowd in Green Sun Hotel, I wish I could give them my mic because everyone's screaming, even TLPH.
The Cavaliers and the Bees, ever as loud as they could be. All right, something tells me this last Lord could be it because FCAP, they're still missing 2, TLPH missing 3, and they're all gonna come off of death at about the same time.
Okay, Leo, your call is a Lord. My call is a wipeout. I think it's not gonna end up with a Lord kill here.
I mean, it's gonna happen at the Lord.
Yeah, at the Lord, yes.
Both teams can't just turn a blind eye because a backdoor finish is just as possible for either. You're looking at KarlTzy on the Hayabusa and you're still looking at Benny Cutie. This man has pulled off backdoors all over the world.
Anything is possible with Benny Cutie.
Cambodia.
Where
Indonesia.
Else? Malaysia.
Anywhere and everywhere.
Wherever you want.
You gotta watch your base.
Oh no. This... What else would you expect? I mean, TLPH Falcons APBren. They've been duking it out for a majority of 2023 and 2024. Of course it's gonna reach the 23-minute mark, Leo. And now, TLPH still has a 3.5k gold lead, this time not depriving KarlTzy of the necessary buffs that they need.
He got everything he needs, man.
1 inhibitor left for TLPH. All the outer turrets of Falcons APBren for the bottom lane are still there, but they still have 1 inhibitor turret.
You have a virgin bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just straight up, nothing can touch it. And look, I understand because TLPH is trying to clear that too. Because again, working off of inevitability is important in a matchup like this.
Now for me, the question is it worth it for Ogwen to cast the Implosion play first? Because Sanji always manages to counter-attack with a Frigid Glacier. What's the play here?
I would say find the counter play. TLPH will always try to look for initiative, will always look for the tempo. If you're FCAP, find the counter play.
Wait. I think there's a mistake because Sanford
flickered, yeah.
Flickered in.
Sanford flickered. I'd love to see the player camera, but no, it looks like it's all according to plan. He seems fine.
Yeah, Falcons APBren, okay. They spotted out where Ogwen is hiding. So potential play coming in from behind is not possible anymore for Falcons APBren. Again, both of these teams will work the macro game again, trying to establish a slow push, try to make the opposing team react and be outnumbered coming in to this potentially last Lord. The stakes are high for both of these teams. Falcons APBren winning game number 1. They have the match point. And again, winning this game will give them a lot of confidence. These Titans, although we keep calling them Titans, they're still not on top of the leaderboards. So they need this win to establish themselves once again.
KyleTzy constantly working off of the long lane. This is tough for TLPH to respond to. It's not as easy for them to defend. And look at this, Kyle and Ogwin, the concealed play, taking control of these bushes. What are they thinking?
I think they want to go for a push. Again, KyleTzy has the necessary damage to bring down their turret up top.
Oh, wow, chess-like. Look at that, the stare down between JP and Flap.
Okay.
Neither of them are fighting, but they know that they're there.
Yeah, and they also have immortalities. They also have their kits here.
No, you move.
You move.
No, you move.
It's like you punch first.
No, you do. You move. See?
But I do agree with you that whoever punches first, I think will lose. But KyleTzy working on the top lane.
Oh,
here, and
wow,
they get
look
it.
at that. It's possibly a free. Oh! KarlTzy! KarlTzy midair gets the shadow kill. Unpunished with impunity. That's goated.
What a goat move! Saves the inhibitor turret up top, evades the implosion of Ogwin, and now sets themselves up for a potential last Lord takedown.
And here we go, the glorious pathway set in. Winter Crow Fu by FlapTzy. And they are playing with range. Check the long lane, Super Marco, Lord here down to a fifth of its health. Retribution for KarlTzy, off of cooldown. Who's gonna take it? Check that long lane, eyes on Marco. Turtle. Lord standing, now down to a tenth of its health. And that is CC on the 40. What's 40 doing? Where's he going? He's letting them push back. And look at Sanji. Sanji's going for a backdoor himself. Down goes 40. Look at the Lord, scored by Karl. And they reset. The inhibitor up top finally falls.
Winter Crown play coming in from Sanji and manages to flicker out.
There's the ult. Ogwin gets caught by the tail end, and they let go.
The most crucial sacrificial play from Sanford. TLPH secures that Lord, but Falcons APBren, 5 members are still here. No potential split push play. Falcons APBren, they know that they have to defend first.
Jose,
the best offense for them is defense.
Jose, I gotta say, man, look at all the battle spells. 40 doesn't have one. 40's not even on the map. Sanji doesn't have one. It's a minute and a half before that goes off of cooldown. And look at FCAP. Ogwin's waiting about 20 seconds.
26 seconds to be exact. And the rest of the members of Falcons APBren all intact with their kits. And now they're trying to attempt a fast clear of the Lord here.
Whew. Can they? Look, Lord standing.
I think they can. They can.
40k. That's 40k HP.
Okay, Glorious Pathway will be casted here. TLPH as much as possible trying to delay that the Lord will be bursted down, but here comes Falcons APBren!
They're revitalized by JP, pushing back the rest of FCAP, and they stand their ground, and they're still going. The immortality's keeping him alive. He's burning, and he's gonna be calling back. Lord, barely standing, barely taken out, just like that. And now the lead gone. TLPH fought hard for that Lord, and now it's gone.
And all throughout that sequence, KyleTzy was working on the bottom lane, making sure that TLPH won't have any access for a potential backdoor play, won't have any access to their precious buffs.
That tier 1 down bottom reminds me of Rockhart.
Still standing.
It's still here.
Since the very first second of this game, Rockhart is still here.
It's still here! 30 minutes in, tier 1 down bottom, it's still here!
Leo, just please translate, but in Filipino, since season 1 ka pa, Rockhart!
He's been here since forever, and KyleTzy made sure to take care of that. And Ingan, I gotta tell you, I think that is a master stroke. It's a stroke of genius from KyleTzy's, because no matter what TLPH do, no matter how risky they play, they always have to think the map is not on our side.
Yeah. And again, credits also to Ogwin for making sure that they get the pick off. Because honestly, that was lost cause na for Falcons APBren prior to KarlTzy securing the Lord. But with the kill onto Sanford and with the death timers reaching up to 60 seconds, they weren't able to utilize that Lord. Wow. And okay, battle spells are ready for Falcons APBren.
Okay.
24 seconds before the 4th Lord. Looks like it's still it's an equal ball game aside from the bottom lane.
Nah, I'll tell you, it's an equal ball game because I'd say 3 out of 5 team fights TLPH can win.
Yeah.
So the only real thing that FCAP are playing off of is the macro game.
Macro game.
Because the cavalry has figured out Ogwin. Yeah. They know exactly how to deal with Rogan and Yigo.
Yeah, honestly, they're not scared of the Flicker Implosion play. As long as Sanji is not caught up in the Implosion, they can always counter-attack with the Frigid Glacier. And again, JP still has the glorious pathway, so at any given moment, they could go for a charge, go for a kill, But again, it's a chess match between the Titans. It's not just a matter of who has faster hands. It's a matter of who has a better play, who has a better macro gameplay right now as we approach the 30-minute mark, Leo. Oh my gosh.
FCAP taking control of a majority of that Lord Pit. And that was close. That was close. KyleTzy, that was close.
Patience game.
All right, so far no battle spells spent, no ults. And the map is, I'd say, mostly red up top and down bottom, but that's it. Now JP, spotted here by Marco. Let's go.
No room for errors here.
Purple for Karl. All right, see, it's still pretty 50-50.
And look at this, the Clash of Titans delivers. This game is officially the longest game of the season, beating Omega versus FCAP, 24 minutes game. FCAP again, every single time Falcons APBren plays, expect it to go to the late game.
They put on a show. They put on a show. They're here for the people. In the MPL, they're here for the people all around the world. That's why they're called the Titans of MLBB.
And I'm sure the fans are loving what they're seeing now. 31 minutes in, the kill scoreboard hasn't moved. Nothing has moved. No one's making a move. Everyone's displaying patience from these two Titans.
Whoa, look at this. Huge rotation. I don't think JP knows that there's 5 members of FCAP in the vicinity.
They could actually go for him.
It doesn't matter. He has Revitalize and
Immortality.
A Glorious Pathway and an Immortality. Sanford juggling here with the Blade armor. And now gets caught up by 1. And the Earth Shatter looking for it. The Revitalize has been used and nothing. JP stands tall. Nothing.
And just like that, 16-21, 32 minutes in.
Yeah.
Fourth Lord still here. Again, at this point, the veterancy will come into play. The maturity will come into play.
Across the board.
Yes, and most importantly, the mental fortitude of both of these teams.
The physical endurance.
The physical endurance.
Y'all ever played a 30-minute game of ML? Try doing it with millions watching.
Doing anything at 30 minutes is already exhausting regardless of what you're doing.
Talking about cardio, huh? I hate cardio.
I hate cardio.
But I love MLBB. I love these two teams play. And they can
love
go
the Titans.
for a best of 5, a best of 7, anywhere around the world. And best believe I will be there. FLAPTZ, once again, checking range with JP off camera. Again, it's the same duo. Ogwin and Kyle. Kyle and Ogwin. Are we going to see the same thing from Karl? Like, he's just trying to assassinate.
They go, wait a minute! Glorious Pathway's already committed here.
Forcing out a flicker from Few.
Okay.
Major resource spent. FLAPTZ with the onward and the Earth Shatter combo. Super Marco making sure that he doesn't overcommit. And we're back at neutral.
But the best part is for Falcons APBren, there's a huge minion wave there.
Fat wave.
Fat wave up top. And the best part is the Glorious Pathway was expended in exchange for Fuse Flicker. So Falcons APBren poised to get this Lord.
Let's see which goes off of cooldown first. JP just keeping tabs, watching all 5 members of FCAP trying to burst down this Lord. Lord currently at half health.
At this point, you can't hold this Lord for this long because eventually it's going to hurt.
It's going to hoit.
True damage every single second. And now Sanford!
And now answered back. I'm offended with the Glorious Pathway. Ogwin still alive. Zaman forced by Marco. TLPH playing with rage, times out the massive ults. KyleTzy trying to jump in on Sanji. The answer, the Winter Crown. No one falls.
But the question is, will Falcons APBren burst down this Lord? I mean, looking at the map, the minions, they have control.
It's a hard resetting, and it's a hard reset.
Another hard reset. 2 members of Falcons APBren forced to TP back to regenerate, and again, nothing's happening. Stalemate, 34 minutes in.
It's like I'm in Madison Square Garden with the Bulls and the Lakers going 200 apiece in triple overtime.
Honestly, 12 minutes away from having a full-length NBA game. That's how long this game is right now, and you can still see the crowd from Green Sun Hotel. The 2 sides, but FLAPTZ goes in.
There it is, the answer to the Primal Wrath, to the Earth Shatter. JP dealing a lot of damage. And there's the old play. Sanji, look at Kyle from the back. KyleTzy playing with range. JP popped by Marco. That's a member down for TLPH, the first in minutes.
Oh no, TLPH. I think they still have to contest here. 75 minutes before Daddy JP comes back.
They're down by numbers, they're down on the map, and look at Kyle. He's going to force the inevitable. How does TLPH clear the waves fast enough while keeping tabs on the Lord?
Someone needs to deal with KyleTzy, and it looks like it's going to be KarlTzy. We might see a 1v1 between the two junglers.
And there it is, Tempest of Blade spent up already, and KyleTzy pops Karl's immortality, and with the help of Marco and Few, take down the young goat. That's 3 members down. TLPH can't even think of going for the Lord as FCAP scores the 4th one.
And they're just delaying the inevitable. I think they don't even have to wait for the Lord. It's just for formality. After numerous series, it looks like Falcons APBren will get another win onto TLPH.
35 minutes in. Waves through top, mid, and bottom, and I'm offended from Sanford, and the ult from Sanji, Tempest of Blades from Kyle. This is going to be a sweep from Falcons APBren.
Even after 35, 36 minutes, the crowd still roaring on the top of their lungs with the excellence displayed by the two Titans.
This may look like a sweep,
but it did feel like it.
They played 2 games worth in game 2.
36 minutes in, Falcons APBren flexing their supremacy over their most familiar foe, TLPH. And again, the camaraderie of both of these teams.
They both had their licks in Ingan, they both had their moves, they both had their highlights, but at the end of the day, Falcons APBren had one thing that TLPH didn't. They had the map on their side.
They had the map. They also had the Ling. But most importantly, they got the win on these guys you're seeing right now. TLPH still standing strong as they take their bow.
GG well played to the defending champions. It's amazing that we were able to be a witness here, Ingan. I am honored to be by your side.
I'm honored to be by your side as well. And I'm honored to throw it away to our lovely host, Mara Aquino, because I'm really thrilled to hear what Falcons APBren has to say for this game.
My goodness! Once again, give it up for Falcons APBren! I don't know kung aware kayo, that was 35 minutes and 34 seconds, the longest game we've had this season. Phew! My gosh! Para talagang palaging grand finals pagkatapat nyo yung TLPH. What makes Falcons APBren ba the Titans of MLBB in your opinion?
Para sa akin siguro yung chemistry namin. Para sa akin yun talaga kasi nung nagsimula naman kami, hindi naman kami parang mga star player sa mga role namin. Pero dahil matagal namin magkasama, nabuo na yung chemistry namin.
And in your opinion, how was that game 2? How was that for you?
Nakakaubos ng laway. Gusto ko na nga mangingi ng tubig kasi dire-diretso yung comms namin eh.
Nagkakagulo ba kayo sa comms? How was it there? Ano yung mga nasisigaw doon kanina?
Hindi naman nakakagulo. Lagi lang overthink sa mga bush kung sino gagawa ng play.
Sige nga, favorite moment dun sa 35 minutes na yun. Ano yung paborito mo dun?
Yung favorite moment siguro yung napatay namin si Karl nung last. Ayan.
Oh, nung last? Dun sa,
last.
okay. Actually, speaking of Karl, bigay natin to kay KyleTzy. Nakalimutan mo daw ba kung saan nanggaling yung IGN mo?
Hindi po.
Okay, how was it na simula pa lang nung game na first blood mo si KarlTzy pagkatapos ng palag? Na first blood mo siya?
Chamba lang po yun.
Chamba lang. And how is it like for you na simula pa nung last season's finals, hindi pa rin nakakaisang match sa inyo ang TLPH? Hindi pa rin nakakaisa sa'yo si KarlTzy?
Siguro po kaya ganun po lakas po ni FlopTC.
It's such a joy watching both of you going one-on-one. Nung nakita namin kayo sa top, ayan na, one-on-one. Talagang nakakakilig pag kayong dalawa always going off face-off. Now, i-announce natin ang ating MVP of the game. Can you guys guess who it is? Tignan natin. May wild reaction tayo sa harap. Let's take a look at the screen. MVP is KyleTzy. Ikaw nga ang ating best jungler so far ngayong season. Now, what do you want to say to all your supporters?
Sa lahat po ng mga sumusuporta sa Falcons APBren, maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo po sa amin. Sobrang nakakatulong po ng mga confidence po namin yung pagsuporta niyo po sa amin. Maraming salamat po.
Is there anything you want to say to Karl?
Kay Karl, nice game. Idol pa rin kita.
And that was really a great game. And now we're gonna announce the lucky fan that will win 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Congratulations. Our lucky fan of the series. What's your name?
Jerome po.
Jerome, sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Sino po? Ogwin po.
Si Ogwin. Okay, bakit si Ogwin?
Actually, M2 pa lang, brand name gusto ko si Lusty. Ngayon si Ogwin naman. Kasi gusto ko talaga yung makunat.
Bakit nga ba ang kunat mo? Sige, dito ka muna. Tabi ka. Ikaw yung idol niya. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya dahil talagang fanatic siya ng Falcons APBren?
Thank you sa suporta. Tsaka tuloy mo lang sa pagsuporta ng APBren. Thank you.
Congratulations! Bigyan ng diamonds! All right. Falcons APBren, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. That game has left us to the edge of our seats. Iba talaga pag naglalaban ng world champion versus world champion. At ngayon, we're gonna break that down for you because lots of things happened in that 35 minutes and 34-second game. Kaya pupunta na tayo sa ating panel. Pasok!
I could not agree more. So many things happened in that game. And of course, to help us break that down, since a lot of things happened, we got a pro player as well here for you guys.
Hello.
And introduce yourself to people who don't know you.
Hi, I'm John Lawrence Chavez, and I'm the UAAP winner, the inaugural UAAP winner of MLBB.
MLBB.
That's
and
right.
You're a mid laner, right?
Yes.
What's your favorite
Just
hero?
like him.
Gord?
No.
What?
I think Louis.
Louis.
Yes.
What did you play in your grand finals?
Faramis and Lilia.
Faramis and Lilia? Okay,
Yep.
awesome. So
Yeah.
we're happy to have you here, to Chavez, to break down this game. What do you think of it real quick, too? This is the longest that we've had. Maybe is this the longest you've seen?
The game was tiring. It was I think it's safe to say that this game is definitely the most...
Intense?
Yes, intense. That's the word that I'm looking for. Intense game that I've seen so far in this competition.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree. Even we were at the edge of our seats. Nice and I were standing as well.
Yeah.
And I think you could tell from the first minute of the game that Falcons APBren actually felt like they had a pretty good advantage, right, in the game. What do you think was their advantage majority based on highlights?
I think Ugwin's aggressiveness really gave the Falcon APBren the advantage that they need.
Yeah.
Ugwin.
In those, Ugwin in those skirmishes. Also, Sanji with his Aurora skill dropping is perfectly timed in those clashes.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I think also in this game, he is safe to say that he is their savior. Also, him getting the Lord.
It was, yeah.
We got to ask him this, though.
What?
Like, what did you think about Few specifically here? Because Few,
yeah.
like, on
He's
the next
mid
line,
laner.
you're a mid laner, too.
Yeah.
So, with Few, like, did you see impressive plays from Few for FCAP?
naturally, I mean, Vexana is a very passive-aggressive hero in.
I know a lot of people like that.
Passive-aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, a passive-aggressive hero in in MLBB, and especially when they don't really want the TLPH to just let them get the plays that they need. He disrupt basically the clashes
Real good.
they are advancing for.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. They did have a lot of ways to actually maybe overtake FCAP, but the Vexana, with of course the crowd control that you offer with the Eternal Guard, not just the crowd control, right? It hurts. It is like a tank.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game, late game rather.
That's what I was mentioning in the draft. I was saying, you know, this is such a good line. Both sides had great lineups, but I think because you have this Eternal Guard that helps into pretty much setting things up, and that's what we saw between the Edith, the Tigreal, like all those setups were kind of exchanged. And I like what we heard even from Flap earlier. He's like, you know, no, like we don't care that it was the longest game so far in the season. It's like we still keep a calm head. Remember, this is a team that played in a meta where it was all about the long game.
Oh, remember those times we were watching MPLPH back then when the Lord dances were like 20 minutes or so.
Way different now.
And we're talking about what do we prefer. Obviously, Assassins are very fun to watch.
Exactly.
I don't know if you agree. I know Assassins can be a pain in the butt in the mid lane,
definitely.
right?
Yep.
So, but for now, what do you think about the Assassin matchup this time?
Ling and Hayabusa.
Ling and Haya. What do you think about that?
It's a natural matchup between those two assassins. I mean, obviously Ling has the advantage with his ultimate, dodging the ultimate of Hayabusa. But I think both of them did really great, especially Ling trying to assassinate Sanji, and KarlTzy
just
definitely doing his best to just defend and go to the Lord Pit, defend, go to the Lord Pit.
We didn't even get a chance to ask Chavez, by the way.
What?
Who do you support here? Are you more of a Falcons APBren fan, or are you more of a Team Liquid PH fan who, you know, formerly Echo? Like,
I mean, I support whoever's ever winning.
You support whoever's winning?
Whoever wins!
You don't have a favorite player?
Well, I mean, for now, it's definitely few. Yep.
I mean, technically, he is a kid still a
I
little
know the
bit.
kids, right?
Adult going into kid, right? Kid going to adult. Since
Yeah.
you are collegiate pro player, so safe to say, I love the kids still very much, right? After all these years, right?
Yep.
Wait, sorry. When did you start playing MLBB? Out of curiosity.
Just this pandemic.
Wow, that's recent. Just like Naisu, right? No, Naisu.
No, I started when the game came out.
He started when the game came out, but he really like started streaming.
I really started pushing rank and stuff like during the pandemic and everything.
Cool.
That's
And
why I
you're both
asked you
mid
about
laners.
Gord, by the way, because I'm a
Gord.
mid laner, and you
Top
know I was
PH.
global #1.
Oh, nice.
Global,
So, yeah, so
in case you
It's a
missed
pleasure
it.
to meet.
I'm not.
It is a
you know,
pleasure to meet.
I'm not throwing that out there or anything. I'm not challenging you. That was in my heyday. I'm much older now. You know what I mean? So.
100%. So that's why I was like, oh, Nice is going to have a fun interview here today. But at the end of the day, obviously, team play still came out on top here. For TLPH, they still kept it pretty competitive even until the very late game, where you saw some minor, minor miscoms that might have happened. I think you picked that up as well. Some small miscoms, obviously, resources that they used, they could have used in a team fight was used like to check bushes, to kind of just push back FCAP. So it was a really resource-intensive, heavy battle, right? So I feel like I was in for a roller coaster. I was sweating all throughout that. I don't know about you guys, what you felt about that game.
It was amazing, you know, and I know Chavez was really paying attention to that too. And once again, for all of you guys, again, this is mostly international viewers here too, so that's why, you know, this is a player. Chavez is from the UE, University of East Zenith Warriors. They just won the first ever official UAAP MLBB tournament. They went to grand finals. Was it a best of 5?
Nope, just best of 3.
Best of 3?
Yep.
Best of 3, yeah. And what'd you guys end up doing? Did you go 2-1, 3-0, like
2-0?
2-0?
Yep.
You went 2-0? Okay, they went 2-0, and you know, it's great to have them. Real quick though, how was your experience finally watching this in person?
It was, I mean, it was fun. It was exciting. I mean, right now I'm very excited to see more of this in the future.
Would you want to play in the
Oh
MPL
yeah.
one day?
Future plans. What about it? MPL
I
page
think-
player?
Sure.
What's
why
your
not?
course, by the way? Your course?
I'm BS Tourism.
BS Tourism. Okay.
Yep.
All right, we'll probably see a lot more of you then. All right,
I
so
hope so.
cool. By the way, immediate plans after this. Like, what's the next for you personally? Like, do you want to pursue? Do you have like a few years left for UAP sports, or what's next for you?
For now, I think I want to. I visualize myself finishing the school, obviously. and-
Obviously, 100%.
Education,
Yeah.
stay in school.
Education, stay in school, boy.
I mean, if
and grow.
given a chance, why not? Why not play the game?
Play more.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a champion. You're gonna have to defend your crown sooner
Definitely,
or later,
yeah,
right? So,
sure.
man, oh man. All right, so we have a few polls here. What do you think about this? This is very interesting. We always want to get your opinion. What do you think about that poll?
That's about as close as we've seen, by the way.
0.5.
49.5, 50.5.
Oh my goodness. All right. But either way, however the poll happened, like, do you think
Who would you have voted?
Who would you have voted for, rather, before this game started?
The Falcons.
Falcons.
Falcons,
yeah.
APBren. So you're part of that 49.5.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, they were pretty much, you know, they were. I don't know, man. I was expecting Game 3. I don't know about you guys.
I was rooting for a Game 3, obviously. We all predicted Falcons, but you know what? We were rooting for a Game 3. It's always fun to watch. And then I wonder if you also picked up. Did you learn a lot from that game?
I
Just
did.
watching
Yeah,
from
I
it?
did. Actually, the skirmishes, the holding of the Lord, the minion waves, especially on top, those things are very important when you want to win those clashes that, you know.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking when he was watching? You know what? He's probably picking up a lot more than we are because he plays. He plays a lot.
Constantly? Yeah.
Yeah, he plays constantly on scrims, right?
Do you guys plan? So I didn't ask. What year are you in college, by the way?
I'm second year.
So you're second year.
Yeah.
So you're basically for international. He's a sophomore in college.
Sophomore.
And so at that point, like, is there a guarantee that your team, or at least you, will be playing next year for UA or the next UAP? I'm not
Good
sure
question,
exactly
yeah.
the plans for it, but if you can, I guess balancing the studies and competing for UE, are you still going to do that? Like, do you still want to pursue that too?
Why not? I mean, yeah. I think the roster might change, but I'm going for it.
Do you guys have some
I'm
seniors on the
claiming it.
roster, or
Awesome.
We
You
have
fourth years?
Yeah, we do have a senior in our roster.
Ah, okay.
I think it's called the Team A, and we are the Team B.
Oh, so you got 2 teams?
Yes.
But you're technically varsity, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that right? Oh my God, what a feeling to be a varsity player for
As a sophomore.
As a sophomore for a university.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's awesome.
You
know what they need to do now? They just need
What?
to start giving out scholarships. College
Absolutely.
scholarships.
University of East.
For the MLBB players.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Let's do
Hey,
it.
the rest of the world does it. Why can the Philippines not? You know what? That's what we got to petition, man.
That's the next step. We'll talk to the commissioner about this. Oh
I don't know how much pull we have. But
I don't know how much. Yeah, I know exactly. But we will definitely try. And for you guys, I'm sure maybe check out your university. Maybe they do have a local esport as well. So we'll see. So right now, though, we do have a question for you guys.
Oh, the
Which
heated
match do
question.
you think should be Week 4 star matchup? So,
I don't know.
A is Blacklist versus TNC. That's going to be an interesting matchup. I don't know about you guys. They're at the bottom of the standings. Interesting. TLPH Aurora, Omega, TLPH, or FCAP Falcons, FCAP Onic. What do you think? A, B, or D? A, B, C, or D? Sorry.
A, B, C, D. So this is what we asked. Okay, we asked the. Did we ask this yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
I think we asked yesterday.
Okay,
All
it was yesterday. So FCAP
We're asking
and
today again.
FNOP. FCAP's FNOP.
It's
of
a
course,
close fight, though.
It is. Yeah, it is actually pretty close. But Falcons, APBren going against Fnatic Onic. I mean, people want to see continuously. I feel like almost every week, as long as Fnatic Onic maintains the win streak that they're on. Again, they're 5-0. They've been undefeated. People want to see if they're going to lose or not. Like, I mean, that's kind of what it is when you have a win streak.
When
Like,
you're undefeated.
yeah, people want to see if there's going to be a team that takes you down. That was FCAP before, so now
So
that's the
you
place.
gotta be careful because people want to beat you as well. You're champions.
Uh-huh.
So here we are with the standings for Week 3, day number 2. Fnatic Onic still undefeated. It's a 5-0. But Falcons APBren, man, they're
creeping up.
making the comeback. They're creeping up.
Oof, and look at the bottom of the standings there. TNC Pro Team, Blacklist International, both at 0 points. I don't know if the agents out there expected this as we round out week 3. Any
For
other
sure.
teams here, Chavez, that you enjoy watching or that you're a fan of, other than the ones you mentioned?
Aurora MLBB.
Aurora?
Yeah, Aurora.
Why Aurora?
All right.
They play great. I've
Any
seen,
specific player?
Like a duo or something?
Yeah,
Is it
V-Wise.
V-Wise?
Yeah,
Okay.
V-Wise.
All right.
But unfortunately, they're not playing for this season, so...
They usually show up, though. Like, you know,
They
if you ever
do?
catch an Aurora game, they're usually here in the arena.
Yeah, we'll definitely love to have you next time for sure. But what about you guys? I don't know if you guys want to come here. You can also join us for 5v5. So we
5v5.
have 5v5s happening. It's called Fancy Klaban. That's happening here by Infinix. And these are the standings for Fancy Klaban, where the Bees are actually coming out on top right now. And the agents are actually playing a lot better, if you're noticing.
the fans are. Because, again, for our international viewers out here, what this is our fans, they come and actually compete in a 5v5 before the official matches start. So these are the fans of the teams out there competing, representing. They get to go ahead and join the Infinix Fancy Klaban.
Yeah.
Fancy Klaban. And right
Something
now,
like that.
Yeah, FCAP Bees are there on top, but Blacklist agents are there, and what is the winning prize there? There's got to be a winning prize at the end of the season, right?
I think so.
I'm assuming it's something.
There's going to be something. You guys better watch out for that because obviously all of this are happening. We're all in the spirit of fun having the UE champions right here of UAAP. And I think it's been a pleasure, obviously, having you
Great to have
guys.
you.
Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Pleasure.
Yeah, and that's going to be us. I'm Rockhart. This is Chavez. And we got Naisu. We need to rest because that was a banger of a game for sure. Let's throw it over to Mario Aquino over on the stage to close out the day. And what day it's been. See you tomorrow.
My goodness! Today was a series of unforgettable matches. And you know what? We've all been witness to greatness unfolding right here at the MPL Arena. Third week pa lamang ng ating season at napaka-exciting na ng bakbakan na nasasaksihan natin. But tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang laban bukas. Kaya kita-kits tayo dito sa MPL Philippines Season 14. I'm Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!